back in the building. It's your boy D friend.
What's good? Free my boy Tory. It's your boy
That's
B
Tory right
Neal.
there.
It's your
That's
boy
Tory
B
right
Neal running
there.
this thing. Hey man, it's sensitive times, man. Stop being
Letting the
insensitive, man.
shots off.
Stop
That's
being
Tory.
insensitive, man.
Let's give a congratulations to the judicial system.
That's crazy.
They did what they're supposed to do. Anyways, we got a show today. All right. We've been talking about this shit for years and years and years. The day has finally come. Tory Lanez has been sentenced. We probably got a couple other things to discuss as well, but we here tonight really to get Bryce's reaction. This is what we've been waiting just to see how he feels, how the Tory Lanez supporter group chat is going, like how all that is playing out on social media. We got to get to it. So, do you have any good things to start off the show? It's been about a week and a half. Just something good going on.
Man, I just been out here living, man. That's about as good as it gets, man. Another day of living, another
Wow,
day of
man,
breathing, man.
kind of like a dark cloud over your life right now. This whole
No, that's I'm being. What you
Tory Lanez
mean?
verdict. It's like it's a dark
Hey man, hey, he got another day on this earth. He's still breathing.
cloud.
It ain't the best circumstances, but it's it's still a good thing, my brother. So I feel the same way, Not in I'm not in the same circumstances, but you get another day to figure things out. It's a beautiful thing.
Okay, so mine is I just got back from vacation. It was a great time, very fun, nice to get out and relax. Um, yeah, everybody should go on vacation. It's a good time. Make you just get away from everything. Love your life, love your people. I don't know, y'all maybe not have wives and shit, but if you do, love your wife, love your people. So here we go. This is why we're here. 10 years in prison. Bryce, react.
Hey man, I'm still going at niggas on Twitter as we
You arguing
speak.
on Twitter about it?
Yeah, I just got into it recently with some people. The initial conversation is based on the DNA on the gun and stuff like that. Because if you didn't know, like D France said, he been charged for 10 years, 6 years with I guess carelessly firing a weapon, which um, no one really proved that. And then you go into the other four was possession of a gun, which I think is insane because the DNA was inconclusive of the gun. So for a fact didn't own it. And if you want to get into the nitpicking of did he even possess the gun, you couldn't even prove that he possessed the gun. And as far as I know, if the glove don't fit, you must have quit. So that's kind of where I'm standing right now with the 10 years being insane because not only do people get charged with 10 years that's done way more heinous stuff, that's done way more damage. Um, it's it's a nasty sentencing as far as the timeline. So um, that's how I'm feeling right now.
So you don't. So okay. The DNA is one thing, inconclusive on the gun, which doesn't mean it wasn't there. It just means they can't really prove it was there.
So
Do you think
my
eyewitness testimony that means that's null and void?
eyewitness testimony was shaky because he initially said he seen a woman where the muzzle flash went off, and then when you look at the doorbell and all that shit with the timing of the gun, when he said once the shots went off, Tory then exited and came around. So it's like even with how the shots went off, along with how he said the story went, it don't really make sense. So me personally, I don't go off of that. I don't know how much the judge and the court's supposed to go off of that because it's not like we got video footage, and we know how shaky, eye testimony can be, especially when he didn't have the clearest of vision. Like we know he did say he seen the fight clearly and stuff like that, but he even thought at first it was like a firework and things like that. So it didn't like I don't think he had the clearest vision. Like I don't think he was able to directly see the gun in hand. I think he just seen muzzle flash from hand because that's more reasonable. It's dark outside. You got a gun, unless it's crazy lit outside. I don't think you're gonna see somebody pointing a gun. So I think it's more of an assumption that he seen Tory shoot the gun, even though he didn't really even say that. You know what I mean? I guess he did say he did say he seen Tory shooting everywhere, But what did we take into effect that he said the initial muzzle flashes came from the girl? So that's what's kind of confusion with me, like when we talk about eyewitness testimony. And then Megan, I mean, she had multiple, things she said, from she didn't even see him shoot to dance bitch dance and no one else heard that. So with her testimony, she lied about her even fighting her best friend when the dude said that there was a vicious brawl that lasted minutes. She somehow forgot about that. Um, so her testimony was shaky. So the two eyewitnesses that we would go off of is like, I don't think that's enough to say he clearly saw Tory shoot the gun. So no, I don't really take eyewitness testimony. And then to go on to the DNA being inconclusive, if you listen to the DNA analysis, which the dude that came to the court case was one of the dudes that's like one of the innovators or trailblazers to DNA and the understanding of it and the new systems that they use. So he got a pretty good grasp of understanding how DNA work. And he said from the horse's mouth that if someone fires a gun, that is highly likely, especially multiple times, that their DNA will be on the gun. So the fact that it's inconclusive, the lawyers from the prosecution side tried to make it seem like, well, that don't mean it's not a thing, but the fact that it's inconclusive really mean it's more likely that it's not his gun than anything. But they tried to make it seem like, well, it's inconclusive, so it's not possible, or it's still possible, which I just disagree with, because someone shooting a gun 5 times, handling that gun, and let's be real, if that's his personal gun, like most people try to put the narrative out there, I don't know if that's what they said in court or not, but he would have handled that gun multiple times barehanded. I don't know if anybody's seen somebody handle a gun that's personally theirs. They sit it down, they pick it up, depending on where they going and all that type of shit, constantly. Like if he in the pool, he not about to just have a gun on him while he in the pool. So he would have probably picked it up, set it down. So many different times he would have touched the gun. If we really using logic, if this is somebody's personal gun, it's gonna be on the clip. Because like he ain't loading the clip like he about to go do a robbery. He don't know what's about to go, what happened to him that night. And let's say that he might not even have loaded the gun that night. The gun could have been loaded. You know how niggas are. They keep their gun loaded, and that shit could have been loaded from months ago. That's just how people are. When we talk about how people are with personal guns, we in Texas. We should know this. Like, if anybody gonna know it, we should know this. So when you talk about somebody loading the clip, unless he's being hella careful not to put his DNA on it, which don't make sense because it's his personal carry gun, most likely gonna be on the clip. Not to be nowhere, his DNA to be nowhere on the fucking gun. It's highly unlikely he used that gun. It's highly unlikely that gun was his. Now, we can't say 100% because no one could ever say 100%. Just like you tell me anything's possible and we shouldn't use that, that's how they kind of use it. It's like, well, it's still possible because it was inconclusive. It's highly unlikely that ain't his gun. And the fact that he got charged with possession, like I said, I don't know what the California terms of possession mean. Is he owned it? Does that mean that they thought it was actually his? Does it mean that he just held it for 2 seconds? If he just held the gun for 2 seconds out of like, let me see it. Let me just observe this gun. That's not worth 4 years. Like, say if he was like at a trade or something, like somebody had a gun on him. He's like, let me just see it. Let me see your gun, bro. It's my best friend gun. Let me just hold it. That ain't worth 4 years. Let's say he was trying to hold a gun because somebody got into a fight. His homeboy about to get in a fight. They don't want to shoot the gun. I wouldn't think that was about 4 years. Let's say you was trying to wrestle a gun away from somebody because you felt like they was using it wrong. I don't think that should be worth 4 years. So even if he was holding that gun, and that's the definition we going on is possessed, that's a hella bullshit. That's a hella bullshit stance in my eyes. So that's how I feel, man. But a lot of people been saying that inconclusive, shit, and it's just been frustrating because I think that's like the one little thing that they got besides the phone call, which is just any other time that would have helped that person get off. Why
you say that?
Because I feel like, so the example somebody used on Twitter, they gave example of like DNA being inconclusive, and the example at the bottom, it said, for example, a gang rape, because it'd be hard maybe to get one guy's DNA because it might be so many different dudes' DNA in a woman, and it's not saying it was impossible to say it may be harder. And I feel like that's different than owning a gun. So I think there are examples of where DNA may be inconclusive and a person still could be guilty, and there's other ways to prove it. But I think just like the glove shit, if that's the glove found at the scene logically a person would not use a glove that's too small. Like I'm just saying, like
But even with that example of the glove, if the glove didn't fit OJ, but 3 people said they saw OJ kill those people, he would most likely be in prison.
yeah, but no one said that.
The Meg said he shot her. The neighbor said he saw Tory shooting. Kelsey's interview said that he was shooting. So I mean, 3 people said he shot this person.
Yeah, and I mean, if we're gonna argue Kelsey, we already know what her shit shaky. So I'm not.
But like we can look at it like that. But I guess if all that's allowed in court, like we can have an argument
It
like,
shouldn't be
do
allowed
we
in court
believe
though.
that? So we can have an argument, but the reality is it is allowed in court, and that's
I
why
think it was allowed in this court, in any fair court, or
I
any
think they let shit like that rock in courts
when
across
somebody
America.
when somebody lying on stand,
Yeah.
you can recant
Well,
your
what she
whole
say? Did
sentence
she? Did she?
that
I
was
think she didn't necessarily lie. Now she's saying she doesn't remember.
that's what she said.
So
She said
She's not saying. But she does say
no
she's
no
not
no. She
definitively
said she
saying
didn't.
Tory didn't shoot him. She said I don't remember. I
She
didn't
don't
see
remember
that.
saying
I
that.
didn't hear that.
If she
Like
says she
you
don't
know how
remember,
I feel. I feel like that shit's fucked up. But I'm just saying, like, if
so
the
I don't
thing
get what we're
is
saying.
these pieces of evidence are presented, and the jury could look at this and be like, shot, shot, shot. That's how they'll need the DNA evidence. That's what I'm saying. Because like with your rape analysis, if it's like, oh, his DNA is not conclusive, but if 3 people said I saw him rape her, then it's gonna be a little hard for you to break away from that. That's why.
Yeah, I
That's
think
why
that
Will says if Tory said that Kelsey didn't shoot her. Okay, so who shot her?
so obviously that's not up to Tory to prove. They could get on stand and do all that different stuff and who they want to accuse. It's literally not the blame game. It's just him getting off the fence. That's what it's even with the lawyer that was like, well, who shot it in? That ain't my job to do that because that's gonna lead to a whole nother social media uproar that we can't control that may make us look bad. So we're not even gonna pull that card because that's not our job. So that's really why they're not really pointing the finger. But obviously, I believe it's Kelsey or um even like yeah, I believe it's Kelsey. I mean, that's what the dude said. So if we're gonna go off the 3 witnesses, only one of those witnesses had no feelings involved. So I feel like you could use people testimony, but when a person that's like directly affected in a situation, for example, you fucked her best friend, you fucked her, y'all drunk, and it was a night of passion. There's a lot of feelings that where people could feel wrong or do people wrong. So when you got 2 people taking a stand against one person, that's not a credible witness because they literally could be using their feelings in that situation. So using them as a point already to me is flawed because like if there was 3 witnesses that was just minding their goddamn business and they all had clear visual of it, then that's a conversation. But if you saying it's 3 people that all committed to some type of or was inside some type of situation and drama, and 2 people may end up ganging on the person. That's completely possible. So I don't think a court should look at that as credible. And I feel like the reason they was able to get away from that is because the investigators didn't do an investigation on Kelsey, which they should have. And I don't think she would have just been able to take the stand if she was under investigation too. If they were doing DNA tests on her and shit like that from the jump as well, because they ain't do a DNA test on her. They ain't do a DNA test on anybody else but Tory. So I really feel if you really get the story from the jump where Sean Kelly said that they got into a fight and it was a brutal fight, they really shouldn't be able to take the stand no more because you clearly see it was something that was going on between all of them, in my opinion, and not be able to be like just straight up point the blame because you could clearly see there's some animosity between people if there was people fighting. So no shit that person might take offense or may point the finger to somebody else. Like that's completely possible. And that's just me talking about people feelings. And obviously you want to say court don't supposed to take that into account, but why do they have credible witnesses versus other people not being credible? I think that's a good case for saying they're not credible, especially when you have public sentiment and public statements being had from the main person saying one thing and then another for a year or two. It wasn't even like it was just 1 year where she said she didn't see him shooting. That shit lasted for over 2 years where you got different times with her saying she didn't see him shoot. And then all of a sudden when she get into the court and shit like that, she seen him shoot. I think we should take public shit into account, especially when they try to take niggas' tweets up and be like, who tweeted this? And the dude be like, I don't know who phone this was. We seen her face. Or not even, I don't know who phone it was. I was speaking too fast. That could be somebody else's phone, or somebody else had that phone and that wasn't me at the time because I let that phone go off to different people. We can do shit like that, like and basically try to take public people because you public record and stuff like that. I feel like we should do the same for somebody's statement. I feel like any other time somebody will take that because they like once you in court, don't go on this interview and say different things because they'll use that shit. And we literally
Kelsey publicly said on social media that she didn't see him
Megan said
shoot.
it. Megan said it. She said her back was turned.
No, I'm talking about. Oh, you talking about Meg? I think you're talking about
Yeah,
Kelsey.
Megan said her back was turned. That's me saying her not being credible. And then Kelsey, we seen her recant everything she said. She went to saying something on in the what's the name in the room, and once again, she could be a potential shooter. So of course she gonna say these different things. If we being real, why wouldn't she say or try to point towards somebody else doing some shit when she could be a potential fucking suspect? Outside of that, when she get on stand, she recant and say she can't remember shit that she should remember. Even when they play back or how, not even play back, but like reuse her words, like something should ring a bell. Like we talking about some shit that you've been going through for 3 years. You can't remember?
So what do you think about what Flying Low said? Do you think that Kelsey's just like a criminal mastermind?
Nah, I think the courts.
No, I'm saying, but what do you think about? Do you see what he said? As soon as it
Kelsey
happened, she
text.
said, "Help! Tory shot Meg." What do you think about that? As soon as it happened,
I mean, it's possible. It's possible, but
what's possible?
that she wanted to do that. She wanted to get that shit off. I give an example that happened to me personally, and I still to this day don't know if it was good game or not. But I chunk it up to good game because I still don't fucking know. So I was dating a girl, right? And I think she knew I was gonna be away from school after school because I had like a dentist appointment. And she told me that her cousin was gonna come pick her up from school, right? And I believed it. I was like, all right, cool, whatever. It get to the day or whatever, John or one of our best friends for the longest seen her get in the car with a dude. And for you know how that go, he tell you like, bro, I don't know. He said it looked a little, something. So I was like, all right, bet. But for me, I had two things. It's like, did this girl knew she was gonna do this and came up with a good fucking excuse to get out the shit, or was it just somebody not really knowing what's going on? And we know the girl, so you never know, right? Like you know who I'm talking about. So you never really know. It could have went both ways. How we know. So people do come up with shit quickly, or people do come up with shit that you wouldn't think in the moment that they probably should, but it's possible. It's possible. Is it do what I do I think
How likely do you think a
I
drunken, beaten up Kelsey was like, "Oh shit, I shot Meg. Let me blame this nigga before. Like, let me think about this. Like, just the percentage chance you really believe that she was being drunk, being in a fight, seeing somebody get shot. She was like, I'm about to text this nigga and be like,
I
he
don't
shot
think
her.
it's a mastermind. I don't think it take a mastermind. I think nigga, you just did something that was criminally bad. Criminally bad. And yeah, I could see you blaming it on somebody else quickly. I could see that. I could see that.
Well, if all that's true, let's say what you're saying is true. She's criminally this. She's doing. She pointed the blame 20 minutes after the nigga shot. He's a fucking idiot. Then, if he just sit up there and let this fucking person point the blame at him, and he gonna just sit there. I don't know what he thought was gonna happen at trial. I don't know if he thought that like when they say inconclusive on the gun, that mean he about to walk away. I don't know what he thought was gonna happen.
Shit, what we all thought. They ain't had no proof.
Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, so I mean, I could think that.
Bro, man, you was
In
common
the
sense,
court,
bro. Don't do that, bro.
obviously
Don't
it
do
worked.
that, bro. Don't do
That's
that.
what it is.
Bro, this nigga YM Melly about to get off for the same exact reasons that
Nope.
Tory should have got off.
No. Tory, Wanda Miller shit completely different. This nigga,
In your eyes, but it's
there's
not,
no
bro.
DNA evidence of this nigga there. None. No gun residue. No nothing. He got multiple niggas say he got a different car. He wasn't even in the car. Like there's people saying different shit.
And just like the dude said that he seen the muzzle go off by the girl, and two girls got into a vicious fight. Why would the dude start shooting at Megan? In that scenario, why would he start shooting at her? I'm just saying, based on
That's
like
fine.
the
He
lack
said
of
that,
evidence, evidence.
But he also said in cross examination, I saw the muzzle flash when the smaller gentleman got out the car. He was firing everywhere, 4 or 5 shots. The short guy came out of the car and then shot the girl. He said short guy came out of the car and shot the girl. She was kicking all the time. She fell into the middle of the road. Then he said she rolled into a ball. Lanez was screaming a torrent abuse at her, including the words "mf'er" and "n word" with a hard R. He was going crazy. He was really agitated. This was he said he saw Tory Lanez shoot the girl in the street.
Yeah, I don't remember him saying that. So maybe I'm off with that one. Cause I remember. So what he meant when he said that he seen the initial muzzle flash go off by the girl. Is that two guns in the situation and I'm missing something?
He said, "Where's
Cause he
it at?"
definitely said that. And then he said
Oh,
he
he said
seen
that. He said
the and then let me
he
then he
believed the
walked
girl
around the
fired the first
vehicle
shot.
and then he walked around the vehicle. That and if I'm not mistaken, he said they tussled as well for a little bit. And like so then supposedly they also about to pick her up and dump her in the river.
Yeah, he said all that.
Why would all three of them pick her up and dump her in the river?
Well, we all attribute that just white boy shit, thinking the shit going a little crazy.
So something about his sentiment was off, bro. And initial shots going off by her is crazy to me, especially after they got into a fight and they lied about getting into a fight. I'm confused. So when all that different shit happened, I'm saying when I bring up Wayne Melly, you bringing up the technicalities, and I'm not mad at that. I'm just more saying the lack of evidence, and we seen how courts take that shit seriously. You can't just say some shit and think it's just gonna go in other courts, but in this court here, they let that shit go by, and I really feel like it was some extra shit going on. Just from the jump, they never investigated Kelsey. They never did DNA samples on Kelsey. Like that's questionable. She out here making songs. Who shot you? No investigation. So to me, it seemed like the DA or the courts, however you want to label it, been ready to hang him. So I don't. That just kind of you asked earlier, like kind of why I feel like all this going down in a sense. I just feel like it's a railroad.
So if you see all this, right, even the Kelly saying that the bodyguard was helping them jump on Meg, so obviously he sees what's going on. You're Tory, and you're innocent. You tell me. I want you to tell me, why do you not have your bodyguard testify? Why do you bring your bodyguard the last day of guilt? And the guilt, we're talking about guilty or innocent, not the last day of like people gonna do witness or whatever. Like, hey, they're about to say if I'm guilty. Why? If let me say this, if I'm not even your bodyguard, if me and you are in a car and two girls fight, and let's say one of the girls shoots them, would you, Bryce, knowing what I seen, and I know you didn't shoot, would you tell me don't take the stand? And you know
No,
I can exonerate you?
I wouldn't say that, but I would say the same reason to go to the other side. Why didn't the prosecution bring him up if they see him shoot? Like put
They
him on
got three
stand. He
people
can't
already
lie.
saying the nigga shot. Why do I
And
don't need him. I already got three people saying he shot. Y'all need him
but
more
he
than I
was
do.
there. He was there. Why nobody
I
ever?
don't need him.
Why no police ever got his statement from the jump when he was there? There's no Quan statements out there. Why we didn't get that? And so this is my answer to why some certain like things may have not went logically for Tory Lanez in his count. First of all, just like how you said they had three people, Tory probably felt like he was winning to a degree. To a degree, but I also think there are some other, as this may be where people think, oh, that his nigga going left. I think there was some backdoor shit going on as far as his original lawyer leaving 2 weeks before, and supposedly she had ties and already working with Hove before on other business deals. I think it was some type of publishing or some type of musical thing that she helped like some couple years ago. So maybe she got ties there that she didn't want to, mess up, and that's reasonable because she didn't hint at ties, but she hinted at not wanting to look a certain way publicly. So who maybe was pushing that message to her, who maybe was, maybe even egging her on to not take this case when they maybe had a good case to win is a good question. I feel like could maybe affect different things. So also not having your judge 2 weeks before, I mean not your judge, your lawyer 2 weeks before, that could leave you scrambling on how you really want to approach things. So especially when a new person coming in, basically kind of off a whim, And if I'm not mistaken, it was hard to get in contact. So when a new lawyer is trying to get information on how things should be approached, the old lawyer not really helping, which that's that's fucked up in a lot of reasons. But I think that could maybe lead to some things not looking at, and going as right as if Tory would have had a lawyer that was there from the jump. Maybe we see Quan. Maybe we see Tory get on stand because they give him the right things to say and rebuttal when they bring certain stuff up to question his character. Um, Maybe the new lawyers wasn't that comfortable because they haven't built that time with him. Or so many different things as far as letting him go on stand. And then maybe who knows as far as like what they had going on behind closed doors, or maybe not wanting Quan to testify. Maybe they in it and maybe they not. I don't know. I really can't tell you as far as like I said, when it comes to that type of conspiracy theory, but I do feel like it was a lot of things in hand because this wasn't a fair trial. I think anybody with the eyes to see the truth could say that.
Well, I could tell you this because these emails did leak from Sean Hawley, who was his first lawyer, and the lawyer who the George guy who ended up being his lawyer. He was a part of the whole thing leading up to. But this is what she told Tory. She said,
Okay.
Tory, as we discussed on Sunday, I am not comfortable with advancing the Kelsey defense, primarily because I don't find it to be a viable strategy. I don't believe my position will change unless Quan is persuasive in the preview of his testimony and you are persuasive under mock cross-examination by George and or Lisa. Even if both of those benchmarks, Quan and you, were to be satisfied, I am still not certain that I'll be willing to go forward. In light of that, you should discuss with George his willingness and ability to move forward with that defense. And if he can do by the trial date, December 6th, I will help him get up to speed if that is something you or he would be interested in. So look like they were planning on doing the Kelsey defense. But she was like, I don't see that as you and Quan, y'all need to have the stories like similar. So the Kelsey defense, seemingly from these emails, was gonna be a thing. But I guess they didn't have the cross examination. I guess of Tory didn't go well, and Quan's statements didn't go well. So, like I said, according to these emails that leaked, well, actually they didn't even leak. Tory Lanez and his lawyers wanted something to be released, and all the emails became public with that. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
From this, they were planning on blaming Kelsey, but I guess it didn't sound gutsy
So
enough.
what was her? So to me, what sound fishy about her saying that is like it could be just an excuse to not wanting to act like she don't want to. Like she probably already had a reason or a deeper reason for not wanting to be his lawyer anymore. But that's the excuse she used. Because in my mind, it's like, what was your case on getting him off then? Like, why would you take his case for him to be innocent? Like, were you just gonna tell him to take a plea deal? Like, what was going to be the big thing? Because it seemed like that was on Tory mind. That seemed like it was at least a possibility. So what would make that so outlandish when that's two people from the story that's going to tell the truth about the fight? Obviously, she don't know beforehand that they're going to lie about the fight and all this different stuff. But it's just like, what makes it so outlandish unless you don't believe him? And then if you don't believe him, why be his lawyer? Unless you're just going to tell him to take a plea deal. Why even like be his lawyer for years just to like leave him right when the shit about to go? That sound like some underlying peer pressure was there for some reason, and I really do feel like it might have been some other ties. So yeah, the fact that it was a possibility and they was mentioning it, and then when she transferred to the new lawyer, I don't think this was like this lawyer most likely was better than the dude she handed it off to, because clearly that's like the person he hired. So this lady didn't have confidence doing
She
it.
was
Then
one of
you go to
OJ's lawyers.
into the next dude that's been there or whatever. He not gonna have confidence because he watching her. Like it wasn't like he wasn't just in the room. So now he not gonna really want to have the Quan conversation and not have Tory go up. So all that in itself kind of show you why in his camp his camp was flawed, and that's not something he probably could have seen, because it looked like it came out of nowhere. It literally was like 2 weeks before trial, because it's like you wasn't feeling that way before. Like you didn't mention this shit up way before. Like why? Like I'm sure he came to you with this shit from the jump on how he felt. So when you took the case, like why didn't you mention that in the beginning? Why would you even take the case if you knew that was one of his big standpoints? Like that just don't make sense to me. So it,
Maybe
it,
she
it
wanted him
seemed
to
like
get
some
taken
other
plea
shit.
deal.
But who he could have got a regular defense, like public defender, to take a plea deal. He don't need a fancy smancy lawyer to take a plea deal. Like,
Well, you want me to tell you why she left? That's in the emails too. So she said, Tory, I'm writing you to let you know that tomorrow morning I'm going to file a motion to withdraw as one of your attorneys of record. I will file it under seal, so it will not be a part of the official court file or record, and accordingly, the media will have no reason to suspect that my role has in any way changed from working behind the scenes because of a
and that's a
scheduling
lie.
conflict.
Everybody knew.
What do you mean?
Everybody in the media knew she left him.
Oh, well, she said that she wants them to know that to the reason why she left, not that because she said it was a scheduling conflict. She doesn't want them to know the real reason she left. The real reason she left is, as you know, evidence was elicited last week, both when Kelsey was on the stand and later when her September interview was played, that I was somehow involved in facilitating an arrangement between you and she, whereby you would finance her business or something like that in order to curry favor with her, thereby aligning your and her interests as far as the case was concerned. You and I both know that this never happened. Um, I'm not accusing you of actually saying that to her. She may have made this up herself. I don't know. All I do know is that this did not happen, nor would it ever happen. To emphasize this point, you may recall that once the criminal case was filed against you, I stopped engaging in all discussion with her civil lawyer about the prospect of your paying her medical bills for the injury she claimed to have suffered the night of the incident. For me to continue those discussions once you were charged criminally and she became a potential witness in the case would have been unethical, so I immediately stopped all discussions with him on that topic. In any event, the fact that these false allegations have been made about me and that there are now evidence in the case makes it a conflict as an ethical legal matter for me to continue to represent you, and as a result, I'm obliged to withdraw as your
That
attorney.
sounds like bullshit too. Because
Why?
you just said there's no facts. It wasn't done. There's no way they could prove that. So what are you talking about? There's a like a chance of you, like, your credentials being looked at, or your credit, or however, people look at you being looked a certain type of way. If they want to use that in court, that shit was gonna be um knocked down because of what proof do they have that you was helping her. If you're a lawyer, it's going to be some type of text messages, some type of email, some type of lettering, something. They don't have that. So what
But
are we
some
talking
lawyers don't
about?
even want to be associated with shit like that.
I mean, I could,
They don't even want
I
that. They don't want that. They don't even want that stench to come anywhere near them that they're doing shit like that.
I mean, you could argue that, but when shit can't be proven, who gives a fuck? Anybody could throw allegations up there.
So that's why she left.
Yeah, but now I will say Sean Kelly saying that he seen him shoot. I didn't recall that for sure. I remember him saying they wrestled and the shots went everywhere, but him getting out the car and he saying he came around shooting. I mean, I guess, but it just don't align with. Is there more than one gun that we don't know about? Because how the fuck did the muzzle flash initially go off by the girl? And I'm just asking, and I said, how the fuck it go off by the girl? Then Tory also shooting too. So, especially when he was in the car when the initial flashes went off. All I ask y'all, two women getting into a brutal fight. He see one woman get out of the scuffle, go around the car, and the muzzle flash go off by her. What the fuck do y'all really think happened? Two women fighting. Two women that he had sex with. He was just about to bag Kylie. Yeah, he lit. Yeah, it might have been some insults thrown a certain type of way, but it wasn't him and the girl. If Megan and Tory was in that fight, and he said he seen them viciously fighting each other for minutes, while Kelsey and the bodyguard just was sitting in the car, and then Tory shot her. I ain't gonna lie, you got me. That sounded like Megan bigger than him. He couldn't get up off of her. He got mad. He shot. I wouldn't lie. That probably be how I think it happened. Do I still say you need proof for that? Yeah. But the fact that we know these women was fighting, lied about fighting, and a brutal fight, then go around the court. We all know that I'll be right back. I'm about to go pop the trunk. We all know that. We all know that move. I'm getting whooped in a fight. I'm outnumbered. I'll be right back. We all seen that from black people. We know that move. Like, come on. That's literally what he's described. And now we go off. Tory did it, and if I'm not mistaken, his initial statements didn't say Tory was shooting. His initial statements didn't never said that. I think that's what he said on stand. I think a lot of things from what he said in his initial statement versus on stand was different as well, and that made me feel a certain type of way about maybe he was influenced to say shit a little differently. Because I don't remember him saying in the initial statements that he shot everywhere, because I think that was one of the main points that the lawyers was using. It was like, well, when you talk to the detective, did you say this? And then I think when they asked not the detective, when they talked to the cop, did you say this? Or and the detective, because they supposedly talked to Sean Kelly like 3 or 4 times before the court came up. So yeah, Sean changed his testimony. So even that in itself, like that shit is shaky to me, because it's something you said on script for 3 years. And then when you get on stand, after you talk, because the last people he had talked to was Megan team or the prosecution team. And after you talk to prosecution, your story start to change. And if anybody go back and listen to Kelsey and her 3 hour long whatever, there was some coaching in that shit. People gonna ignore it, but there was some coaches in that shit. She was saying shit, and she'll be like, I forget the little shit she'll say. She'll be like, and she shot the gun, or not. She should say then she grabbed the gun or some shit like that, or she'll say certain things and they'll be like, you mean this, right? And then, like, bro, it was certain even shit with that interview. I felt like was a little persuasive, and maybe like they had already talked before, and then when they cut on the camera or when they cut on the recorder, they trying to keep her on code because there's so much to remember. So I truly feel that way. And when we see Sean Kelly change his statements, we see Megan change her statements, it starts to feel a certain type of way. Everybody was saying a certain type of shit before the trial. I mean, yeah, before the trial. And then when we get to the trial, people shit start to change subtly to make shit harder, whatever. And that I think, to me, especially when you had already put that on paper with different investigators, that shit weird. That shit weird.
So let's say all that's true. If all that's true, we can admit Tory Lanez is an idiot, right? Like, if he's gonna let all that drag out, he's got, like, come on. You let all that drag out that you didn't do it. You're gonna allow that narrative to fly.
I mean, he was
Like,
gagged ordered not to say anything else.
Fuck social media. I don't give a fuck about social media. I'm talking about in the courtroom. What he shouldn't have been doing is talking about social media anyway.
Because I don't think he dumb. So let me ask you this. This is my rebuttal to that. If they say it's gonna cause a spectacle to charge, to act like to make it seem like Kelsey did it, but it may not even help your case because it could make it more spectacle. Like, just like the reason they told him not, like the same logic that I'm sure they used for him not to go on stand, the same logic they probably used for the Quan shit, because she was like, I don't know, it's shaky, that shit might not work. So that same logic is like, if we use this shit may go against you. Just like they said, a woman using a man trying to say a woman is a liar versus a woman trying to pick out the lies from another woman, it looks a lot different because of optics. I think that could be something that was told to him, and he may have trusted that. I don't know if that's necessarily dumb.
Let me tell you something. If I'm Tory Lanez, I know I didn't do it, right? And my bodyguard
But
knows I didn't do it. Fuck, like I said, YNW Melly, we're muddying up the fucking waters at least. I'm gonna say them hoes, because y'all ain't bringing up them hoes fighting. They were beating the shit out.
They did bring it up.
They brushed.
Meg kept lying about it.
They didn't hang on long enough. She like, oh, it's whatever. They brushed it off.
Well, what can Tory do about that?
Kelly said it. He could reiterate it. We could have multiple people say it. He could say it. The bodyguard could say it. So now we got 3 niggas saying it, not just Sean Kelly who's saying whatever he shot, Kelsey shot, and Tory shot, and fuck it. All 3 of us saying they was fighting. Tory gonna say Kelsey shot the gun. I grabbed the gun from Kelsey when she shot the gun. The bodyguard gonna say the same guy. We gonna say the same shit if that's what really happened. That's what I'm doing. If me and you were in a car, I'm gonna fuck with them people saying. If I'm telling the truth, I'm telling the truth. If I go to jail, at least I'm going to jail knowing I tried my shit. But I ain't gonna just allow this person to know this person's really the shooter, and I got my homie with me who knows that I didn't shoot either, to just be like, oh, fuck it. Yeah, we'll see what happens in court. Fuck it. I ain't gonna say nothing. Now, if I did it, I ain't gonna say shit. I'm like, whatever. Like I said, you can't use people. That doesn't mean he's guilty because he didn't testify. That doesn't mean he's guilty. But If the narrative is these three niggas are saying I did it and I know I didn't do it, and me and my bodyguard know I didn't do it, I'm gonna fucking
No,
try my damnedest to be like, bitch, I didn't do that.
I 100% agree with you in the context that you're using, but I think in the context that Tory was in most people's eyes was winning. So doing something that would be deemed risky wasn't worth it was the logic I think being pushed to him. I think that they was telling him he had it in the bag. It's just like anybody, like you in the corner and it's round 9 and your coach tell you winning and you down 8. It's like you need to be going for the knockout, but you cruising. So I think that's possible. Like Tory, it's just like anybody else. We thinking court's gonna use logic. We're not thinking they're gonna railroad them. Maybe even though you think the prosecution trying to railroad you, you think you get a fair day in court. And obviously he was proven wrong. And I think even outside of that, like he had it all the way down until like for most people until the phone call shit happened, right? And I think that's really
That's what most people say. It's a rap.
and
Well,
I really
every time
think
I hear
that's
people say
just
that, they like, oh, it's a rap. Was I heard the phone call.
and I really think that's just making fans leeching onto that because that's all they really got. And I also think that's just some people that was already on the fence leaning onto that because that's all they really got. I don't really think people with real common sense saying that's solidified evidence for a court to be able to convict somebody on because they said, I'm sorry, just in general, because he could have been we talked about this to the moon, to the moon or whatever, as far as like he could have been apologizing just for the the argument and shit that transpired for a relationship and friends to break up and not talk to each other anymore. Like it could have been any different reasons. Like it's speculation is what I'm getting to, and you can't use that. So I think a lot of the evidence that they had from Tory's side and from my side and most people that I think even like you, D-Frame, I will contest to this. D-Frame was clearly either on Megan's side or on no side when it came to this. And as the trial kept going, he slowly got swayed to the other side. Or you slowly, I'm talking like you're not here. You slowly got swayed to the other side. So I think most reasonable people, bro, understood that Tory was winning. So to do something that's considered risky, I think that's what Tory was like I said, being coached to, bro. That's my rebuttal. So we can call him dumb, but when you think you're up, you don't want to punch down on something that could like fuck up some shit, especially when you already know they're trying to make you look like a certain type of person anyway. So it was shit that they shouldn't even have been able to do in the first place. They were trying to hold his character on trial, which should have been ejected by the judge. So when you got your legal team telling you that's gonna be like able to be done and nobody's gonna stop it, maybe you look at it a certain type of way. I'm not gonna call it dumb. Obviously, I ain't gonna call it wise, but I'm not gonna call them stupid. It definitely lacked wisdom, but that's also trying to look back and have foresight, bro. We all thought he was winning that case. As far as them not being able to prove he shot, not that we know for a fact he did or didn't do it. We talking about beyond reasonable doubt. That's it. They didn't prove that.
I mean, it's
So
hard to say that when they just take those like they're not like us. They're not the jury is looking at these witnesses. These people are all credible
why though?
because that's they're being
I
told.
think that's a
That's
manipulation.
they're
I
being
think
told. These are credible witnesses. This is people who were there.
I think
Listen to what they're saying.
I think that's manipulation and part of why we ain't get that shit on. I mean, obviously, I think none of the California shit be on TV, but I really feel like that's a part of certain shit like that because we all heard the same thing for the most part. They heard, and beyond reasonable doubt, it's just like it wasn't the Melly shit 9-3 that made it a hung
I
jury.
don't know. They say that shit's like some people say that the mama said it was 9, saying he's not guilty, 3 guilty. Then somebody else came out and said it was
But what
actually
make a
3
hung
not
jury? Do
guilty.
all people got to agree or not?
If everybody has to agree for it to be a thing, but if it's
So
hung,
that's
it's
what
because
I'm.
they're
That's what
mad.
the numbers is don't matter. I'm just saying for everybody has to agree. So you telling me everybody that listened to that from them saying that they had that they were lying about fighting that Sean Kelly they questioned his statements changing. They questioned Kelsey's statements changing because the lawyers actually did these different things. You telling me none of these dudes came up to the same scenario we did? Like when we say these juries, like they not different than us. So I I wasn't a Tory fan going into this, bro. I didn't start listening to Tory music till after this shit happened, and Like that's 100%, bro. I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Like me or D Friend weren't Tory Lanez fans. So and I don't think D Friend's still a Tory Lanez fan. So us like acting like I have some type of bias, like I really didn't. I listened to Meg's story, I listened to his story, and I feel like he was being mistreated. I feel like some shit was going on that was fishy. That was just me using my regular bystander. And as I heard the shit coming out, even as I still hear it, like I said, the Sean Kelly shit saying that he shot was a little questionable. But them fighting, him saying she went around get the gun, all that shit, bro. One of the juries, and I feel at least more should have had that same type of logic. And I really feel like they was able to, like the prosecution was able to make shit muddy with the DNA shit. Well, it's inconclusive when it's really like that ain't his shit. So, and obviously that's on Tory Lanez's lawyers, but you don't really know how muddy it is until after. I feel like so because even with all that shit, we feel like he was winning, bro. We was listening to different lawyers that was inside, like that I don't really think had bias. The little Jewish lawyer dude, I don't know if he really a Jew or whatever, but the Italian maybe I don't know what label I supposed to be putting on it, but I don't think he was necessarily biased. He was in that same courtroom, so I just felt like it was a railroading. Really, be honest, and I said I think when it comes to all the evidence, we know all the evidence that was out there.
And yeah, NJ he had gunshot residue on him. Which actually, it doesn't prove that he shot, but it proves that he was in the vicinity of a shooting. Because Kelsey also tested positive for GSR. So it's like, you know. But anyways, what will they say to the chat? We ain't even reading the chat.
Yeah, let's get the chat been juicy.
Let me see from where I'm at. So Tory started this, made all the wrong moves, including picking incompetent lawyers. And California is different. There's no points in trial when it's all up to the jury. What the fuck? This dude played too much Madden. D friend is in such denial. I don't know what I'm in denial about. He got found guilty. So what am I in denial about? You have to prove intent, and it wasn't proven. Simple.
Hmm.
Fast care. Okay, that's what he's talking about. You. I didn't even know to say it was Tory's song. Oh, he was deep into it. He listened to Malagra and the Workers for Hire, Mo, and shaking my head, hold this L.
I don't think it's an L because I mean, let's get into it now. Like, how do we, what necessarily what happens now, or how do we look at things now that all this has happened and transpired? I think this is where the real appeals happen. I think this is where Tory real defense takes a stand for the appeal for the sentencing along with another trial because both of them can be considered just blatantly wrong. I think the judge even saying that they took account like I forget the tweet I seen, but the judge took something into account that wasn't that didn't happen on July 12th or whatever day that the shooting happened. I feel like little stuff like that.
But you
Uh,
know, they do. All judges do shit like that, right?
yeah, but I don't think
Like the
it's
way you
a
act.
public. I don't think they say it publicly, and I think when you want to. So go ahead. I'm gonna cut
No,
you.
I'm
I
just
cut
saying
you off.
they all do that when it's like when it comes to a victim and the person you show no remorse and then you seemingly look like you're harassing the person who's supposedly the victim in it. Like that ain't gonna look good when it go to sentencing.
And I agree with you with that, but it's still certain parameters that you will see that falls in between. He still got more time than people that's committed murders, like that say they didn't do it, that took a non guilty and shit like that. So um I feel like in that same light, that's what shows that it was an over sentencing because yeah, you could say you took into these different things, which there's really no proof. Like when they was like, "Can you show us some of the tweets that came from his camp?" She couldn't. Like they didn't pull up any of those from the prosecution. When you say that he was bullying and badgering her, for the most part, once they told him no, once they told him to stop talking, he stopped talking. And when you listen to him and the things that he did say, he was literally just defending his point. So even with that, I think that's just completely wrong and a lie that he was like spewing this negative shit to her. Even like that, he even said now like he still loves her and stuff like that. He said that during his live that how much he cared about it. In his album, he talked about how much he cared about it. Like if you go through the album, ain't a bunch of Meg Thee Stallion, fuck her, and all this different shit. Like that's in the last album, but the one that came out when all this shit first came out, he talked about how much he loved her. He talked about the relationship they had. So to act like he was just out here bullying her and bashing her, that was insane to me. But to act like you should give a nigga a excessive amount of time for some tweets, even if he did say it, is crazy. It's crazy. Like I think maybe you give him an extra year. You
I
don't
mean, he
give a
could have got
nigga like
22 years. He got 10. He's facing 22. The DA, the prosecutor, wanted him to get 13. So the judge really cut niggas some slack. You're like, hey, they want you to get 13, big dog. I'm gonna give you. I know 10 is a long time, but it could have been way worse.
both of those was egregious. 20 was the fact that 20 was on the table was egregious.
I mean, that's just the law. That's just like
I mean, and I mean, in most cases they all got a maximum that's
yeah.
ridiculous, but you can still be overcharged even though you didn't get the maximum. So I mean, I I truly do think he got a case. Obviously, at this point, I'm biased towards Tory Camp from everything I heard. I'm not unreasonably biased, but I'm definitely biased. And I think he should get an appeal. Like the original appeal that
On what
happened,
basis?
the DNA, the the
You know how
one of
many
the
niggas would get appeals if inconclusive DNA was a thing to get people read new trials?
on guns.
Yeah, I'm sure.
That's a personal gun.
I'm sure. When there's people, and then there's people saying that you shot them.
Yeah, but when we talk about them all being questionable,
Yeah, I mean they're gonna do the same song and dance. They're gonna be like what do you think they're gonna do differently? You
they
think
gonna have
hopefully you think there's just be a jury hopefully of like you and like Milagro type niggas up there, or what do you think is
no.
gonna
I
happen
think I
differently?
think that I think he gonna get on stand. I think that the bodyguard gonna get on stand because
Okay.
even it was up in the air the last day that he could get on stand, but they wanted to push. They wanted to they didn't want the trial to go on any longer, which is insane to me. So they said we just gonna do without it, which I think is crazy. And supposedly he was like missing or something. So I don't know what the fuck had to do with that. If I'm not mistaken, like he wasn't in contact or available until the last day.
No, that was
So
what's the name bodyguard?
they wasn't both of
Meg
them.
bodyguard was supposed to take the
So
stand.
they knew where he
He
was
was
at
like
the
in
whole
Dubai
time.
or some shit. I think they knew. I could be wrong. I think they knew where the Quan guy was. I think Meg's bodyguard. They said he was like off in Dubai and doing all kind of other shit.
Yeah, so I don't know. I feel like I ain't mean to say I don't know, but I feel like that's gonna be what they do differently. Tory gonna go on trial. Um the bodyguard gonna go on trial, and I think the lawyers are going to do more of a grilling on Sean Kelly testimony and Kelsey testimony because it should have been. There's no way after she took immunity, bro. Like it's insane. Like the jury didn't feel no way about that. Like after another, you know what else was nasty about the trial? People don't like talk about the lady that came up to like talk about music or something like that. She knew like certain shit that Tory did, but then when it came to Who Shot You song, she couldn't remember like certain lyrics and things like that and how she felt about the lyrics from Who Shot You. So it was like it was certain people that came up there and they showed certain like, oh, when it come to anything that could go against the prosecution, I'll forget shit. But whenever it come to Tory, it's like, oh yeah, I can remember that. It was a lot of that shit going on as well. Like a lot of people was forgetful.
Who could remember it?
I forget it was a lady and she was up there dealing with some type of recanting of lyrics or recanting of something. And I don't know if it was lyrics or tweets. It might have been tweets. And I think the Who Shot You shit came into conversation and they were just asking about her and Who Shot You and the fact that did she listen to it? Did she go over the song? She was like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And then they was like asking, well, how do you feel about the lyrics? And she's like, oh, I can't remember. Or oh, was that in the lyrics? Or I don't remember that was being in the song and shit like that. Like she was just doing a lot of forgetful shit. Like that was the whole prosecution shit. Like we're going to just play forgetful when anything can go against us, bro. And they, like it was clear to see, evident to see the whole fucking time. Megan did it. Kelsey did it. a lot of they like I said, one of these, I forget what type of witnesses they are, but those type of like one off type of witnesses that come specialize in shit, they was forgetting shit like it was hella convenient, bro, and they kept doing that. They kept doing that. So
So do you think at sentencing, Tory Lanez trying to get a lighter sentence with blaming alcoholism and child trauma? What do you think he's using that for if he didn't, like, why does that matter if he didn't shoot her? Like, why bring that up? Because that would make sense if you shot her. But if you didn't shoot her, why try to use that as a a plea if you're not gonna admit that you shot her? Like, why does that matter? Because you didn't do nothing. Like, so why? Who gives a fuck?
I mean, to me, that's an admission of guilt to a degree. Like, I think that's how most people would take it publicly. I mean, when you talk about judge people by their actions, but you can also say you can clearly see somebody just trying to play a game because they desperate, maybe. So, I mean, you do whatever. Like when you know they about to give you 20 years, you'll say anything at that point.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that you could chalk it up to that, but then I start to go into the maybe he ain't so bright because that just don't look good. Same with like the phone conversation calling them. That didn't look that wasn't bright as all. Calling from the phone, calling all that shit. Like just you shouldn't have done that. So it is some things that I say he don't look the brightest for
One
sure.
thing I will say, like, I think I've been said this. If Sean Kelly in his initial statement did say that he saw Kelsey shoot, she should have been on trial. Automatic. Like if that's what if the original police report says this eyewitness says that he saw this woman shoot, she should have been on trial. Definitely. But I think the thing we keep doing is like, oh, Kelsey, whatever, whatever. It's like that's cool, but like I said, she's not on trial. So it's like it
Which
don't
is
really
an
matter.
oversight,
It don't
which
really
is a
matter that
major
she did it. That's
oversight.
like that's investigators, that's whoever. Because the question is, did Tory Lanez negligently fire the gun? Because like I said, she shot and he shot. Yeah, they both shot, but he still also would have negligently
Yeah,
discharged the firearm.
and that's why I think that's why he didn't take the stand and say what he really happened because it don't matter what Kelsey said or didn't say because she not on trial, like or did and didn't do like, and that's a part of probably why she took that immunity as well because she knew like I'm not on trial, so if I say something and fuck up, I can be. So that's really why she took the immunity. So it's like now what can she say to a point where she need to be that scared is that it most likely is something that can make her a potential suspect. 100%. That's logic, right? I may be, like I said, I know I'm biased, so I gotta ask. That's logic, right? Like you only take an immunity if you feel like you can be a potential suspect with something you about to say, because she wasn't. So she knew if she just didn't say certain shit, she wouldn't be on trial. So I feel the same with Tory. He like, well, I can't really say nothing because it don't really matter what I say about her because it's not gonna change anything, which only could make shit worse. Because they
But if
like
you
you
take
pointed.
immunity, if you take immunity, then why? If you know you good, why can't you go and stand and act like you don't know what the fuck's going on? Like, what's the point of taking it? Like, you ain't saying shit now. For either side, you ain't helping Meg, you ain't helping Tory. You're just like a fucking bump on a log at this point. Like you up
That's
there
what
for
I'm
no reason.
saying. It's only one reason she took immunity because she's a suspect. It ain't she just because she a bump on the log. She was just a bump on the log. There's no reason to take immunity.
But my
There's
thing is
no
like
reason to act
now that she
forgetful.
has immunity, she shouldn't be scared of shit. She should just be able to
No,
give it up.
but you so her immunity is not an immunity where she can't get, it's not an immunity that she can't get in trouble at all, but it's like giving her a grace to not have to say something. If I'm not mistaken. So it's like it's a certain type of immunity. So she knew even if she still said the certain type of thing that immunity was gonna be taken away from her in a sense. That's kind of what it is. Like you're getting the immunity. I know it's a certain type of immunity she got, but even then, I feel like you get immunity based on the pretenses that you do these things or under these understandings. So if it's something that you've done that you're hiding, that immunity can be taken away from you. I could be wrong about that. So even with her getting on stand, I don't think she wanted to get up there and be like, I shot you. Even if that is the case where she did shoot her and she got immunity and she wasn't gonna get in trouble, I still don't think it's in her best interest to be like, I got up there and being up there like I shot her. Even if she was gonna get immunity and wasn't gonna get in trouble. I don't think publicly somebody still was gonna be like, yeah, I shot them. Like
I
that's
was just reading
just
something.
I just
It says Harris refused to refer to anything that night as a shooting, only that she heard gunshots. When asked by prosecutors if Lane shot her, she issued her Fifth Amendment right. Harris continued saying she did not want to be at the trial and that taking the stand was triggering for her. I mean, that's a little. What are you taking the Fifth Amendment for? I mean, you could do like I said, it's your right to do it, but like,
I
why
think that's
would
an
you
excuse.
be self-incriminating yourself by saying if Tory shot or not? Unless you think she's gonna perjure and lie. I mean, I don't know.
I just think that's an excuse. And I we it's just like when we talk about motives, man. Like, what's the motives? Like, that's usually like people want to like biggest reasons. Like, what was your motive to shoot up a school? What was your motive to kill your wife? What was your motive to kill your mama? Like, because some people do it for like insurance money and cheating spouses, all type of shit. Like, just psychotic sometimes. You know what I mean? So you always try to figure out people motive. Or sometimes when you looking trying to like investigate, you like, well, who would have a motive? And that's where you kind of start. It's like, well, who has a motive not to like this person? And that's where you start to try to build the case from and start your investigation. So me personally, who has a fucking motive? The girl that was mad that her best friend slept with multiple people, because this is something that she said on record. Like, we can assume which dudes it was. A girl that's already famous sleeping with people that's taking away your chance to have a good life. Like, because at the end of the day, one of these dudes get you pregnant, and one of these dudes wife you up, you set for life. So you sleeping with these niggas, bitch, you can go fuck any other niggas. You gotta fuck the niggas I want. That's gonna breed a certain type of envy. Then y'all drinking all this different stuff that come up. Like, y'all start fighting. Like, who really got the motive? Or you telling me Tory Lanez is just so little man syndrome, so little dick syndrome, that when Meg said, I'm musically better than you, I gotta shoot this bitch.
I mean, he did get mad at August Alsina for walking past him and went back and beat him up just because he walked past him. You know.
If I'm not mistaken, they had some other words that had already been spoken on where they ain't really like dealt with each other too well. If I'm
Well,
not
he said
mistaken.
I think he said something about August, and August he tried to shake August's hand, and he was just like, "We not like I'm just gonna keep walking."
Yeah, I mean, fighting a nigga and shooting a woman is completely different. Completely different. Like, I've been in many fights for many various reasons where some reasons I wasn't rational, some reasons I was. I ain't a killer. I ain't a shooter. And you know that. Like,
I mean,
I
unless
ain't,
you know, we don't know what to we don't
but
know
that's
what
my
Tory did.
thing. Just bringing up a fight and trying to judge his character. Megan Thee Stallion drink a lot, fuck a lot of niggas, um, got bad characterable judgment. And if you know word around the industry, she kind of abuses the niggas she deal with. So
Who said that?
it's rumors. It's
Who is
rumors
who
that
is who is? But the thing is,
it's
we're talking about
rumors.
rumors. We got multiple occasions of Tory Lanez like scrapping with niggas and doing shit.
And if I from when I was doing the research around town, it was some multiple conversations where she ain't been looked at as in the best of light. Like, she do people bad. Joe Budden even, I think, said this publicly. Like, it's word around town. Like I said, I'm not scared to say it's a rumor. I'm not about to act like, oh, I know for a fact. It's a rumor. But I'm just saying, all the reason I just bring that up is like to retort your logic of saying let's judge people character. She got some questionable character too. She sleeping with her
My
friend, best
logic is
friend,
like
shit like
things that
that.
actually like these things like the fucking the friend that is. But what does that have to do with her getting shot though?
She could be a liar. Who shot her? All these different shit. She could be a snake ass person and see nothing wrong with it. Cause it are like, she could fuck your bitch. She can think about it, D friend, bro. Like, fucking, like, obviously it's levels to it. Like, fucking just like some random dude, girl. I mean, not random dude, girl. That's levels to it too. I mean, you shouldn't be doing that. But say your homeboy got just some random girl he slept with and you slept with her too. Like, I could see as being okay. But when you know your girl kind of invested because her and Tory had somewhat of a relationship and you doing it, that's some foul ass shit. For you to do that, be fucking them, like, cause her she went back to Houston when she got COVID. Kelsey and her and Tory Lanez fucking it up. They driver dropping them off. They fucking all over the place. she had no remorse. So, I'm just saying when we bring questionable character up, she got questionable character. That's all. That's all. I wasn't trying to make a point to say that need to be something we use in court and shit. Because I already said that shouldn't be used in court. Bringing up character to me is just like it's so circumstantial and speculative. Like I don't think that's what courts should be doing. Even if somebody got repeated history, like say I got a history of stealing. For example, this is literally my life. I have a history of stealing, and I actually get in trouble for stealing, and I know for a fact I ain't stealing. Like if let's say they knew I had a questionable history, you would still think they had to prove, like you still have to prove that because people can change. Um, I mean, you just can't go off the. I just don't think it's right to just go off 100% character. Because if that's the case, it's like they'll start doing that with whole groups of people. It's like, well, black people are known to be violent, so let's not even judge them based on the individual or each circumstance. They just group them up together. It's like let's not judge this person. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too deep into it, but I think you got to be able to prove every occurrence. Just because, like I said, when I like, for example, the type of stealing I do, like I shoplift, I steal some canned goods or some shit like that when times was hard, shit like that. Like that's the type of stealing I do. I ain't never robbed nobody. I never steal from a job of hundreds of I never steal any money from a job. I might steal a ketchup. I might take a knife, a fork. You catch me doing that, all right, I got a plate. I got a cup. You got me. I'm that type of thief. I ain't no taking money out no safe thief. So if you was to judge me like, oh, you a thief, I'm like, well, I do got that type of character. You're not wrong, but I ain't got that type of character. So it's like when you judge character, it just to a degree, it's like fighting. Like I've been in 50 fights. To a degree, you could say I'm violent, but let's be real. Most of them fights, people picked with me. Like over 40 of them fights, people picked with me. And I was just minding my business. So when you add context, I'm not violent like that. I just defended myself. I was in the hood. People like to fight all the time. Niggas think you like that girl. Some shit like that. There's many reasons why you got nice shoes on, you got nice clothes on, you smiling when other niggas is your belly full. Other niggas hungry. There's a many reasons why niggas will want to fight you. So when you add that type of context, it's like, well, if you wanted to judge my character from the outside, it's easy to nitpick and make me look like a bad person. But when you really get into the root of it, it's like, I mean, he's just a nigga that's gonna defend himself. They ain't gonna make like, but in some other person, like 50 fights, oh yeah, he liable. He might shoot somebody too. So I just that judgment and character shit, bro. That shit's sketchy. That shit's sketchy.
Do you think it's different whenever like the fight thing is he's attacking these people?
Say it again.
Do you
I
think it's
was reading
different
the
when like do
comments.
you think it's different when they say like he's attacking these people?
Who?
Like he attacked August Alsina, right? He attacked the Living Hip Hop nigga. He attacked Selena Powell. Like, and these are all like court cases of him attacking people, rather than like like you say you're defending yourself. That's different. Then like Bryce attacked 50 people. I could see him probably killing somebody. He's fucking crazy. You know what I'm saying? I think like it's a little bit different than like I got in fights because I defended myself rather than he even them saying Meg, right? Meg got into a fight. Um, this is according to TMZ, so it's like niggas just say shit, and this is her saying this, so like you could just take
To
it
answer,
however you
yeah,
want.
but yeah, I get what you're
It
saying.
said the hot girl MC came clean Tuesday about getting busted in 2015 after she admittedly put hands on her 6'10" boyfriend at the time. Um, right off the back, she called the relationship toxic. She said things boiled over at South by Southwest when she found out the boyfriend cheated and had a kid with another woman. She says that triggered a violent argument with the guy allegedly roughing her up and stomping on her phone that prompted her to take matters to her own hands when she was punching him when the cops showed up. And that was in 2015 before she was famous. So
Yeah, it's a difference. Like if Tory Lanez was just known for abusing people, yeah. But like, what about like the game? Like the game was known for beating niggas ass. Yeah, you say something wrong, he gonna beat your ass. Does that
yeah,
mean he a killer too? I mean, he talk about in his songs. Maybe Meek Mill, he ain't beat he got a nigga amputated. So it's possible. I ain't gonna say if you that type of dude have Meek Mill shot at somebody before, maybe kill somebody. It's possible. So I'm not saying that the logic is not there, like for sure, but I don't think that's where the court should be dabbling in. I don't think anybody that's about to make a life changing decision should be basing that on, especially when um you got a court based on having real evidence. So I don't know.
I was reading something about what they said about the Dex guy.
Why are bullets missing? Why is no other people got investigated? It's a lot of shit, man. That's that
But
they get
didn't the
glossed
doctor get on the
over.
stand and say they took the bullets out
But one doctor said it didn't.
on the stand?
I don't know if it was on
I
stand.
was like, all only really matters on the stand, especially if the lawyers
I
able to
don't.
bring it up.
I feel like it was, but I don't remember.
Because even I remember them saying, I think she said that she still had bullet fragments in her feet to this day.
No X-rays.
Whose fault is that? If I was Tory's lawyers, I'm saying we couldn't X-ray them fucking feet. But like I said, they're not disputing that she got shot. So it's like,
They did. They proved it though.
they
I
don't
mean,
dispute she
they
got shot.
proved it as much as I guess the courts need to be proved. But to me, I don't know. Not having the bullet fragments. One doctor saying another thing, another one saying another one. Then she lied about having to have physical therapy, and the other doctor, the doctor that actually did say she had a bullet fragment, said she didn't need any physical therapy. The fact that she was clearly walking the same night she got shot, bro. I've had turf toe and I couldn't fucking walk. Like being shot in both your feet. They say no tennis and shit was grazed, and I guess, but being able to twerk and shit the next week or whatever. Like, all right, bro. It's definitely questionable. It's definitely questionable. I ain't gonna lie, I really look at Meg as a sick motherfucker, bro. I'm sorry. I really do. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Tory shot her.
I was here looking at her. I was here y'all looking at her as sick. I just
Cause I
wasn't gonna
look
do
at it
that.
just I look at it like what the Karens used to be able to do before they had a leash on them. Get us hung. I don't, like off a lie. Off irrational feelings, bro. Women have been doing this to men, and men been doing it too, lying on somebody and getting them killed just out of spite, out of many different reasons, bro. People are evil. People have the capacity to be evil, and I could be wrong. Maybe it's Tory that has the capacity to be evil, and he shot at her. I hesitate, and I think it's Kelsey, and I think just as much as I think Kelsey's evil, I think Meg is just as evil for lying on Tory. Like I really do. I truly don't believe it.
What is giving you your W?
I don't think we arguing honestly like between each other. You just telling me what you think happened in court, and obviously you not wrong. That's what happened. That's what happened in court. But I
Someone said, "You
think
think Tory evil? Why only the women?"
say it again.
Paul Phoenix said, "Do you think Tory is evil? Question mark. Why only do you think the women are evil?"
Because I don't think Tory shot him.
What would make you believe Tory shot them? Like, what would it, like out of everything that happened? What would have had to change for you to be like, "Oh no, he shot her"?
I said him and Megan was the one duking it out for 5 minutes. And I was on record. No one said that though. It's so much stuff that has happened that it's hard for me to look past it, bro. And her best friend created a song called "Who Shot You." What the fuck does that mean? Like, what world are we living in? Like, what the fuck does that mean? Who shot you?
They got
Do
beef.
your label know who shot you? Huh? Huh? What do you mean by that? What do you? Somebody explain to me. What does do your label know who shot you mean?
Well, she's married to somebody at the label. So I don't know.
So I'm asking. Who do your label know who shot you? At this point, Tory was the one that was accused. Who else could the label be thinking? Who else would Hove? Who else could Hove be thinking shot you? I'm confused. Why would you make that song?
Are you
Who
about?
shot you?
Are you part of the Rock Nation conspiracy?
Hmm.
What is that conspiracy?
I said the lawyer was a little bit involved in her being off the case. People may being paid off. I think Meg being coached to do this and go through with this. I think they heavily involved.
What's the goal? Like what's the reasoning? Or there's just no reason.
There is sketchy motives out there. The main motive most people want to go to is not. I ain't gonna say the main one, the master shit. Maybe they feel a certain type of way with that. I don't know though.
It's
Honestly,
just that one to me is just like y'all don't think there's like
Tory is about to buy
y'all
NBC.
don't
It's
think there's
funny.
bigger artists that have turned down Rock Nation?
What you mean by that?
Like artists who have more valuable catalogs that they would want that have said I'm not gonna sign with Rock Nation.
But was he already? He was already signed with them though. It wasn't like
No,
someone that they was
he was
prospecting.
independent.
He wasn't already signed
He
with
was on
them,
the Interscope, and then he was done with Interscope, and then he was
so he
free.
never was signed under Hov and them.
No, not from what I seen.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Nah, I said that's one of the conspiracy theories. Maybe it's
I just don't get those. Like, we can get to like the Kelsey shooter. Like I'm fine with Kelsey being the shooter. Like I said, I can't I can't say Tory is the only shooter when Sean Kelly said that he saw the girl shoot first. He said that. He said I saw the girl shoot one time first. Right? That's he said that because we don't know. The first shots that got shot could have been the shots that hit her feet for all we know. Right? That's very well. Sean Kelly did say in on the stand he saw the girl shoot first. He said that. And then he said he saw Tory shoot 4 or 5 times. That's what he said. But he also did say he saw her shoot the girl. So, you know, there's that. But I don't know about the Rock Nation shit. I'd be like, when niggas try to convince me that Tory was this fucking artist that's like, I'm gonna ruin his entire life because he like we've already all admitted it. Like, who the fuck was Tory Lanez before? Like, he wasn't some like who the fuck was he before he got signed? He was popular, like quarantine radio was popular, but like, look, Versus was the biggest shit in the world during the now, who gives a fuck about Versus anymore? It's like who gives a fuck? I don't think niggas is sitting up to Jay Z like I'm gonna do this whole thing. Like,
yeah. I
all
see.
right, come on, like what we talking
Me
about?
pondering it. I feel like it's more to do with just like doubling down and trying to help Meg get out the situation. Maybe there was a two birds in one stone that could be involved with it. But I don't know. I think even outside of that, I feel like just like how Trump said the girl that was with Young Thug trying to trial him and she trying to make a name for herself and shit like that. I feel like it's something similar. I feel like that's probably the biggest conspiracy with the DA and the people in the prosecution as far as making this a railroading and being a public thing. I feel like they get brownie points for that. And in this type of society, especially in the judicial system. So, or at least I feel like they think that's a good way to. I don't know if it still work, but
Yeah, I feel like the Rock Nation was probably like the most shaky. Like you could
I,
say Rock Nation is paying like Meg Thee Stallion's lawyers to like help her out. I guess like publicly PR type shit. But like to say like this is a concocted, like this whole scenario is concocted by them. It's like even like what Wardu said. Like Wardu just said like Jay Z wanted to sign him, and that's when he threatened to reveal some industry shit. A year later, this happened. Like he left Def Jam. I mean, he left Interscope February. His album dropped in March. That's his last album. The shooting happened 3 months later. Okay.
now I would just say that I think he's heavily involved in making sure that Megan won this trial. I don't know if it's so much the reasoning behind it, besides he's like Megan's on his team.
I need everybody who's saying Tory Lanez exposed the industry. Can y'all please tell me what he exposed? Like what did he expose? Like what did he expose? And y'all keep saying, and I'm looking at this. Tory Lanez threatens to expose Interscope. What's that got to do with Rock? So did Interscope do this, or the Rock Nation do this? Because according to this Complex article, it says 2019, December 14, 2019, Tory Lanez threatened to expose Interscope Records. If y'all niggas don't stop playing with me, I'm gonna expose what's really going on in that fucking building. What's that got to do with Rock Nation? So we saying Jimmy Iovine and them is the one, like, that would make more sense. That's the route we want to go. But, you know,
Yeah. But you could see him like you could see the industry helping her as far as like protecting their investment, huh? And doing little different public things or um putting out different statements or sentiments out there to keep the public on her side of things. Like now, I think but to be honest, I think the biggest part of the whole conspiracy is the lawyer, um, and how the lawyers fucked around and left him, and that being a tie. But I don't know. I think if you ask his dad, he'd probably say his money and his influence was all around the case, just because he
are you
got
talking
them
about
type of
what you call it?
connections.
Well, I mean, yeah, they were there. Like Desiree Perez, who's like the CEO of Rock Nation, she was there I think when Meg the Stallion went up there.
Yeah, and if I be honest, I feel like if Jay Z don't like you, it ain't hard for him to nudge something away from your favor. Like I feel like if he got people, not even he got, I know he got people he can talk to that's gonna make sure things are likely to go in his favor. And in this case, Megan was in his interest. Maybe him and Tory didn't have the best conversations behind closed doors. Who knows? Um, and it was like I said, a two birds in one stone. So he used his influence. That would be my biggest conspiracy. I think he maybe made some phone calls um that involved that lawyer getting off of that case, and maybe even some more shit. Which is, I think that, like I said, I think that's probably what his dad feels for sure. Because I don't think his dad yells in the middle of the little whatever room or outside when he walk outside, yells something like your day and justice will come. Rock Nation, your day and justice will come if he don't believe something that deep. I don't think he just think that he was just paying Megan lawyer and that's the that's the only support he think, or leverage that he used. I don't think he had that type of hate in his heart. I think his dad feel like it was some more deep and sinister shit. Could be feelings, could be, but people be knowing shit. People be
Who
knowing
was this
shit.
Nego's like, what is she talking about? She just keeps
Nah, that
like
shit,
saying Negroid man. I just keep seeing this out the corner of my eye. I'm like, what the fuck is this person talking about?
nah, that shit crazy.
But his son was about to get 20 years. His dad will yell anything. Tory is a writer, singer, and has a team where he does everything in house, and he doesn't really need a label. I don't know. I just feel like the Rock Nation label shit's kind of like a dead theory. It's like, yeah, like, I don't know. Like, is he? Like, it's not like fucking Michael. Like, I don't know. I just don't see the point of putting all that effort in. Like, it's basically like Jay Z. Like, I get Jay Z is like he is Rock Nation, but y'all think like Jay Z is like fucking sitting around like we're gonna get that little motherfucker right there. Like, I just don't believe that. We're gonna get him. This nigga was like quarantine radio. That was a thing, yeah. But like, let's like musically, this nigga was not. He's talented, but did Tory Lanez ever do like more than 100K? Did he ever like, what I'm saying? Like, was he ever this like to do all this type of shit for?
I don't think it's enough to try to set him up with a shooting or anything like that. But I think that was enough to, as you say, the needle on the haystack. like the shooting and Meg, needing to out from the situation. Because you gotta think in the beginning, like I don't want to say like the first couple weeks to month, Meg didn't even talk about nobody shooting. Like for the longest, Meg just stepped on glass, and that's why it wasn't nothing that went on in court. Nobody prosecuted anybody until she said she seen Tory saying certain type of shit online, and
Yeah, she
then
said she felt like he was telling shit to the blogs. I remember Adam 22 came out and said something about her being a drunk and da da. She's like, okay, now y'all niggas want to play. Now I'm gonna say something. Maybe niggas should have been trying to spread no. Maybe she just shut the fuck up. Maybe she wouldn't have
but
been like, bitch, you shot me.
I don't think that was a Tory Lanez thing. Like, if not, if it was, we couldn't prove it. And the only reason I just bring that up, I honestly I forget why I brought that up.
Hold
Forgot
on,
why I
I
brought
gotta
that up.
ask. I keep seeing this. Is Bryce Caramel Boy or am I Caramel Boy? Who's
She said
Caramel
she
Boy?
she said she likes something that's non-black.
She said, but the expendable darky. Are you the darky?
I think
Am I the
so.
caramel?
I think so.
Niggas, calm down. Calm down, niggas. Calm down.
Yeah,
But yeah,
I forget. I forget.
oh,
Why I brought
niggas
that
was in your
up.
chat. Niggas might be some like I don't know type of shit. It might be a troll ass person. But yeah, I have no sympathy for a simp not pointing out the real shooter from day one. But the night of Kelsey texted Meg's team that Tory shot Meg, she did that to cover for Tory. No, that don't make sense. That's Trail real account. Okay. All right. Where the user asking me to sit there? I know you want to say something, but
I
what's
got a
going on?
question about
Niggas with Rock Nation.
why you think they never let Kelsey see Megan after Kelsey tried to see Megan at the hospital?
Um, probably because they knew that they got into a fight. Probably that's probably some shit like that.
But Kelsey was like on some, I gotta see my friend.
Fuck you, bitch. We was just out there fighting in the street.
How you feel about her saying that they was telling her it was dangerous to stay in LA? LA a dangerous place. No,
Is
that
your
sound like
life?
yeah, that's a threat, and most people, and just like the mob, they be like, you gonna want some protection around these parts because things could get ugly. They the protection and the ugly.
Where they said that on trial?
Um, I believe Kelsey did
Mm.
because it was just a part of the conversation of like she moved out there and she didn't know where to. It wasn't something that was big because it wasn't like it was just something that she said like in genuine just like whatever conversation, like no one really pointed it out anything, but it was in the conversation of after the situation happened, she didn't have anywhere to stay, and they was telling her she probably gonna want to go back home because California not a safe place. And I just want to know what you feel like that means, especially from they already didn't let her see Megan, so they already show a little hostileness towards her.
I don't know. I don't know what that means.
Sound like an underlying threat. I mean, California is a dangerous place. Don't get it twisted, but I think that means something deeper.
Possibly. Uh, Rhonda says, at the end of the day, this is all Tory's fault. He can't be running around slinging that D with all these women, including a Jenner Kardashian. It was rumored that they were drinking and doing drugs at the Jenner home. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, as a man of God, you was in ungodly situations, and something happened. That was a fruit of that. I will be honest. I said that a long time ago when this first happened. I mean, if you had some type of, let's be real, like wisdom about yourself, you wouldn't have been hanging around Kelsey and Megan no more, regardless. After you fuck both of them, like you just shouldn't do that. But obviously, he like, I ain't gonna lie, I understand you feel like you the man. Shit,
Come on, y'all wouldn't keep hitting Megan like y'all saw the video he made. Y'all
Meg
like y'all
and the
gonna fix
friend, they
fix
both
it
still
both of them.
feeling them,
Fuck it.
and it ain't like to him. I hate to say this, but to a degree, women disposable. Women make themselves disposable to him. So, um, in his mind, it's like he just having fun. He living a time in his life. It's nothing different. There's plenty of times he ain't had threesome, foursomes with women. Like this is the type of man he is. So for him to, take a leap and be like, you know what, I'm gonna pull up and I might try to smash college, like shit, I might hit all y'all. That's
No,
his
man,
type of mindset.
you hitting the biggest new rap chick in the game, which would be Meg Thee Stallion, right? That's different than hitting like random bitches at like a nightclub. Like that's Meg Thee Stallion, and then obviously Kylie Jenner, she's fuck like the friend, like bitch, you just Meg's friend, like that's whatever, right? But like bitch, you make this. That's like if you was like fucking Nicki Minaj or Cardi, like this is different than fucking bitch that work at Starlets. It's like this is a different, this is a different thing.
Yeah. And I even like you gotta ask, he was drunk, he had been drinking. The nasty shit about it is Megan, if you from the testimonies I heard, soon as Tory get to the door, she throwing ass on him. She giving him shot after shot after shot. Tory get fucked up from the jump. Tory lit. Kylie already probably flirting with him because Kylie the one like invite Tory. That's the only reason he in this bitch. Maybe Megan brought him up or something, but Kylie gave the green light.
Yeah,
So who knows what was on her mind? He lit. Like you said, I ain't gonna lie, bro. If I get invited somewhere, I'm just being a man when I say this. I hit the door, famous bitch throwing ass on me. The mega star family girl on the house invited me. The best friend I smashed over there. Like I feel like the man. I'm lit. I'm about to have a good time. Like what's gonna go wrong? Like she's making in the vibe. She throwing ass. She must be cool with it. Kylie invited me. She thought
yeah.
they might like who he in his mind they might want to have a threesome.
Now let's see what NJ. NJ's never been up here before.
So
Let's see what he got to say.
saying all that, Tory drunk as fuck, bro. He ain't even want to leave initially. Like Megan took all her bags, put them in Tory car. She was supposed to ride home back with EJ. A lot of shit Tory should be like I said, be accountable for, like as a man of God and stuff like that. You wouldn't be in that situation. He around a shiesty girl that was making moves like that led to that detonation of a night. She turned back around over a slipper. She was on her way home. Like a lot of her toxicness, like Tory kind of played away from it. She get out the car. Let's be real. Tory try to talk to her. That ain't a nigga that's about to like, bro. We all have been there, bro. The overly drunk girl that you gotta calm down. She hella aggressive when she drink. We been there.
Yeah,
So it's just to say he was the one that ended up shooting, man. That's just
Trail, we already told you. Hey, Trail, these niggas marking you out, man. They tired of you. If you can't keep the energy on the live, nigga, stop doing it in the chat. These niggas have marked you out. I've been trying to keep your name good in the streets, but your name is getting smutted out trying to keep you alive here. But you already know the game. Don't talk shit in the chat if you ain't gonna talk that shit on the live. So, anyways, NJ, he's never been up here before. He's always in the chat. Let's see what NJ got to say. NJ, you're live on the Absolute Insure podcast. Where are you from and what you got to
Hey,
say?
what's up? How you doing, guys?
Doing good. How you doing?
what's good, brother.
I'm good. I'm doing good.
All right, man. What do you think?
Can't complain. So, uh, so what now? So what do I say? Like, just comment on the thing.
No, yeah. What do you think? So, what do you say? You like with Bryce team? So, what do you what about the case? Do you makes you feel like yeah, Tory is he's definitely innocent and Meg is a liar?
So here's my thing, right? So I feel like you know, um, when all this initially just went down, about like 3 years ago, right?
Yeah,
So throughout, uh, well, I'll say this like before the trial like even like transpired, right? Um, to me, like the media seemed to just kind of jump on the entire bandwagon of like, uh, oh, he did it. Oh, he's evil. He did all this other stuff. Without really just kind of hearing his side of the story during that time before the trial, even occurred.
Yeah.
And I feel that when the trial happened, I just feel like like what Bryce said, there was a lot of inconsistencies. The bodyguard, just not showing up. I thought that Sean Kelly changing his statements last minute was just kind of weird. Of course, Kelsey and of course Megan like had contradicting statements. Um,
That's crazy.
in terms of just what was going on, and I personally just felt that you know for the jury to like gain a perspective from the plaintiff and like the defendant that um it should have been like a, a mistrial if you ask me,
Yeah. So you
because
so
I
you
feel
so
like
who do you so
they
you
didn't
do you
really
think Kelsey did it?
yeah. uh, uh yeah, I mean that's what I think, uh, just the way like they betrayed stuff because like because I think that Sean Kelly had said that he saw like two girls um uh, outside the car fighting and stuff, and it was a flash that was coming from the girl,
Hmm.
and I just think that well, I mean, and then he said that he changed his story. I think it's towards later on that that he saw Tory with the gun, and I'm just kind of like, uh, okay, so initially you said that there was a fight and it was a flash coming from the girl, and now it's like Tory's just come out of the car and he's firing the gun in her direction. I assume, or whatever he said,
Out of nowhere, just
and
randomly.
well, randomly, right, exactly, and yeah, to me, it's just kind of it's inconsistent. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
and I feel like that uh, the police and the investigators, they did a poor job just kind of seeking the proper um, e- e- evidence to essentially convict him.
Yeah.
I got a question, NJ. You were you a Tory
Yeah.
fan before this situation? Anything? Just curious because people like the oh you're a dick rider because you've been a lifelong fan.
No. I wouldn't say. Uh, well, here's my thing, right? So I enjoy his stuff, but like I'm not, I don't really let that, you know, uh, determine my bias and stuff. I just um call it how I see it, just based on the trial and the specific evidence, and just stuff like that. Like I don't think that me enjoying his content is like a bias into what happened. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and I got a couple questions for you from the chat. Are you white?
What happened?
Are you white or black?
Hell no, I'm black. Nah, I ain't.
Okay, so he's everybody. He's black. They're flying low in the midst. They think you're white. Are you a Tech Nine fan?
God no.
God, salute to that. This is what the fuck I like to see. Let's give him a fucking. Let's give him a air horn. So you're black. You don't like Tech Nine. You do sound a little white. Say the N word.
No. What?
Whoa.
No,
Hey, you know,
come on.
you have to do that. Shit.
No.
That's how you test it. How do you say the N word? Let's test it
I
out.
think
Let's
it's
see
say
how.
try the product. We gotta see you try the product.
Say
Make
the N
sure you ain't
word.
no count.
No.
All right.
Oh
Look,
God.
that's crazy.
No, that
Do you
shit
remember the
caught me
trials
off
I was getting
guard.
collected? Yeah. All right. So,
No, but
That's good.
I want to respond to Negus real quick because she said if this was Kylie that got shot, um, we'll be defending it to the blue moon and we'll be justifying the sentence, and that's just bullshit. It's bullshit. If it was the same circumstances, I call cap.
if it was Drake, it might be different.
What you mean? If Drake got shot?
If Tory Lanez shot Drake, these niggas wouldn't be on Tory Lanez side. They'd be on Drake's side.
I don't think so. I don't think Drake would have went to the police either though.
Well, that we're talking about if everything happened the way it happened. If it's Drake, niggas would be like, fuck Tory Lanez. Put that nigga should got 22 years in prison.
If it was Drake,
Send him up the fucking river. But
I don't
anyways,
know. I don't know. If it was the same situation,
look,
and
see,
I
you see the
heard
bullshit? You see the
no.
bullshit?
If it's the same situation, I heard Drake say, I wasn't looking when the shots went off, and you gotta think like what Megan said. He was shooting over the car versus
Mhm.
what Sean Kelly said. He walked around the car. That's inconsistent. That would like that like shit like that is like if I heard Drake saying the same shit, yeah, I mean, great tunes though.
Okay. All right.
Because that's
Yeah.
the thing. Like, music ain't got nothing to do with this, bro. That's why I asked NJ was like, "Are you a fan?" But, I mean, WAP was a hit, but
NJ, guys, you one more
Well, I like
question.
his stuff, but it's like,
Guys, you one more
no,
question.
continue.
Where you from? You gotta give like exactly what state are you from?
Oh, I'm from New York.
New York? Okay.
Yeah, I'm from the Bronx, New York City.
So okay. So since you're new here, I just want to just
Yeah.
give me a quick top five. Just quick. I want to get an
Oh
idea.
man, y'all put me on the spot. Top
they all
five.
got to be in order.
It don't gotta be in order.
Yeah,
No order.
yeah, no order. Let me see. Kanye.
Okay.
Uh, yeah, Busta Rhymes.
Okay. That's crazy.
Let's see.
He from New York.
I know. That's what I say. I got it. I feel.
50 Cent.
Okay. That makes sense.
That's three. Uh, what would I throw in there? Uh, Biggie Smalls. Um, Biggie Smalls. And who else?
No Wayne, no Drake.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Wayne in there. Yeah,
So that's your
Wayne
five.
in there. Yeah,
So you
yeah.
got
So I'll throw Wayne in
50,
there.
Wayne,
Buster,
Busta Rhymes,
Biggie,
Biggie, and who was five? You
Wayne.
said? No, I said Wayne already.
Uh,
Wayne, Biggie, Busta Rhymes, 50 Cent. Who the fuck else did you say? Who was the first person?
Kanye. I said
Oh, yeah,
Kanye
Kanye,
earlier.
Kanye. Okay. All right, we were Busta Rhymes, a little. Oh,
That's five.
Busta, I respect Busta. I guess this gives me more context. How old are you?
I'm young. I'm like 21.
Okay, then you're full of shit. There's no way. There's no way. He's full of shit then. Okay. I thought you were like
Nah.
45 or something like we said Busta Rhymes. You're 21 and
Yeah, I
Busta
like Busta Rhymes.
Rhymes is in your top five.
no,
I
that's
call
actually
bullshit.
insane.
I call bullshit. How
I
was
like
Pop
Busta Rhymes.
like you said Pop Smoke? I mean, maybe, but like Busta
Nah,
Rhymes,
bro.
come on.
You wasn't even around when he had hits.
21? You ain't
No, I
got
wasn't. No, I wasn't. But I
no
like his stuff. I
Kendrick,
went
no
back.
J. Cole, the shit,
I
no
go back.
ASAP Rock. I don't know. Busta Rhymes is crazy. That's crazy. Like
Well, I like Drake, but I don't
Flying
think he's
Low
like
feels like
top
he's like
five. Bro.
45 in his soul. So I get the Tech Nine and the weird underground niggas, but you're 21.
You the same
Yeah,
age, my little brother. He a boy. You 2001, 2002.
You don't like NBA
yeah.
YoungBoy, Uzi,
Nah, bro. I don't. I don't like NBA
21
YoungBoy. To be honest.
Savage, Kodak. I don't know. Like
Nah, bro.
Busta's crazy. Like, I'll
I'll
give you
be
50
honest with
Cent because
you.
50 Cent's a legend. Okay, let me ask you this. What is your
Yeah.
favorite, because in your top 5, what's your favorite Busta Rhymes song and your favorite Busta Rhymes album?
Okay, so favorite Busta Rhymes song. So I would say "Touch It,"
Okay, that's cliche.
and
Okay, come on. Touch It.
what?
It's a great record. It's a great record, but like, that's your favorite
Okay,
Busta
okay.
record. It is like, that's your top 5. Come on. Come on.
I ain't gonna lie.
Well, I'm not saying it's, well, I'm not saying it's a top 5 song. I mean, I like it, but I don't think it's a
But
top
it's like,
5
if
song.
Busta Rhymes your top 5, and then your top 5
Right.
favorite artist best record is Touch It, it's like, come on. What's his best album? I'll ask you that.
Okay. Best album.
Like, no Jay-Z. Like, if you said Jay-Z, I'm like, ah, you a nigga.
I'll be honest. I can't say that I've listened to a Busta Rhymes album, but I know the songs.
All right, NJ, take Busta Rhymes out your top 5. That nigga's not your top 5.
Okay.
Come on.
Because I like Busta Rhymes, though.
No albums.
I think you do make good music.
No albums, but he's your top 5.
We're not gonna shame you for having
You
modern
can have
niggas in
young
your top
people.
5.
You're like, if you would have told me like NBA young boy, like young niggas, and you told me 21, I'm like if you told me like Yeet and all these niggas, I'm like cool. Like Wardu, he's damn near 30. Wardu wants to be
I don't listen
your
to
age,
majority
right?
of his
Wardu
guys.
wants to be your age.
Yeah.
So it's like you would make sense.
Yeah. Like, it's funny about me is that I don't really
You got Busta Rhymes over Drake.
That's
Busta
blasphemous. Even the
Rhymes,
fact that
yeah.
you said is crazy. Like
I don't know.
I don't know. It's crazy. Like, I might have to kick you off the stream. I ain't gonna lie. This is crazy. Like, this might be worth. You don't want to see, now you're a part of the conversation, right? I have a hierarchy of takes, right? It's like me and Lydia are at the top, right? Me and Lydia are at the top of the universe, right? Then it's Bryce right below us. He's right there. He's not on. He's right there. Right?
I was wondering what you meant by like the slash then me under. I was like,
Me
is it
and
like
Lydia,
us
because
together?
me and Lydia are we're in sync typically, right? And then it's Bryce. And then you drop a couple steps, then it's Wardu. Then you drop a couple steps, then it's Flying Low. Flying Low is really only there because he likes Tech 9. That's the only reason he's that low. If he took back his Tech 9 take, he might go up above Wardu. I ain't gonna lie to you. Then at the very bottom is Trill. We already know why he's down there. NJ, you don't want to be down there with Trill. You could never get up here and say Busta Rhymes is better than Drake. You can't do that.
I get it. We competing up here. You supposed to think your takes are better.
If you were 50, I might let you slide. But you're 21. I can't trust it.
The fact you ain't answered this Drake question is crazy.
He said,
I'm sorry. What's the question? I didn't hear it.
Drake is Busta Rhymes better than Drake?
He said, again.
Oh yeah, I would think so.
Oh Lord.
Wait.
How you like Kanye?
You can't. Hold on. Fuck that. You can't name a Busta Rhymes album, but you think he's better than Drake. You just say, no, there's no. If your favorite Busta Rhymes records are "Touch It," "Pass It to Bossier," "A-Rap Money," and fucking the verse from "Look at Me Now," and you think those are better than all of Drake, NJ. Don't
you think Touch It better than anything in Drake catalog? That's crazy.
No. I'm not saying that it's better than Drake's catalog. Like, I'm just saying that
you like him personally.
Just in terms of, as a overall, as a musician, as an artist, I think he's a better artist than Drake.
All right.
But in terms of like,
my bad.
Does he have better songs than that? Yeah, absolutely.
All right, we got Flying Low in the building. Let's see what Flying Low got to say. This is Trell's older brother. They sound just alike. Flying Low, you're on the air.
What's going on?
We're here. What's going on?
Hey, I think his top 5 is pretty legit, to be honest.
I'm sure you do.
I just had to come up here and give a thanks to that nigga for putting Buster on his top 5, because that's what's up.
Yeah.
I don't believe him, but for him to put it up there.
That's all I need to just hear you say. That's all I need.
I listen to his music though. I do enjoy his content.
You said your favorite song was "Touch It."
Oh my god!
I think that proved my point.
All right. Does anybody? Okay. Flying Load. What do you think about the Tory Lanez situation. What do you want to tell Bryce? You guys using the chat all night. Now we're here. What do you got to say?
There's no convincing him otherwise. He already knew what he was gonna say. He already knew. Oh, they trying to frame him. Hold on.
Oh, he about to get written up.
That's based on everything I seen though. It ain't based on I'm a fan. It ain't based on I'm overly biased. I'm just basing on everything I've seen.
But a lot of your facts came from biased people. You said Malagra and the workers attorney for workers, Mo.
Different pulled up everything I said, and if we going off what Different said, this that's I'm thinking he going off a credential. I mean, a factual site.
All right, my only question to you is why didn't he take the stand? Why didn't his bodyguard take the stand?
I made the argument a little earlier, was just saying if you even listen to what his lawyer said why she left,
But that was his old lawyer. His new lawyer was all
and
with it.
no, his new lawyer was already a part of the old lawyer campaign, so she was just gonna kind of transfer. And I'm just going off logic. If somebody that's highly credentialed lawyer, because I mean Tory bought her for a reason, is saying something might not work and it's not giving confidence to an idea, I'm pretty sure someone that she handed it off to that's a lesser than may get some of that same energy. And I'm when you see it's in the air that people was questioning whether that's a good stance, and when you understand whether Kelsey did shoot him or not, it wouldn't have fucking mattered because honestly, that's not what's on trial. It's you just like when you listen to what the lawyer said at the end of the sentencing today, one of the questions they asked, well, who shot? He immediately went to basically saying that it's not like we trying to get to a point where y'all understand that Tory didn't shoot. There's no evidence that Tory didn't shoot. He ain't want to acknowledge that because that's not that's not gonna help their case in pointing fingers because that's not their job. It's they only win or what they only trying to do to win is basically reasonable doubt.
Yeah,
So,
that's what he was going with because he was guilty. But I'm saying from day one, he wasn't pointing fingers at Kelsey.
but I mean,
Is
how you when
why
we say
would you not? Why would you not be like, why are y'all looking at me? This is the person that shot her.
that's not a fact, we don't know what they said behind closed doors because even the lawyer talked about this. He's
No,
saying the Kelsey approach, she feel like the Kelsey approach wasn't gonna work. So the fact that she acknowledged it, we just don't know when this had
that
became a conversation. We don't know when did she become Tory lawyer? How early on? Somebody shit echoing. How early on was Tory Lanez did get her as a lawyer? And we don't know in the sense of like how fast that conversation was had where he was pointing the fingers at Kelsey.
but
And
that's on him. When you get out of jail, you gotta have your lawyer. You gotta have everything in order. He got out of jail and thought everything was gonna be cool. He didn't think that they was gonna further evaluate the situation. They
who
wasn't gonna put. They wasn't gonna point fingers at each other.
who said that? Who said that? Because let's be honest, and if we saying from what you talking about in the beginning,
Because
I
that
don't
wasn't
think it
his
was gonna,
original lawyer. So
but I don't think it was gonna be a thing in the beginning. Before Megan said something, it was she stepped on glass. Um, Nothing really happened. That was the end of it. They got arrested, they got pulled over. That was a big scene, but nothing really happened. So the whole pointing fingers thing, I'm looking at how from that aspect of we want to talk about context. I'm thinking Tory Lanez looking at it like he ain't do nothing at all. Like they got into a fight, they got into a shooting, nothing really happened, and that's
you
really
know
what it
he
was.
he got locked up that night. He had to be released. Charges were coming.
All of them got
Everybody
booked.
knows that.
All of them got booked. He's just the one that stayed overnight.
What does that tell you? like if I'm the only one still in jail overnight, hey, I think they looking at me.
That's not
The
that shit.
reason why is, man, that $1 million sounded kind of right. He thought that they was gonna shut up. He thought that he could pay them off and it could go away.
I don't think so because it wasn't even no charges that was a thing.
No, he got charged the first night with the possession of a weapon, but he didn't
It,
get charged with all the other shit. So the first night he got arrested, he was charged with possession of a weapon, just not the shooting and the whatever the fuck else was the other one.
And nobody was investigating like it was a shooting that happened between two people. It was just a gun situation. Because when the officers and all that, how they talked to her and treated her, they wasn't treating her like a gunshot victim.
they did GSR that same night. That's what they always do. When they pick you up and there's a firearm involved, they GSR you.
I'm talking about just her.
That's
I'm
why.
talking about the shooting of her though, shooting at her. He wasn't being charged with no shooting because they wasn't looking at
But
nobody
even
like that.
but even a discharge in Cali is 5 years, and he's gonna get deported because he's gonna be a felon.
Yeah, but that ain't nothing. But you initially started this argument talking about why he ain't get out of jail knowing to point fingers. Him getting a gun charge and beating a gun charge ain't nothing compared to Megan Thee Stallion saying he shot him. Like fighting a gun charge and it
So you
ain't the
think he
DNA
was
on the
cool
gun and
with
all this shit. At the end of the day, he was gonna be good on the gun charge. It's really the Meg Thee Stallion testimony and all that shit that's pushing the envelope. That gun charge wasn't gonna be nothing to beat. He ain't had no DNA on the gun.
a gun
He would have beat
charge in
that easy.
Cali?
He would have beat that easy.
No, no, he wasn't because he had
He didn't have
GSR
no
on him.
DNA, but he had, so did Kelsey.
Yeah, but she wasn't the one that stayed overnight, was she?
But we just talking about the gun charge. You talking about pointing fingers? What that got to do with
Yeah, I'm
pointing
saying
fingers?
pointing fingers. Hey, the second that hey, I wasn't the one shooting, I had to chop the gun from her. I'm pointing at her immediately.
Do we got any of Tory's testimonies where we know if he said that or didn't say that?
He hasn't been saying that. He's been he's been trying to foot around it, dance around the situation, and that's why he's got 10 years. He has never had a complete story. He didn't take the stand. He didn't have anybody else take the stand to defend him. And the one person who he did kind of nailed the coffin for him. So all this sympathy for this nigga, I'm like, why?
Nah, I mean, like I
The
said, I get
same the
you.
same wrongs that I believe Meg was doing, the same wrongs that I think Kelsey was doing. He's more guilty because he allowed that shit to go down like that.
So, what you think about the Kelsey and Megan fight?
Amazing.
Uh, what do you mean? Like, did it happen?
Yeah.
We have an eyewitness that said that they was throwing hands, but that's
What
only
about
one.
what about?
But we got the people that's involved in the fight both said it didn't happen. So
So we gonna
I
believe
would
both
have
the
loved
girls
to
as
have
the
had one
liars or
more
what?
person, and it would have been the driver who got on the stand and told the story. Because I don't believe them two. I kind of don't even believe the white dude that was who barely might have seen
So why
everything
you so convinced that Tory shot it if you don't even believe the
because he
three
never
other
took the
witnesses?
stand. Because he never took the stand. He never pointed the finger at the real
But
culprit.
That doesn't make sense.
if the three credible witnesses look shaky, wouldn't that
He
think the
wouldn't even need to
ball
take
was
the
in your
stand.
favor?
No,
Yeah, that'll be it.
because the jury, just because to me in Chicago, looking at it and saying, "Oh, that's not." These people in
But
Cali
hold on. But
who
just because
live
you
this,
bring up the jury, that don't mean he shot her. Like you believe
but
you talking about
but
how
that's who
the
he's
jury
trying
may
to.
believe the jury may believe something or not. That's a whole nother conversation. I'm trying to get to a point why you believe. Like that was the real consensus. If three of them, I asked you two questions for sure, but I really want to get to like how do you
I
get to
said
the
it
answer that?
because if you not pointing out who did it, and you're not putting the people's in the real person's life who did it, then I got to look at you like, all right, something ain't right. You taking the fall for it, so you about to take the fall for it.
So do you?
I can't let
So
him
do you?
off on
So do you think
technicality.
anybody? Do you think anybody who doesn't take the stand is guilty?
No,
But see, that's why the only thing about that logic that you're saying don't make sense because like if you're saying you don't believe the three witnesses and then there's no evidence that Tory actually like. There's
No,
no
I'm saying I
DNA.
don't
How do you
believe
believe he did it?
because the two of the witnesses said that they was blackout drunk that night. So I can't go off of all their story. I can't go off of
And what if that's the
the
reason she
eyewitness
didn't take
story because he wasn't there the whole situation. He said he heard commotion. He came out. He seen a gunshot. I mean, he
he
heard
seen the fight. He
gunshots.
seen
He
the fight
seen it.
first. He seen the fight first.
Yeah, he seen the fight first. He heard the gunshots. He seen allegedly who shot it. But I didn't hear his initial story from that night. So 2 years later, it's hard for me to go off of his story. I needed that third person, Tory, the bodyguard, to come up and give a little bit more to the night.
So
I
what
can't go
about
off of two drunk people. That's
Tory
kind of
said he
crazy.
was so fucked up he ain't want to take the stand. Like he don't really remember shit. What if that's the thing?
So that's why I can't defend him still. If you too blacked out to know if you shot or not.
They always blacked out. If that's the case, any of them could have shot.
No,
If we just talking about
two
people
of them
being blacked
had
out.
GSR on them.
I don't know if they tested Megan for GSR.
They wouldn't because she was the victim.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a possibility she had it on her too.
Man, that's a crazy possibility though.
So I'm just saying, when they all
Like
blacked out drunk,
where she got shot at, I just don't see her doing it. My only thing is how wasn't he had the thought to say, I'm clearing my name. I'm not trying to protect Kelsey. I'm not trying to protect Meg. I'm not trying to protect that night. Yeah, I was doing some foul stuff that night. Why isn't he just pointing out the real culprit? And if you telling me he was too drunk to remember who did it, then why isn't he having his bodyguard take the stand? Because the
I
bodyguard was
mean,
sober enough to drive. He was sober enough to know what happened that night.
I'm definitely upset about the lawyers and them not grilling certain points. I feel like they should have grilled harder. Even though I thought they were winning, I do feel like they could have nailed some things into the coffin. Like I said, the DNA stuff and some other situations with the bags being moved around, like why the bags was moved from the front to the from the back to the front. And I think where the gun was, that's where Meg was sitting at first or something like that. Or at some point, Meg was sitting where that gun was. I don't know if they had switched before or switched after, but at one point Meg was sitting where that gun was, or Kelsey or whatever. But one of the girls went directly around the car to a certain location. They knew where the fuck that gun was. Like, so most likely it was one of their guns, in my opinion. The lawyers did try to get EJ, the hairstylist, to try to like see if he seen anything in the gun. I mean, in the on them. But the closest they got, as far as the lawyers were saying, like when y'all on the road and y'all don't have security like days like this, do y'all often have protection? And sometimes, and I think Meg or Kelsey, both was like, yeah, we sometimes have protection. They was like, what do you mean by protection? I don't know how far they got into that. So it was possibility who gun was who it was. The fact that they didn't really nail home that it wasn't his gun, I feel like is a kind of a bad thing that they ain't nailed in the coffin, because like we said, or this flying low, right?
Yeah.
Flying low said the jury gonna feel a certain type
Oh
of
no,
way.
it was flying low or trail. One of them niggas.
No, that's flying low. That's flying low. You funny, bro. But yeah, so I mean, it is certain things about the lawyers that I was upset with, and I feel like, let's say the real initial lawyer would have stayed. I feel like she probably did a better job. I think the lawyers that he got now probably did a better job. So there is some things that he didn't do right, but I don't think that's an admission of guilt. Like that's a leap.
All right, hold on. Everybody pause. Wardu, what do you think? You've been sitting there, quiet.
I'm on Bryce's side with this. I don't know. I honestly don't care what
Get
the.
up off your knees, bitch, nigga. Tell us
Damn!
your
Whoa, whoa,
opinion.
whoa,
Hold
whoa,
on.
whoa,
Hold
whoa, whoa,
on.
whoa, whoa!
Tell us
Hold
your
on, man.
opinion.
Whoa, whoa,
Yep.
whoa, whoa!
Okay.
The
What
fuck
are we doing?
wrong with dude?
Hold on,
I
Yeah.
agree with Bryce. Fuck nigga.
hold on. Everybody relax.
And how many times do you see me agree with Bryce? What
Well,
should
he
that
left. I
say?
don't know where he went. I didn't kick him. He
Exactly.
left. I don't know. My hands were up here the whole time, so I ain't
That
kicking him.
nigga shot the clip and drove
God
off.
damn, he started going crazy.
That nigga
That's a
retarded.
drop by.
Anyways,
God damn, that's
That nigga,
crazy.
he been holding that one in. God
your
I
damn.
thought
chance
that was
IQ's pretty
trail
low. I ain't
shit.
gonna lie. But
Yeah, God damn, nigga was holding that one in, huh? Okay. Anyways,
this
Warden,
nigga DK.
what do you
Uh,
what were you saying?
but yeah, I'm on Bryce's side with the. Hear me? You hear me,
Yeah.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh,
All right.
yeah, you need to
Yeah, I'm
change
on
that
Bryce's
alarm.
side with this. I'm basically it's been mad like inconsistencies in the entire case, and honestly, if we're breaking it down to the origins of the shit, like if Meg or whoever advised Meg to do it, if Meg didn't come out and say Tory shot me on a fucking Instagram live, this probably wouldn't even be like a real case or as big as it was. I mean, it probably would have investigated it anyways because it's a high profile case. So, but it wouldn't have gotten to this extent if she didn't come out and say, "Oh, Tory shot me intentionally with the intent to cause bodily harm." I think that's exactly how she said it. So if she didn't say that shit in the first place to put him in that situation to get like to this point, I mean, I'm not saying he didn't shoot her. Like again, we don't know. I think the only real way, like, because we're just going off of he say she say shit for the most part. I feel like we've been doing this for like the last 3 years with this shit. Um, so I think the only real way to really know what happened is to just bro, we just got to see the video. But like, I know it sounds like, oh, like it's the obvious answer, yeah, but
It is supposedly some like suppressed evidence out there, but we don't know
Yeah,
if
I
that's
keep seeing these
factual.
Tory Lanez fanatics
yeah,
like, this is when it begins. Y'all are gonna be sorry when the video drops. Well, bitch, drop the fucking video. I'm tired of these fucking fans with all these. This is about to happen. Like, why the fuck wouldn't it have
exactly.
already happened? Why the fuck would you have already dropped the video if
And
there's no fucking video?
I just don't respect the fact that like men
Yeah, I
are
don't know.
like instantly coming out. Some men, not all men, but some men are coming out and just instantly saying like, "Oh, why are you just taking Tory Lane's side? You must be a Tory Lane's fan." If we've learned anything from history, there's been a repeated history of women lying on men to get them
Yeah.
either in jail or killed. Um, even
Lying
from
about that's his kid. It's many different ways these
Do you
motherfuckers be
think there's been
lying
a
on us.
repeated history of women being abused and
yeah,
not being
like
taken
this is a
seriously?
historic.
Do you think there's history of women being abused and not being taken seriously and their abuser getting away with it?
Of course, I don't think that would be the case. I think
Mm.
both situations.
I
I would
think
like
that's
to think
That
honest.
sounds convenient. That
the
sounds
Honest.
latter
convenient.
Well, me
because yeah,
personally, I answer that question. Honestly, I think it might be an anomaly more than anything. I think if a woman decided to report abuse, that she'll be taken seriously. Now, if there's some like high profile dude and or something like that, and he's doing these things, then yeah, I feel like he may be able to cover those things up. Not even a maybe. I've seen examples of that. I think it was like Darren Sharper, or I hate to say the wrong name, but the dude that used to play on the Saints, he's a brother of somebody. He literally knew a cop, got things covered up. So it's definitely possible. But I feel like most of the time with abuse, the woman may not go to cops, and that's why it may be like a something that's not taken as seriously thing by this should be stopped or something like that. But it's like she ain't really went to the police and did the proper things. And um, I guess I will say this with do y'all believe there's a rape culture in colleges? I asked this question. Just I might be speaking against my
Uh,
point, but
I
I'm
think as
just
a rape culture in general, yeah, the campuses, yeah, for
yeah.
sure, yeah.
so yeah. It's with that type of stuff. It's a possibility that that could get reported and not looked at and taken seriously. But I don't know about
But
shooting and like
that's the thing.
physical abuse. You know what I mean?
Didn't she initially say that she stepped on glass and then she changed her statement?
Yeah, she did.
Yeah.
So would that not be lying on a black man
She tried to
in
protect
this
him initially.
context?
She tried to protect him.
She was trying to protect him.
You just said that she didn't say that he'd been good. She didn't say nothing for so long. She was trying to not
Well,
make it
well,
look
I
so
think they
good.
were going to investigate that case anyway because they're both celebrities. It's a high profile case, but it wouldn't have been. He probably would have just got charged for the gun being there, but the fact that she said verbally on Instagram Live that he shot me with the intent to cause bodily harm. When you say that in a judicial setting, they take that very serious, especially if it's already a high profile case. So you know what you're doing when you say that. And I don't know who advised her to say it in that way, but yeah, if we're
What do
talking the yeah.
you think you think HOV did that advising, huh?
She was signed to Rock Nation, to management. I mean,
Different.
it could be.
Do you think anybody could like helped her push that button? Like what? Like why go a month without saying anything?
Hold on.
And it's not like she didn't do anything after that. She was on a boat the week after, twerking on a boat while she wasn't saying anything. And then a month later, then you make that statement. It's like, I don't know. It seems like a very spiteful woman in that situation for whatever reason. I don't even know why. Well, I do understand because like I think that it was just Tory, or just Meg finding out that Tory and Kelsey were together. So I could see
Nah,
why she would do that, but it doesn't justify or make it right.
she already knew they was together, so it wasn't that.
She did.
Yeah, she knew they was together because Kelsey, she the one that hooked them up. And then when Kelsey called COVID, that's
Whole
when she
fight was
left.
about in the car, but I don't know.
Yeah, but Kelsey brought it up like, and you fucked another nigga that I've been talking to. Well, Tory brought it up, and Kelsey was like, "Oh, so you did it again?" type shit.
Oh, okay. Well, still doesn't make it right. I don't know. I just, I would never lie on a black woman. Like me personally, I don't get on my Dr. Umar shit, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't. It wouldn't feel right in my soul to do that. Like celebrity or not, it's just I. I know the context, the historical context that goes into that. You already know I'm a black man. You already know how they view not just black men, but just black people in general. So when you're doing that and you go on Instagram Live to say that to all your fans and everyone that's listening, to kind of like gaslight the situation to make you already look bad, like it, and then it just spirals all into this whole situation now where it's like, oh, Tory shot May, and then that's everything anyone else is talking about for like a year and a half until the trial starts. Your whole public perception is already shot. You're blackballed off rip because of what you're saying. And would Rock Nation have a say in that? I could see that being the case. Yes, I could definitely see that being the case. She just signed to Rock Nation management earlier, I think the year prior, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know what year, but I could definitely see Jay-Z making some calls for sure, especially if that's one of the big artists on his management company. I think J. Cole's on the management company too, so it's a lot. Just, oh, Tory just shot May, like it's a lot of industry shit that goes on behind the scenes. So
And then Flying Low said Kelsey with the whole other nigga she didn't care at the time. I highly disagree. I think even 3 years later, or a little 2 years later, she still showed a lot of animosity towards Megan. When you listen to, I think, the 90-minute or however long interview that she had, um, the police had to keep her on track with talking about Tory because she kept focusing on Megan. And I really think it was because of obviously the situation between her sleeping with Tory and all that stuff. And then when she get on trial, if you, I'm just good at reading people. If you really listen to her again, like if you think like this dude is this villain and shit like that, you'll be focused on talking about him and all these different things. But she could not get off the Meg the Stallion just shit. Like she'd be like, well, Meg did shit too. Or I forget exactly what she was saying, but she kept bringing up Meg not like something out of it. Like she just kept bringing up like a perspective we should be, why we shouldn't just have this like she's this perfect like perspective over her or some shit like that. I forget exactly what she was saying, but it was a lot of things I kept reading. Like you could say I'm biased and stuff like that, but people want to read into that 80-minute shit and have certain biases. They want to take the phone call and have certain biases. Or when I was listening to her energy in those same type of situations, I felt like she had a lot of animosity towards Meg Thee Stallion still, and I think that speaks to something. Like I really do. So then I think it speaks to more than she just cared about Tory. I think she also still has some, like I said, animosity towards Megan Thee Stallion. And obviously that fight is the example of that. I think somebody said that it was hair found in between her nails or something like that. You got the bracelet on the ground, it's nails on the ground, bro. That's all example of somebody getting into a mean ass scuffle, bro. And not only did they get into a mean ass scuffle, it was found right before that she was fucking her best friend, bro. That's some that's some shit we see people get killed for all the time, bro. So obviously they're not like wife and husband and shit like that, but we see people get killed all the time for sleeping around and shit like that. So for one of the persons to that be sleeping around, be one of the victims in the situation. When I say victims, because she obviously was fighting or whatever, and the other girl I think should be like I said, a suspect, like was also in the fight, bro. Is common sense. Just like if it was a dude killed another dude at his house because he seen his girl cheating, or he killed everybody and killed himself. It's like, well, like obviously that makes sense because it's like, well, that dude was hurt. These are the other two people that's involved. So I in that situation, I could easily see Kelsey, like I said, having a motive. And that shit mean a lot to me. So like I said, flying low. I heard your disagreements, but that shit like it don't really make sense to me, man. Because even the people you said, you had a good argument. I ain't gonna lie to you. You had a pretty decent argument about why he ain't take the stand and stuff like that. Like, like I agree. Like I would have like even when D-Friend saying he wouldn't have did it during the trial. I was still on there like fuck it. You got to take the alleged, but I still don't think that's an admission to guilt. And then when you go on and say three people shaky, like come on, bro.
Fuck that. I ain't gonna lie to you. This nigga flying low hopped out here. Curse my guy Wardu out and then fucking went ghost. I'm like, hold on. What the fuck is going on here?
No,
I need Wardu.
that's Trail's
I
brother.
need Trail. And I need flying low to all get it the fuck together.
We all black men here.
It's a
Yeah, I'm
fucking
good.
joke.
Nigga,
All you
talk to
niggas got bad
talk to your
takes.
boss, bro.
All
Talk
you
to
niggas
your
got bad taste compared to me. It's okay. It ain't that serious. NJ thinks he likes Busta Rhymes. That nigga's out of here. I forgot he was even in the call still. Salute to him. He's
No, I'm
crazy as
here.
hell.
I'm here. I'm just listening to combo.
Y'all should just love each other. I know Trail, he's
Chill
a
don't get no
oddity.
love.
He's an oddity. I know y'all niggas hate Trail.
I'm not gonna lie. I don't care what Flying Low
It's
says
something
about
about
me.
the
His
guy.
takes are a lot better than Trail's. I will admit. I'm not gonna lie. Trail's just remedial as fuck.
It's something about Trail that I just got to keep him around. I
I
don't
think
know
he's a
what it
little slow.
is.
That's why I'm not really getting on him as much. So
Well, I need you and Trail to patch it up.
You always need that guy around you could just call a dumbass.
I need y'all to patch it up, man. You and
no,
Trail
we
gotta
don't.
get.
No,
Y'all were
man.
teammates. Now y'all are against each other.
Nigga, we were never teammates. Nigga, it was acting like he was backing up my point, and then this nigga repeated this shit on me. What the fuck? That's weird.
I know. I know. He doesn't.
Like that's borderline bipolar activity, bro. That's weird.
He's a
But yeah,
troll, man. Let him make it. He's a troll.
Nah, that nigga a nigga that see validation. That's all.
yeah, I could tell.
I just need everybody to keep it copacetic. You know what I'm saying? That's all.
That nigga flying
That
low
nigga
said
flying low said
and
that
ran.
nigga said, God damn,
Like I
all that.
said, I don't care what Flying Low said. He doesn't have to like me, but hey, his takes are way better than fucking Trail's. I'll tell you that much. Way
That's
more
pretty
valid
quiet.
points.
Slow down. All right.
He had way
But
more valid. He had actual fucking reasons as to why he believes what he believes. But Trell would just sit there and be quiet and say, "Oh, I'm not gonna say anything." His word was getting shit on. That's weird, nigga. Like that's the preschool shit.
I did want to say this with the teen years conversation. He been in jail for what, like 2 years?
No, like 10 months.
Oh, 10 months.
Yeah,
So he
they
been in
added
jail
like
for 10 months.
300 days to his
Yeah, they give him like 300 days credit.
credit
So
for
he got
his.
a year and a couple of
Uh,
time credit. So I think he probably about like 7 years. Once he gets out, like it's a wrap. Like the career's dead in the water. Like it's a wrap.
I think he's gonna do like 4 years, 5.
Yeah. He's gonna get deported to
Without the
Canada.
pill working.
Then get deported. Career's over with, right? You think so? Career's done with, Bryce?
As far as like the trajectory it was on, yeah, but he gonna still be good in life. Like He's
He'll
still
still
gonna be able
probably
to
be
make
rich.
good.
He'll be rich, but he'll never be what he could have been.
And who knows how much music he got in the catalog to keep over the years? Who knows if he come up with a good way to make music in jail? It may be some ways he could stay relevant. I honestly think that if you look at like hip hop right now, ain't too many people that just came out and be like, "Oh my god, thank goodness for Megan" and shit like that. So I think there is a lane for him to be able to, no pun intended, put music out and people, stream it and like it and enjoy it. I do think it might be some people that just like how Young Thug got niggas to do features. I think it might be some people that's willing to do that with him. It could be some ways that he
It
create
is. It
buzz.
is weird. It is weird though to see that like the sentence happened, right? And it's not like this overwhelming like support within rap. Like I'm glad you got your. Maybe it's because it's like rap is a street culture and niggas don't really celebrate
Nah,
niggas
it
going to
ain't that.
jail.
It ain't that.
It
People
can't
know,
be.
bro.
It can't be people know because what the fuck do they know?
Bro, people know.
What? But that's easy. What do they know?
They
Kelsey
know the
told him.
truth.
Kelsey told like that's what I'm saying. Who told him the truth?
Man,
Because
people
like
talk.
they know they're gonna know we know
Never
because they
even
said
Nah,
see the
nah, I
video.
disagree. I
Yeah.
think people talk. I think it's.
okay. Tell me what do they say?
What you mean?
You saying they
Oh.
know? What do they?
So
Who's
I'm
saying
pretty
this?
sure Megan got drunk and started spewing her feelings, and this shit and got around. I'm sure it's like I said, it was suppressed evidence. Do I think it is real as a video? Maybe not. But I think people know and they came to their own conclusions. Like the Hollywood, bro, Hollywood, bro, come on, bro. Everybody got connections to that. And if people want to figure stuff out, I had this argument before, they gonna figure this stuff out. And people got around because you gotta think for the longest, like I say, like the first 6 to 7 months, maybe even the first year, most people was on Megan's side. Then as time kept going, like people got more comfortable, and I felt like something changed where more information came out or something in the industry where people started to move different. Even people like Joe Budden started moving different. Drake started, I think, even like giving maybe a shout out. He did something. The baby far fucking with him. Many different people started being more comfortable fucking with him after like 6 months to a year. And I feel like something in the industry had changed. And I all I can go off of feelings. But
You think it's just Tory telling them niggas I ain't do it, bro?
I think they get, I think just like how high school stories get around and people get to hear about shit in these towns, or if you in a hood or something or at a church, word get around quickly. And I think in a 3 years time, I think people have came up with a story that they feel is believable because they're gonna have many different people they can go to and ask. Like I really feel that way. And
Who are these many people? There's only four motherfuckers out there.
I think people like EJ gonna get the truth. I think people like Kylie gonna get the truth because I feel like they so goddamn close. They really know what happened. Like obviously, I feel like Kelsey know. I feel like so many different people know what really happened. That was I know the bodyguard probably know. Like to think that none of that shit got out to people of like these type of places, I just don't. I think it's not
But my thing is,
likely.
like, if all this got out, all this information, who really did it? It's like, why didn't it get out at trial? Like, why didn't nigga just like,
Because
why
that's
didn't it?
because the course is not trying to be on Tory's side. They was trying to suppress anything he talked about, and it made it seem like it was abuse. Like he was really trying to fuck with Megan when all he was doing is pleading his side. Like they was doing everything not to listen to Tory's side. So of course, if some rumors get out, they're not gonna entertain it. Like of course, that's
But what
not
would
even a
his side be?
conversation.
His side was just he didn't do it. It's like, okay, well, you didn't do it, nigga. Who fucking did it? It's four people in the car. Somebody did it.
And I'm pretty sure most people in those worlds think that Kelsey did it, or even honestly, it could be even some more crazier shit. Maybe it was just glass. Like
It may have been.
maybe it was just glass. She was barefoot in the roads fighting on a road that the dudes say people stop at a lot. So people gonna have bottles, people gonna break shit over there. Like that's like when you look on sides of roads that people stop on frequently, it'd be a lot of shit. Like she could have easily cut her shit up. Like like you step on concrete the wrong way, you'll fuck your shit up. You'll bust your shit up. If we being honest, like And if you in a mean ass brawl barefoot, it could have been like some concrete that's uneven or some shit or got cracks in it. Like who knows? Like I'm just saying. So it could even be to a point that people in those spaces know that shit, bro. And that's why they not taking her seriously. That's why her career is pretty much dead. Like we want to talk about people careers that's dead. Her shit was already on life alert. I think if I was to hedge a bet, who will have a better legacy at the end of it all? Who will have a better career at the end of it all? Tory, when he get out in 5, however many years, I think it really is only going to be like 4 or 5 years. Maybe 7.
Nah,
Because
nah,
State
I think
Crime
the Tory's done. If you ask me,
over
I think
Megan.
they can appeal it successfully and try to get a lesser sentence, maybe 5 to 7. But I think 7.5 is probably what it's probably going to serve.
Good point, Wardu, because there's 2 different appeals you can do. You can do a retrial appeal, and I think you could do a sentencing appeal. So it's a lot of work to be done from that count. But I think they prepared. But I'm actually again NJ.
Probably do some
Megan Thee Stallion, Wardu, different. Everybody, I want everybody to answer this, and I ain't gonna say nothing to y'all answer this because I've been talking a lot. Right now, who career is more likely to be dead? Meg Thee Stallion, as her career progressed and how people not really fucking with her, seem like she might be a low key like blackball from like popular shit. Like she ain't getting the Mike Rubin invitation. I'm being funny. Like she could easily been there, but let's just being frank. People kind of giving it a side eye. Along with her music already wasn't being that relevant, and for a while, or Tory Lanez in 4 or 5 years getting out and doing something.
Meg Thee Stallion has a better chance of being bigger than Tory Lanez. Or she's already bigger than Tory Lanez, but
Tory Lanez got more streams right now, more daily streams, and I think monthly streams.
that's fine. But she still has a better chance to be bigger than Tory Lanez.
I was just saying because you said she bigger right now.
I think Megan's gonna have
What
a
y'all think,
harder
Wardu?
battle in the next 4 to 5 years. She's gonna have a harder uphill battle because there's like plenty of other female artists that are in her field that are more relevant. You got Ice Spice, you got Gorilla, you got Lotto, you got plenty of other female artists that
and plus
are
she's
just as
trash.
popping,
So,
if not way more popping now. Since then, like this shit happened like 3 years ago. Like since 2020, there's been plenty of female artists that are popping.
And she ain't dropped 2
I mean,
or
I
3
wouldn't
albums since
say
then.
she's trash, but like her, like the last
nah, bro, she's
2
trash.
years, like the body shit, the body yaddy shit was ass. The her shit she tried to do was ass. She struck a gold mine with that Cardi shit with the WAP shit.
That
Like
was garbage, bro. I'm sorry. I gotta disagree with you with that one. That was a horrible song.
the Traumazine
It's
shit
not.
was
It wouldn't
ass.
be for you, but
Like I'll just try objective. Like it's just other. She has more
I agree with
competition
NJ.
now since that incident happened. You know what I mean? It wasn't the Meg, and that
Right.
basically.
NJ, what you feel? How you feel about
And
the
if she
situation?
is relevant, it's going to be a harder uphill rather
Oh
than
shit,
Tory.
damn,
Like
Wardu.
Bryce likes to say, he's like a bubbly artist, but
What about you, NJ? How do you feel?
How do I feel about?
Who will be?
I feel that well, I think her career is pretty much done. In terms of her making quality of music. I think her last set was like what 3 years ago. What Beyonce, but the Savage remix. And I don't think that she was able to sustain a hit. I think since then, and like you said, I think that a lot of people are starting to wake up and realize, the majority of this was all potentially a setup that and then she essentially just ruined his career and essentially his life. And Now, in terms of like Tory Lanez, I think that um, so if he does maybe like 5 years and he gets off and he's deported and whatever, uh, I do believe that uh, most people uh, will just forget about him just in terms of like because they still believe that he's the person that shot Meg. So and in these new times, of course, like we're in the whole I believe all women, and we gotta trust everybody. I think that a polarized narrative is is gonna run heavy in terms of like um his career in the future. But that's how I feel about it. But I think that Meg's career, I think from this point on, I think it's pretty much done. I think that you know, and I'm going into some conspiracy theory here, but I think that um that Jay-Z, I think he had the higher ups, and I think that uh they wanted to use Meg in order to kind of silence him and and just just kind of throw him away uh, because they were scared about revealing what really happened, and they succeeded. And now I think that since her job is done, I think that her career in terms of dropping music, I think is over. That's how I feel about it.
They both took a L.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
I just think with Tory, I think he'll be able to drop some hits. I think he's gonna drop a couple albums while he in jail, and his core fans gonna be there. And for the regular people, and mainstream, 5 years gonna fly by. Like, well, I hate to say it because we're gonna be what 33. Say if the appeal don't work, we're gonna be 33, 34, 35 years old when he get out. But that honestly gonna be here in the blink of an eye. Because I remember the same thing with Bobby Smurder. I remember the same thing with so many other dudes that went to jail and got a lot of time, and it seemed like they sentence flew by. So um, I feel like along with time flying by, um, he don't have a chance to have that underground underdog approach into society. Um, then we also not inquiring if he make like a tell all or if he actually do decide to tell what he feel like happened. Because let's be real, one of the things that I know Flying Low held against him is just like not directly pointing the finger. My main argument is saying that there could have been like court tactics that he was trying to do as far as like not getting in trouble saying things publicly, then that being used against him or whatnot. But once he get in jail, once the appeals don't work, um, he has nothing else to lose. Who says that's gonna stop him from saying what really happened? So even with shit like that, that could spark and keep a conversation going around his name, and along with maybe contribute to him being an underdog when he get out of jail. Because once again, like you said, different. Maybe it's a hip hop thing, which I don't really too much agree with. Why people ain't too much like as far as like the big platform saying too much. But I also feel like hip hop not like they kind of forgetful too. So once he get out, I think it's a possibility, and I think he's uber talented, bro. Uber talented. I think he's gonna be a better man when he get out, and that may end up leading to him even being a better musician if that's even possible because he was already fucking great. Um, and that's just the thing, bro. That's like I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm coming to a consensus where that nigga was on the level of quality of like talent of a Drake, Future, as far as like this nigga don't miss. It seemed like I've been going back and more. I'm like I'm and being more impressed. Like I said, I wasn't a fan at first. So when I think just because he going to jail, I don't think the musical artistry gonna stop. It might even get better. It's questionable that he can even get better. Um, so
Definitely gonna have
I mean,
more to
it's
talk
cool. I
about.
just don't think he's gonna be a big artist.
Yeah,
But he
yeah,
can still drop.
big.
Because my thing is like, who do we think is gonna be able to at least be a big artist after this? I just don't. Like he's already not a big artist now. I don't think this is gonna make him a
Well,
bigger
let's
artist.
look at Meg's last project, the Traumazine shit. How much did it sell first week?
15K.
Uh,
18K. Okay, like I think the biggest single off there, the biggest song is Plan B, correct?
No. Traumazine sold 63,000 first week.
Okay, so the Plan B record, I think, is the biggest record. Who are some of the features?
Sweetest Pie is the biggest record.
Yeah, you had Dua Lipa on there. You had Lotto on there. Who else did you have on there? You had Key Glock on there.
Janae Aiko was on there, right?
You had Janae Aiko on there. Pooh Shiesty on there. You had Future on there. Like
That's all on one song.
No, that's not
Oh,
one.
oh, oh.
just on her last project that she dropped. It was last year. I think it was August of last year she dropped it. And that was when she made it a whole big deal, like where she had to pay Future because Future was taxing her ass to get the feature, which is rightfully so. I mean, but if you ask me, rightfully so, tax the fuck out of her. But yeah, that was like the project that kind of went under the radar. And if you're that big of an artist and you're dropping that mid of a project, it's not really. And then there's other, and then since then, and this was last year, this was the year that Ice Spice was kind of blowing up. It's like, Lotto had her single, Glorilla was coming up. There's 3 to 4 other female artists that are, I mean, projected to, potentially have a better career long term than you. And you're already in hot water off the rip. Like, you blew up in 2019. This shit happened in 2020. And since 2020, your biggest song was WAP, which was 3 years ago. So it's like, if we're going off the trajectory, it's not really looking good. I mean, she is with Rock Nation right now. Everything looks pretty decent for her right now to succeed, but 2024, 2025, 2026, I don't know. Ice Spice is still here, Lotto's still here, Cardi's there, Nicki always be there, like it's, you know, I would,
And
I
some
would
even more
take
up and coming
Tory.
girls. That's yeah. There's even some more up and coming girls, and I think to my argument, I think Tory would be bigger. Even just like if you look at the situation today, who trended? Tory, not Megan, and I really feel like that's vindicative of the situation. Even though Meg was the victim, I feel like Tory was the bigger name in the situation, and or end up becoming a bigger name in the situation. And whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I think that's only gonna go into the future more, if I'm being honest. But to say if he's gonna be a huge rapper, is he gonna be one of the top rappers when he get out? I don't think so, but I ain't gonna lie. If the nigga come out dropping crazy hits and shit, anything's possible. Anything. I think it's way more possible to make the Stallion. I die on that ledge because just off talent alone, she ain't nowhere even close to him.
But she got a better career than him already on
Says
paper.
you.
On paper, we just look at the numbers. So you talking about? It says me.
I take Tory Lane's hits
But
in
you like
career
that's fine. You like, but I'm talking about just off the numbers. If we just look at, if we just put a career, if we
longevity,
just
If
put
we're
this on
talking, yeah, if
paper,
we're
we
talking
just put
about the
this on
longevity
paper.
argument, I would definitely bank on Tory because
Oh
consistency,
yeah.
yeah,
But what's the
absolutely.
longevity consistent of a nigga
quality.
just dropping music, or we talking about we bringing like
And
sales
what
into
would
this? We talking
Meg
about being a
really
big
talk about
artist.
for real? Like, what is Meg like?
Not fuck all
What's
that. We're talking about numbers. So whose
you
career
just
is
talking about
better on
numbers?
She
numbers?
did numbers because she had a good trending moment with the hot girl summer, and she had a wave. Salute to her, but they ain't got shit to do with quality of music. And
Yeah.
if you want to talk about outside of just that year, it's been
Outside of
hella
what
cold.
year?
The hot girl summer year. You said she did numbers and all that. Like she wasn't doing numbers
I
the
think
last
that
two
was
albums.
2019, wasn't it? It was the same year she blew up, or is it the year after?
Whatever.
2020, she had two number ones. Then she had
Oh, you talking about the record with
then
Beyonce?
she
Yeah.
had three
Okay.
top 20s. I mean, Savage was a big record before Beyonce hopped on it. Come on, stop
I mean, the one with Beyonce won a
it.
Grammy, so
Obviously, it went number one, but it was big before Beyonce hopped on it. Like, I'm
yeah.
not gonna we
Okay.
gotta like do
Okay.
revisionist
Right.
like
Yeah,
shit.
I would
Yeah.
say she might have had a bigger like in the moment she was bigger like or if at like 2020 she might have been bigger. Um, but when we talk about career wise, Tory Lanez is a bigger artist. He's a like if I'm being honest.
No, he's not.
I think
Musically,
quality
Tory
wise, yeah.
catalog
I'm not
is
talking
going
about
to be
quality. We're talking
more
about there's a
respected,
bunch of
more
artists that have
talked
shit
about.
quality that are bigger
So now
artists than
you
him,
just
bro.
want to go off of
So,
strictly
uh,
numbers.
so, uh, so
I
I,
said biggest artist. That's what the fuck I've been saying. I didn't never
what
say
big
that. I
artist
never
got
But
said
that
shit?
Meg Thee
would
Stallion
include
is.
quality
I never
music
said Meg Thee
too.
Stallion is a better artist. Bigger artists
What
don't mean
big
quality.
artist
What are you
got
talking
shit
about?
catalogs? What big artist got shit
Like,
catalogs?
oh God, you
What big
stop
artist
Hold
got
on,
pandering,
shit
hold on, hold on,
please,
hold on,
catalogs?
hold
bro.
on, Bryce. Hold on, Bryce. Hold
Stop
on, Bryce. Because more
pandering,
dudes
bro.
doing that little laughing shit don't make sense. You think that when I say bigger, what? Why does a bigger artist have time quality of their music?
Cause that go into it.
Usually, quality songs
NBA YoungBoy is the second
tend to
biggest
sell
artist
better.
technically. I think his quality shit.
That just
So
depend on
Bryce,
what metric you looking at.
fuck out. Let's see. Look, now we
Yeah,
doing
but he
metric.
doesn't. But his
He's a
He
albums
bigger
don't do
don't
shit
sell
in
artist.
as
his
much
album
as.
sales.
Yeah, his albums don't really sell
So it just
as
depend on what
much
metrics you
as
looking at. He
like
big
the top
on
artists in
YouTube.
rap, though.
If I say who's the bigger artist, Tory or NBA YoungBoy, y'all niggas gonna say YoungBoy, right? Y'all aren't gonna say nothing about quality, are y'all? Y'all gonna say he's bigger, right?
So I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I'm
cause
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
asking.
asking.
yeah,
Fuck
because
all
he
that.
got the
Yeah,
Yes,
young
Yes
boy
or
is.
no
probably.
question.
You're
It's
not
yeah,
yes or
he
saying
no
got the
anything.
question.
longevity
Okay,
too
fine.
though.
You're
Okay,
not saying anything
that's what I'm
crazy.
asking.
I'm
I didn't make
asking
no
you.
metric but that. I
But
just
I'm
I don't think
who's
Meg
the
the
asking
bigger
Stallion on
artist?
a
you.
young boy
Whose
level.
career has number ones? Who has more top tens? That's what I'm
So
asking.
I'm asking, is it just based off of numbers?
That's all I
If it's
said was who's
just numbers,
bigger.
then yes.
Bigger
Okay,
doesn't mean
fine.
quality.
No,
But
you're all you're saying is numbers though.
Okay, bigger. The word bigger. Who's a bigger artist? Don't mean quality.
So quality means nothing in that?
If who's
to a
the
degree, it
biggest?
does. It definitely
No.
does matter. It does
It
matter.
kind of does, bro.
It
J.
does
Cole
matter.
makes quality music and he sells well. Kendrick makes quality music and he sells well. There's plenty of artists, that top tier artists, that do that.
And the only reason I'm saying it depends is based on
Not many that make trash music that sell well, DeFran. You
Thank
know
you,
that.
Flying Low.
like
I just
NBA
asked who's bigger. That's all I said.
NBA young boy got an argument just because he had like he got longevity and stuff like that. But
Why does he have longevity? What is longevity? Because
because
he's dropping a bunch of music.
he been around for about 7 years now. Meg the Stallion was like a 2 year run, and
Yeah, he's had like
her
a
He
two-year
just
five
run.
little
started.
hits, her 5 hits,
Tory Lanez
ass.
lost a versus to French Montana. Like, what are we fucking talking about? Come on.
I didn't watch that versus.
He lost.
I don't know. I didn't watch that versus.
He lost.
Yeah. But
He got
I don't
blew
think.
out.
I think if you take Tory's hits, if you take his moments,
What?
I
Say
take
it. Say it.
I take that longevity over Meg Thee Stallion.
What big hits? Like that
He
we on
been
the
around.
radio.
Tory
What?
Lanez been
Okay, name the
around.
hits besides say.
He was
Say it.
having whole albums that are classics.
I think,
What
Look at
okay,
those
about you?
chip
Bryce,
Just
I
say he
think
tapes.
what
had
the
hits.
friend is
Just
Those
name the
doing,
chips,
hits.
the
Just name
I
the
chips
think
tapes,
hits.
like bro, those are heavily
he's
talked
trying
I'm
about.
to,
talking about hits.
he's just
Yeah, man.
comparing
You
the
know,
peak. You're just comparing their peaks. That's all you're doing. Okay,
that's all I
let's
said was
just
who's
say
gonna be
that.
bigger. That's all I
All
said.
you're doing is comparing their peaks. Bryce is
That's all I
saying
said.
if we're talking about longevity, if Tory is locked up until 20, what you want to say, 2030, 2028, that when he gets out, the quality of his music
I
could
didn't ask about the
potentially lead
quality.
him
I
to
just said
be a
who's a bigger
bigger
artist.
artist than now. Obviously, it's very easy to say that now. Like the fuck,
Meg is
obviously Meg
barely a
is bigger.
if it's even an argument, it's barely. It's not like some like gap you trying to make it seem. Like when you talk about levels of stardom,
Like
Meg and Tory at the
exponentially, like
same
nah,
level,
bro.
bro. Like at best. Like I'm not you trying to make it seem like she on some Beyonce pedestal.
I didn't
She
make it seem
ain't
like
cracked that. That's
Beyonce.
like
I mean,
saying Gorilla is
Tory
better than
Lanez
like bigger than
and Meg Thee
Tory.
Stallion. Like, there's no. That's not putting her
That's
above
like saying
Beyonce.
Gorilla is
That's
bigger than
basically what
Tory
he's saying,
Lanez in
though.
rap.
That's
That is
not basically
basically
what
what
I'm
he's
saying.
saying.
I said she's bigger than Tory Lanez. I'm gonna fuck act like Tory Lanez is
I
some
mean,
fucking
Glorilla had
megastar.
bigger songs than Tory. So is Glorilla bigger than Tory?
Oh my god! If I pull
That's
up,
what you're saying.
no, if I pull up Glorilla's thing, she probably has what 2 songs that ever charted.
So
Tory
you
has
saying
16.
Tory Lanez ain't got nothing in the top 50? He ain't got nothing. He ain't
I
got no
didn't say
top
that. He has
10s.
16 songs that have charted on Billboard. I didn't say that. I
So
And
didn't
it
what's
ask
just
the
y'all
argument then?
who is bigger. That's all I
okay. So that
asked.
doesn't
Whose
count.
And
Like
career
that
is
it's about the
optic? If I put
same.
these 2 numbers on the table, if I show y'all if I just put artist A, artist B, no names attached, I show y'all artist A, 2 number ones, 8 top 10s, is 65 songs on the Billboard, and I show y'all nigga with no number ones, 1 song in the top 10, and 16 singles. Who are y'all gonna tell me is a bigger artist?
Man, play that motherfucking songs.
Exactly. You talking about quality?
Let me play the
Y'all-
songs.
You talking about quality? That's like Flying Low tell me Tech 9 has better quality than Drake. I don't give a
So you're
fuck.
just going off of stats and numbers.
I've already
That's
said
fine.
that a minute. Why you keep
But
fucking
fine.
reiterating that? I already
my
said that. I said
my
that 5
thing-
times.
I know.
my
Why you keep
thing
repeating that? I
is
already
I
said
just want to establish where you're actually going off of.
he's
That's fine, though.
been. I know me. It's so I
Because if
think.
it's just stats and numbers, and that's fine, I guess. I'm not.
I mean,
So
when
I'm-
you say a bigger artist, when I say Drake is bigger than Kendrick, what am I saying? Because plenty of niggas tell me Kendrick's quality is better than Drake's.
And plenty
Plenty of
niggas
niggas will say
Kendrick
that.
is just as big.
He's not just as big though. We know that. You know why we know that? The numbers. We know he's not just as big. Drake's already about to surpass his tour in numbers, and it's only the 22nd show. We know he's not bigger. Like, I get it. His quality. I'm not saying Meg Thee Stallion makes fucking better music than Tory Lanez. I'm not talking about quality at all.
So if they did
I
tours,
said,
what you
who has
think
a
gonna
chance
happen?
to be a bigger artist after this point? I think Meg Thee Stallion does because she was already a semi-big artist.
And so was Tory Lanez.
No,
I'm not gonna lie. That's
He
sorry for
was
what
big,
album. You're not comparing that Sorry for What album to Traumazine. I'm sorry. That's Sorry for What album.
He been dropping music that people been talking about since 2015. And it's not
Yeah.
at some like small level. His chick tapes have been heavily talked about for a long
Sorry,
time, bro.
bro.
Memories don't
Yeah, that
die.
last
Like
65
No skips on that
was fire.
I told you, like
y'all
these.
just fucking said before the shoot nobody gave a fuck about Tory Lanez.
I
Now
never
he's
said
been
that. I said
y'all
me
just-
personally.
Oh my. Wardy,
How is
one
me
of y'all niggas said
personally
that.
me?
Well, okay, well, you might have said that. Cool. One
And
of y'all
when we
niggas just said that.
think of Meg, we don't
Are we gonna? What Warder? Did you not say before the shoot nobody gave a fuck?
I don't think people give a fuck about Meg Thee Stallion
We
either, though.
think of singles when we
Let's be real.
think of Meg. We don't think of projects.
Okay, Tory's a well. Warder, you sound like a robot. It's
Never
not,
said
it's
that
not going
either.
through. It's not going through.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think the quality of work, like so,
Y'all keep
and
using
so.
word. I didn't say
So
Tory
let me
is
finish though.
quality.
Let me finish
Like, niggas
though.
only
If y'all want
care
to
about
argue quality, I'm with y'all. He has
Because it's a
better quality
part.
than
It's a part of being able to be talked about in rap. Like
obviously
it's
not if the niggas already if he's out this great quality, but he's not on the level of these niggas. Do you think he has better quality than Travis Scott?
um.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So why is he not selling
In my
100,000 before this? Because he been had the same talent. Y'all think he's better than Future, talent wise, quality, all this shit.
Yeah.
I
Lil
think
Durk,
he's
Lil
up
Baby,
there.
Lil Durk, Lil Baby, who like all these people.
I think he's around Lil Durk
That's not even a
lane.
question, in my opinion.
I think he's around a Lil Durk, not Lil Baby. I think musically, I think he's above Lil Durk and Lil Baby. But I'm saying like popularity wise, I'd have put him like in a Lil Durk range.
I
And that's
think
where I feel like a Meg Thee
niggas.
Stallion is. Like I don't
I
know.
think
Like,
niggas would care more for like a Tory project than a Meg project.
if
At that
Tory was
rate.
gone off the face of the earth, or Meg Thee Stallion was gone off the face of earth tomorrow, who would care? Like people would care about more musically. It would be Tory Lanez easily.
I mean, you know what you're getting with Tory, and he's gonna have a lot more to talk about at that point. So I would
Like even.
yeah.
I'm sorry, what dude? Even in the respect you give him, Meg Thee Stallion, it's like it was a trend to push women right now. It's right along with the feminist agenda, like just like the fucking She Marvel and all this other different shit. But let's be real, like this ain't no respectable run. This ain't no 50 Cent run. This ain't no Nicki Minaj run. So to act like she just this highly respected, like huge artist, she
When
was
did I-
huge.
when did I say
She
that?
huge because of
I'm
her
comparing her
antics.
and Tory Lanez. I'm not comparing her to
antics.
Cardi B. I'm not comparing her to Nicki Minaj. I'm not comparing her to Drake. I'm not.
So
I'm
where
not
do
saying
you rank her though? Because that's the if you can't compare her to
do you think
them,
she's
where
a
do you
bigger
rank her?
artist than Tory Lanez? That's what I'm asking.
I think she's right in the same tier, if not lower.
To think that she's lower. Is
I
hard
would
to
say
believe.
right now I think she's a bigger artist now. But if we're talking
Okay,
about
then.
long term,
I don't. I
right?
don't. I
Because that
truly
was the
don't.
main conversation, longevity. If you're talking
Let me
about
ask you this, Bryce.
longevity,
Do you think
Tory
Ice
has
Spice
it.
is a bigger artist than Tory Lanez?
Yes, right now.
Do you think Lotto's a bigger artist than Tory Lanez?
Not really.
Do you think Coi Leray is a bigger artist than Tory Lanez?
Not a lot of
Fuck no.
big beats.
Fuck no.
You don't think so?
Uh-uh.
Okay.
Nah, they're
Lotto,
if we're just
Lotto,
going off of
Lotto got a
if we're
lot
going
of
off hit
hits,
songs,
so it's possible. It's possible
he's
for
just
sure.
going. It's just we're going off hit songs.
But
So yes, they
Meg
have more hit
hasn't
songs.
had. I'm going off what Meg like. What when she did do, it wasn't that great.
She had
She
two
ain't
songs top 20
replicated.
last year. What do you mean she hasn't had? What are you saying? And they were on the
What
chart for 20 weeks.
what songs
Just
were
because
they?
you don't listen to it,
What songs
that's
were
not an
they?
argument.
What songs
That's
were
not an
they?
argument.
I'm just asking what
what?
songs were they? What
Some
songs
shit
were
called
they?
Sweetest Pie and Plan B.
Yeah.
The
So
quality of the hit head ass.
I
nobody's
didn't
talking
mention the
about
quality.
Plan B. Nobody's talking about that song.
That song
No
wasn't played on the
more.
radio, but what are you talking about?
I'm talking about right now.
You know what?
It
This
came out last year.
conversation sounds so
Tory Lanez got a
ironic.
hit out right now. Say
But
it.
this sounds like
I
the
mean,
50
hurt it or
Cent
whatever it's
conversation.
called.
Say it.
Or
You talking
hurt
about the
me.
one with
So
Trippie
Or
Redd?
hurt
ironic.
me. Yeah.
So fucking
But she
ironic.
dropped the song this year. You don't think Meg Jalen dropped a
And
song?
that song
you
just
think
is
it'd be big?
that song huge right now.
Huge. What does huge mean?
A lot of people like it.
What's the song called?
Hurting me, I think. But my thing is, what tier would you put her in as an artist?
As far as a star type of person?
Yeah. Gotta quantify this.
Would you put Roddy Ricch in the Meg Thee Stallion tier?
As a star?
Just a star, yeah, just as a star.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think Roddy Ricch is bigger
No.
than Meg?
No.
Why?
I think if these two people walked outside today, more people go to Meg Thee Stallion than with Roddy Ricch.
So it's not based off of
What
his
about if these niggas drop
you said-
today?
you asked
What
me
if these
if they're
niggas
bigger.
drop today?
So it's not
Fuck the
based off
going
of his.
outside. That's
You
like
had-
some
you-
public shit.
he
If
just-
that's
y'all
what we
just-
going off of,
y'all
then
just
yeah,
It's
you
asked
got
based
it.
off of your popularity. That's
Y'all
what
just
I'm
asked
talking
me
about
who was
musically.
Y'all just asked me who's bigger. That's
I'm
not
only
cheap.
talking about music.
I'm
It
talking
was
about
only a
musically.
musical conversation.
Bigger musically.
Stop.
I'm not
Musically.
talking about.
Musically,
I'm not
Meg
talking
Thee
about
Stallion.
Meg is
brand.
better
Roddy
than-
Ricch? Meg Thee Stallion. Okay, Meg Thee Stallion.
I'm not talking about brand.
So you think Meg is bigger than Roddy Ricch musically?
Yeah.
If they drop tomorrow,
Okay.
Yeah.
who you think more
Just
likely
the
to drop
hype-
a hit
Just
tomorrow?
the hype of Meg Thee Stallion dropping a song. Yeah, I don't think people are just gonna run to listen.
Okay.
to it.
What was Meg's biggest highest charting song?
Number one,
No, what was it though? What's the name?
Savage.
Okay, can you comparing that to the bottom?
You said today, right? Did you not say today? Did you say today?
Okay, yeah, okay, I guess. So you think
Did you
Meg
say
is
today?
still?
Did you say
You
today?
think Meg is still bigger than Roddy today?
Yeah.
Okay.
Y'all niggas tell me every day Roddy Ricch fell off the face of the earth. Why wouldn't I believe that?
Meg Thee Stallion fell off the
I don't
face.
think he fell off the face of the earth. I think it's just a
Y'all tell
bandwagon.
me every
hate
day he
certain
fell off the face
artists.
of the earth. Why wouldn't I believe that?
I think it's a bandwagon hate certain artists. I think the baby's still a huge artist. So I don't know if that's what you believe or is you just hearing what other niggas are saying and you believe it, but I don't believe
I
that
just
shit.
said you
I just
you
think they're
said that
still
you
tier
said
artists.
Roddy Ricch fell off.
If I'm
You
going off
said
of their
this.
hit, because we're talking about hit songs here. So if we're going off of hit songs, Roddy Ricch has more hit songs than Meg.
You asked me, is Meg Thee Stallion bigger than Roddy Ricch today?
But where the conversation was based off of longevity, right? And
I
hit
said, who
songs
is a better opportunity
is
to be
a
bigger?
factor.
Right after this moment, who is the opportunity to be bigger, Meg or Tory? Y'all said Tory. I said Meg.
And then the conversation of Tory, who's bigger, Tory or Meg right now, came up, right?
Okay, I think Meg is a bigger artist still.
What about him having more streams than her right now?
He just dropped a song with Trippie Redd. That you just
You,
said is really
you think
popular.
that Tory?
But if
Trippie-
she's so much bigger,
Come
why
on,
would it be so close?
Well,
Let me
you
ask y'all
think
this.
a
Who do y'all
Tory and
okay, that's fine.
Trippie Redd
Who do y'all
song
think is a
the
bigger
one
artist? Who do y'all think is a bigger artist? Rod Wave or Tory Lanez?
I think Rod Wave.
Okay, Rod
Me-
Wave has
me
11
personally.
million streams. Tory Lanez has 23. So what is that?
I
do?
wasn't gonna say that. That's all I'm going. I don't. It's an argument to be had.
I never use streams because streams could fluctuate.
I'm not going.
Travis just hit 70 million monthly listeners.
Me personally, Tory got a
Right.
way better catalog than Rod Wave, and I think that contributes to his streams.
I just asked who's bigger.
I think what bigger is relative.
Do you think Tory Lanez could go to arenas and sell them out?
No, but I don't think Meg Thee Stallion could either.
Well, I'm talking about Rod Wave. Now I'm talking about them too.
Oh,
'Cause you said you think he's bigger.
Rod Wave selling out arenas.
Some places.
I think Tory could sell out arenas in some places.
Mm.
I think the
Can't-
quality,
can't
because
tell.
like Tory was a talked about artist, and he had enough hits to be a pretty big artist. Like he wasn't on the obviously the conversations of the 21s and little babies, but he was right under there. And Meg the Stallion, she's talked about for her reasons, and that's what I'll give you that to bring that back up. You was talking about brand and walking outside, like yeah, if Meg the Stallion walked outside, like women probably fawn over and men may come up to her and shit like that, but in the right places, I guess the same thing could happen to Tory Lane. So I really don't. Brand wise, it's an argument.
Well, brand wise, not even an argument. Meg Thee
But
Stallion's bigger than Tory Lanez, like hands down.
musically, it's not to me. Musically, I mean, I guess it is an argument. Musically, it is an argument.
You could argue
I'm okay right now.
quality, like yeah, he's got better quality. I'm not even dispute like this. Who's a better artist, Meg or Tory Lanez? After I've said plenty of times, if Tory Lanez didn't do this, he probably could be like a top 5 nigga right
But
now.
see, when someone is around for 10 years almost, and they've been at a certain level and kept knocking at that certain level, and then you peak up one time, I'm gonna pick that dude that's been peaking at that level and kept it going, being consistent at that level. And it showed. If we was talking about before jail and all that shit, it looked like he was about to, take off for a little bit, like how Lil Durk had been kind of doing. That's why I said the Lil Durk and Tory Lane's kind of similar. It's like been around for a while, but I think say Lil Durk been around for a while, Tory been around for a while, but I feel like it was at this level. Lil Durk had his peak. I feel like Tory was about to do that same type of peak, and I think Tory would have been able to sustain it a lot better because he make hits that's more mainstream and shit like that than a Lil Durk can. I think he just got a better musical ear. So when you say bigger, I think Tory has been consistent enough at a high level conversation. Like he been in the conversation of beefing with Drake. He been in the conversations of many different years to where he's relevant enough for sure. He ain't like for instance, like what if like Tyga stayed around and like kept being Tyga for 10 years? Would you have picked Meg the Stallion? Or I guess Tyga got some big ass hits back in the day though. So I don't know. I guess I just feel like a guy that's like maybe you don't consider one of the top dudes, but been consistent for a long time, you gotta take that into account on why they got more streams and why I think they just as big. Because just because you peak once, like yeah, you relevant for a minute, but let's say the train keep going. I'm looking at the trajectory. It's Tory Lanez by a mile. Like how many times you think Meg Thee Stallion can really replicate that hot girl summer shit? Like I just don't see it. It's just
She was already on the decline the last 2
you
years, so I mean,
you
it's not. I would bank on Tory then, if anything.
you talk about foreign 5-year foreign and how he should be sounding a certain type of way, and you ain't see why like that. That's Meg Thee Stallion, just one style. We seen it with the baby, and the baby got way better quality to me than Meg Thee Stallion. So when we look at trajectory, I look at someone to continue the gravy train going. And like I said, he wasn't like some like super low dude. So he was keeping the gravy train going at a decent size notoriety, if I'm being honest. Like
in what year do y'all think we've ever been like Tory Lanez is like a part of this top 10 like just conversational pieces of the year? What year would that be?
I'm not really sure, to be honest.
Because it's
But
never
when has Megan been top 10
2019,
conversations?
2020.
And let's say Tory was in the top 15 conversations and he was consistently in the top 15 conversations.
When does that ever happen? And I know you don't fuck with Tory Lanez. I'm not very. When does this conversation be having for Tory Lanez?
From just let's say since 2015, since his chick tapes. Or let me see if it's more.
We've never had this conversation of Tory Lanez being a top 15 rapper in the game for a year, ever.
So what you think his level of tier was when he was in 2015?
In 2015, when he had Say It?
Yeah. Like when Robert, like what would you think Robert would have put?
Robert would put him at A tier because that was his favorite artist.
So how many people you think like there was out there like Robert?
20,000.
What's his biggest like sales ever? Like it ain't
2019, Chicks Say 5.
What was that?
83,000.
So I mean, he was trending up clearly before the incident. That was 2019.
But me personally,
and he had Jerry Springer.
Well, April 2020. April
he had Jerry
2020.
Springer, and he had
April 2020 went to 64. So then he started trending down.
And I mean, even the argument, when have we ever considered Meg Thee Stallion a top 15 artist?
I'm just about being a part of the conversation.
She wasn't a top 15 artist. You can act like it, but I'm not getting that. I'm not giving that up. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean,
Act
if
like
we're
she
saying
was
top 15, I could see that. I could see top 15, but if we're talking like top 5, top 10,
not to my ears,
but
not to my
if
So
we talking top 15,
I'm removing.
top
I'm not
20.
this fucking big. I'm removing. You're putting yourself into it. You're like, I love Tory Lanez, so he's my. I'm not saying. I'm just talking
no. I don't think Meg.
If we look at a year, we talk about a year. You said this hot girl summer shit was big. We're looking at a year. Who had the moments? Who was the most relevant? She was obviously.
That don't mean she was top 15. Just because in 2015, just because she had a good year, that mean, so Gorilla's a top 15 rapper right now.
Ice Spice?
Ice Spice a top 15 rapper right now? Get the fuck out of here.
Name me 15 better niggas than Ice Spice right now that drop music.
Bryce, you're going off of quality.
Name
you're
them.
not going off.
That's
like,
why he keep going off quality. I'm not fucking talking about quality.
Like the peak of this, like the song, like where it charted, like where it actually.
No. I didn't say bigger. We said top 15 artists.
That's what I mean.
Top 15 rapper.
I'm not talking about skill.
Yeah, if we talking about skill, that's another conversation.
We're
I don't give a fuck if somebody can get in the conversation.
Skill, then like
Macklemore was in the conversation. Eat a dick. Eat a dick.
He won a Grammy. He had a bigger moment. What are you talking about?
Irrelevant as fuck to me. Because it be
you're internalized. You keep talking about me. If you want to talk about quality and skill,
to the club with my cock out. Get the fuck out of here.
If you want to talk about quality and skill, we got to put these old niggas in the conversation every. Nas got to be the conversation every fucking year. These people got to be in conversation every fucking year. We're gonna talk about quality of music and shit like that.
If they still dropping.
We said who's the top 15 artists?
I take Future.
Who's the greatest rapper? Black Thought's the greatest rapper.
Rick Ross, Drake, Big Sean, J. Cole, Kendrick. Shit, it's so many artists that's better than them. Fuck, we talking about top 15. Stop it.
See, you told me you have two.
Stop it. You ain't even down. You download it. Walk my nigga. Stop it.
You have two different conversations.
Shit blew up because niggas was gimmicky. I don't give a fuck about that shit.
That's hard for a new artist to achieve. You gotta.
I don't care. Like, I don't care when artists,
even if it's not like your demographic.
Artists,
like it's still
see, I'm not
like
trying
a hard
to win.
I'm
really not trying to win the argument. I'm just really giving my point about how I don't care. Like just because you was able to create a moment, and we talk about a gimmicky ass moment. And you in the feminist times when people trying to push feminine all the time. When you look at Marvel, it's straight women damn near. Like you in the era of this. I'm not fucking impressed. You saw some bro, you saw some trashy shit and you got famous. I don't give a fuck. That's like a 6'9" top 15 rapper. Like, where's our fucking integrity?
Was he not in 2018?
Nasty.
Was he
got
not?
the hits, bro?
Nasty.
Was he not?
I mean, in terms of skill, probably not, but in terms of popularity,
that was my whole point. A hit is a hit with 50 Cent, man.
Nasty. Never in my top.
50 Cent had hits after 07.
I don't know what you're
trying
to
quantify.
You keep saying me. If I ask a nigga to talk about the year of 2018, talk about rap in 2018, you can't talk about that talking about 6ix9ine. Like that's
and I could put out 15 bigger rappers and better rappers. Little Baby.
No
21.
nigga would talk about
From
2018
that
and not mention 6ix9ine. That's a lie.
Because he called niggas out. Not because his music was fucking.
Every record he dropped was going like top 20. What are you talking about?
Every record he dropped. Y'all name the records and play them. Let's play some of these records, please.
Let's
play some of these records, please. Because I don't.
You keep going to quality.
Little Peep had like 2 or 3 hits. Top 20. Top 20. Little Peep. Little Peep. Top 20.
You just make yourself sound crazy. You're trying to compare 6ix9ine and Little Peep. Like that makes no fucking sense. Nobody would do that. Nobody would do that.
Hey, what's the nigga? Yeet. Top 15.
If you got the hits,
top 15.
You got the hits.
Hey, not too much on you, bro. Not too much on you, bro.
These niggas, I'm sorry. That's alleged I down. Meg Thee Stallion was never a top 15. Nothing. She was she was a top 15 notable person.
That's all I've said this whole time. I
don't give a that's irrelevant to music.
We're talking about who's bigger artists. We've been saying bigger artists this whole time.
It's irrelevant to music.
How's being a bigger artist now relevant to the bigger artist conversation?
Okay, who's more of a mainstream?
None of them hits stand the test of time.
Who's more of a mainstream artist?
People still gonna be playing Tory shit.
What? Say it.
It's plenty of
name
songs.
Name the hits. That's gonna last test time. Name them, please. God.
Bro, I'm not about to get into that. I know you're not a Tory fan.
I can name a few.
It's plenty of songs I can name. I'm just not about to get in that with you. It's just not the
I can
point.
say, say
It's
love,
not the
talk to
point.
me, Jerry Sprung, Liddy,
It Talks to Me
Color
was a hit.
Violet, Stupid Again. And a
Banda
lot of them
Man,
are top 50.
Man to
A
man,
lot
you
of
said
them are
man to
top
man.
50.
Banda Man.
Man to man's gonna stand the test of time.
You a real nigga?
Well, I'm just talking
Yeah,
about
see, look,
top 50
you
Billboard
see,
like
you keep
top
talking about like
top.
yourself. I'm talking about everybody. I'm not talking about myself.
Yeah, but I'm using
That's why I
myself
think
as
you're
a
getting. That's
proper
why I think you're
gauge.
getting confused. You keep talking about me.
No, because I know if you Meg the Stallion hits are ass and they don't stand the test of time. Low quality, low usage rate. Because what you gonna use it outside of the club? Cool. All right. People gonna be playing Tory Lane shit for the longest, and I'm talking about his fans, of course. But at the moment, they right around the same amount, 30,000. Hers like around 29. I mean, 30 million versus 29 million. So, me personally, if we're gonna talk about longevity, that number only gonna get lower for Meg the Stallion. What are we talking about? And
You
that's
think
not
it's
even
gonna
a
rise? You think it's gonna
conversation.
rise? You think it's gonna rise for Tory?
It's gonna.
You think when he doesn't drop music for the next how many years, it's gonna rise, or what do you think it's gonna do?
It probably stay the same. Or
You
it
think
could
it's gonna
go
stay
down.
at 20 million?
Yeah, for sure.
Fuck no.
I don't think the drop
Guess
off
you're
will
gonna
be
ask
as
the next
steep
in the
as you're
music.
making it seem. I don't think it'll be a
If
steep drop
if
off though.
Rod Wave will go from 30 to 11, y'all don't think Tory's gonna go from 20?
He ain't got that longevity though. He only got a certain amount of hits.
Do you
So
think Rod
though,
Wave has more hits than Tory or no?
no, not as far as a career. No, fuck no. Like he might have a couple bigger hits, but when you put all the Tory good songs together that people know and love, those gonna add up to keeping his streams higher than somebody that got like 5 great hits or 5 big hits. But like once that era is over with those hits, they're not gonna be able to keep the streams of an artist up. Tory been dropping music for almost a decade, and a lot of shit's been quality shit. Like maybe he don't have a classic album that people will talk about, but I know Memories Don't Die. I Told You, Love Me Now. Obviously I love Sorry for What. Like he got some pretty good albums, and like I said, damn near a decade. That shit, you gotta think, bro. That 2 years, Meg is not gonna be able to compete unless you think she about to come out dropping some more quality music. Then that's what we just gonna disagree.
That Sorry for What album kind of convinced me. That was that was my favorite Tory Lanez album, and that was his last
Shit's,
project. So
shit's great.
that'll be the only way that would convince me to believe that when he gets out, he'll be not as poppin', maybe. As far as like popularity, because Meg doesn't have to do music necessarily to be as popular as Tory. She could just do whatever the fuck she want to do at that point, because she don't really need music at this point. But if we talk about musically, if we're talking about talent, obviously I think Tory's more talented than Meg musically. But if we're talking about popularity wise, who's a bigger artist, like who's more mainstream, yeah, I think
Ain't nobody
I'd say
dying
Meg.
for
Yeah.
a tour. I mean, a Meg Thee Stallion feature.
You think people are dying for a Tory feature?
Shit, musically, yeah, they wouldn't mind one.
You think they're dying for it?
Like I said, Meg's so big though. That's my point. She's so big. She's so huge. That's the point I'm making.
Meg, if she's so big, why are people not begging for her to be a feature as much? I know Tory's like not as big as Meg, but if Meg is so big, why aren't people like begging and scratching to get a Meg? Like Future taxed Meg to like $250,000 for a feature, and that was for her project last year. So yeah, I don't think Future would be taxing Tory like that for a feature. If they if he was in good terms with everyone in the industry too, what I'm saying, like the baby did a track with Tory. I mean, they're probably friends, but probably wasn't as expensive. But people aren't really looking for a Meg feature right now. So, and this is
Or a
2023.
single, or an album.
Yeah, so like her last real hit was 3 years ago. So yeah, it's
What was Tory's last real hit?
uh
His last real hit was like probably like 3
3
years
years
ago.
ago.
3 years ago?
Was it the What's Poppin' shit technically? Or you want
Not
to
a
say What's
feature.
Poppin'
That's not
remix?
his song though. That's Jack Harlow right
Went
there.
through a feature.
Are we talking about something that's his song? I mean, he has like 8 songs that have charted
Yeah,
in
I
the
mean,
top 50
I don't know
his
what
entire
you
career.
call a hit. That's why I don't want to just jump out there.
So
Are we changing? Like, we don't know what hits are anymore.
Nah, cause
I'm not
I
gonna
thought
lie,
that was
this sound
pretty
like the
great
50 Cent
songs, and I
argument.
know
I
his
was,
fan base
I'm
really
just
fuck
saying,
with him. So I don't know. Like when you look on like
it sound like the
YouTube, they
50
doing
Cent.
numbers. That's what I'm saying. It's like so I don't know. Obviously, I don't think they did numbers on the charts because nobody was like really trying to play his shit. But when you look on YouTube, he doing numbers, and it was some pretty good ass songs. So I don't know. That's what it's like. I don't be like shit that I think hits got multiple millions. It ain't like this shit got 1 million streams or some shit like that.
Tory's
7 million
YB now.
streams.
You a YouTube artist, man.
I mean, that's the only way you can kind of go to. He got a song Tory Lanez Field. They got 39 million with Chris Brown. He got a Skit Scat with the baby, which that's both these his songs. That how did like how many is it? Like 19 million or 54 million. I'm trying to see some other ones like Jokes on Me. Got 16 million. That was 2 years ago.
What does the take featuring Chris Brown
Broken a
have?
minute, Heart than a Bitch. That was probably his biggest one to me personally, but that was played in the club a lot. I think even on the radio a little bit, but they had 31 million.
What does the take featuring Chris Brown have on Chicks Tape 5? What does that have on YouTube?
Let me see. Chicks Take 5. Give me 1 second. I found the album. I just gotta.
Because that's another top 50 song that charted for Tory.
You said with Chris Brown, the take. On this one, they only got 1 million.
Okay, never mind. But I'm sure it. It charted pretty high. I know the friends already looking to try to, bamboozle my point.
I'm looking at nothing. I don't gotta do no extra.
Yeah, I was looking at Tory Lanez chart history. I mean, like I said, he has like 8 hits in the top 50. So I mean, it's not nothing. You know what I mean? Like he has 18 songs in general that have charted from 2015 till now. I mean, it's something. It's not like he hasn't had any songs chart at all. So I think long term, once he gets out, he's going to have a lot more to talk about at that point. He'll be 37, 38 years old, somewhere around there. Meg's still young. She doesn't necessarily have to do music to be popular. Like I said, I could easily see her taking a break from music because honestly, what the fuck is she going to talk about? I don't think she really
Stupid Again.
cares.
Got some hits, bro.
Yeah, Stupid Again was fire. Yeah, I don't know.
Stupid Again. He got the shit with 404 that went crazy.
It's not looking good for Meg. I mean, Meg could always do OF,
Broken.
man. I ain't gonna lie, man. Iggy doing OF, so hey man, get your bag. But as far as music, most high, I fuck with that song. No, Tory got some songs. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Tory got songs.
Didn't he have a yeah, that's all.
Jewish
I'm gonna
lawyers.
sign that list when I sign it.
And Defran like, man, this nigga Bryce Wilder.
It's like that's like because he keeps conflating like a song he likes with a hit.
I mean, like I said, I wasn't ready to jump out the bandwagon because I know they wasn't on no hit on the radio. But I think if you take the concept of the last 3 years, he been blackballed from the mainstream, and then you look at if that wasn't going on, him dropping them hits, that's them hoes doing numbers, bro. Because that shit was one of the ones that was played in the clubs like crazy. So
this nigga Ekbo funny as hell. Niggas have a desert to sell you in Antarctica.
If you think anybody be waiting to listen to Tory in 7 years, I have a desert to sell you in Antarctica.
Well, niggas was waiting on Bobby Smurder.
Yeah, but look what happened. I ain't gonna lie. Niggas don't give a fuck.
How long was Yo Gotti in jail for?
Yo Gotti went to jail?
Yeah, like before he got popping again.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, it does sound like my 50 Cent point saying that he has had hits since 07. It's just not as big, but they're still hits. It's the same shit with Tory. Like, Tory got hits. Like, it might not be as big as Say It or Love, but it still hits. You know what I mean? Anything in the top 50.
I give you the Color Velvet only because Color Velvet, like the Stupid Again song, It's like it went 54. It charted higher than Color Velvet, but it was there 1 week, then it was gone. Color Velvet
Because
is
it ain't got no push behind it.
Color Velvet came out in 2023. It had at least it was there for 9 weeks.
Color Velvet did not come out 2023, bro.
I'm looking at the debut date, January 14, 2023.
Color
That
Velvet.
song was like
What?
2021 or something.
I'm
That
just
was
telling you.
2021 or
I'm
something.
just telling you what Billboard says. It
Fuck
debuted on the
Billboard.
charts January 14th, 2023. A Color Violet, whatever the fuck it's called.
These songs does Meg have? I'm just interested now. I honestly want to know, and I want to see the number in 7 years. I want to compare and
Top
contrast.
50.
Yeah, top
You said top
50.
50?
Yeah, top 50. Yeah,
She has one. Oh, we just counted her songs, right? No
just
features.
her songs. Yeah,
Okay. She has
or it could be her featuring another artist. It's fine.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
29 according to
7,
this
8,
Billboard.
9, 10, 11.
So
11 top
11
50.
top 50 compared to Tory's 8 and 8, and Tory has 18 total songs that charted, and Tory has 8 top 50, and Meg has 11.
Tory has 8 top 50.
For someone that's but it's supposed to be so much more bigger than
Let's go.
Tory.
Let's see. Let's go. You said top 50, right? Just him?
I mean, I don't think that matters.
I
Why
would
wouldn't
say
just her?
it could be Meg featuring somebody else too. It just has to be Meg's
No,
song.
it has to be their song, right? That's what you
Yeah,
said.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
So
they song for sure.
So Tory has one. Is 1, 2,
He has 8.
3, 4. He has 4.
That are top 50?
Yes.
Oh, let me check it again. Let me check it.
Love, Say It, Talk to Me, and Jerry Sprunger.
You're not doing like features with Tory, even though it's his song.
You said his song.
What's
No,
the
I'm saying
features?
I'm saying it could be his song.
What was
he
the
could have the
features?
artist featured to it. It just has to be his song. It can't be like another artist featuring Tory.
What songs you talking about?
We said Love. We said Say It, Love.
Talk to Me.
Talk to Me. Jerry Sprunger. Those are only 4.
Yeah.
And the ones that have Tory Lanez featuring another artist.
Which ones you seen though?
Yeah, what are you looking at?
I just looked that shit up. Hold on, let me look at this shit again.
Are you saying like Liddy, Meek Mill featuring Tory? Are you saying
I guess
Kika,
that's what I was
6ix9ine
doing.
featuring Tory?
Never mind. That's what I was
How
doing.
many of those he got?
If we're doing that, then yeah, he had 8.
He
I
has
guess that's
7.
what I was doing. Yeah.
And then you said he got 18. What do?
He has 18 total songs that charted, I think, in the top
16.
100.
Top 100? Or
Yeah.
top 60 or top 100?
Top 100.
In the top
How
100.
many Meg got?
29.
That's only like what 8,
Damn, she got
9 more.
29.
I mean, you got to think about it. Y'all just said he's only been around for 2 years. He's been around for 10
Oh,
years.
brother. Oh,
Nah, I ain't
10
know shit.
years.
I don't know 29 Megan
she
Stallion
just dropped a
songs.
project last year, bruh. How
So did
many?
Tory.
Okay, what songs off there did Plan B chart?
Yeah, 29.
29.
29 is crazy.
That is kind of crazy for that. So, I mean, I get it. It's during the whole situation. So the Plan B, and I'm a strong black woman. Put them niggas.
Anyways, yeah, like I said.
Yeah, I guess 29. This propaganda music
Who
gotta
output
go,
Tory
bro.
Lanez?
I need some more creativity from these American artists, man. I need some more
Let me ask you,
creativity.
who would you say is a
man.
bigger artist, Trippie Redd or Tory Lanez?
Trippie Redd, not even close.
Not even close.
I mean, he's I think when did Trippie Redd come out? Like 2015? I think around the same time. It's like the same time span. Yeah, and he's had a lot more hits. I'd like to pretty easily.
Really? How many
Has
he got? He
more
got like
hits.
50, top 50 shit. Surprise me again.
I don't even need to look that shit up to know he's a big artist, bro.
I'm just curious how many.
So why I'm curious, like as far as we talking, because it's so easy if you say bigger for Trippie, but not for Meg. When like the numbers, I'm curious why you say that.
Oh, I never said Meg wasn't a big artist though. That was Bryce. I'm not. Don't let me in with Bryce, the friend.
Would you say that he'll be bigger later on, or what? You did say
Yeah.
something like that.
At least he'll
No,
be
I
bigger
said
when he
if
gets out of
I said
jail
if
or
we're talking
something.
longevity, yeah, the longevity argument, yeah, because I don't even think Meg would be like musically interested in music at that point. Like, give her like 3 to 4 years, I don't think she'll really care. Because what the fuck would she even talk about for real? So I think she'll probably pivot to something else. And I think Tory, when he gets out, he's gonna have all this shit to say. He's gonna still be as creative. He's not gonna be that old to where it's like, oh, like, he's gonna be like 37, 38 at that point. Hopefully he gets out in 5 to 7 years. Um,
He's still a
he can
household
serve
name,
the
bro.
and just get right back to it. He's still a household name. Like he's not. I'll say it like this: he's not so mainstream to where like, yeah, we're gonna be anticipating him like, oh my god, Tory. But he's not like irrelevant to the point where, like, yeah, I generally don't give a fuck. Like, I just don't give a fuck. Like he still has a catalog that, like I said, that his last project is my favorite project. So he was trending up. He definitely was trending. His last two projects, he was trending up. Chicks Tape 5 and Sorry for What. I was playing Sorry for What on repeat when I got off of work, and that shit is fire, right? I
I
ain't gonna
still
lie.
play that hoe.
That shit is fire. So I don't
When
know.
you say
Hopefully,
trending up, you talking about quality, right?
yeah. I'm just only talking. I'm only talking about quality. I'm not talking about like numbers and all that shit. I'm only talking
But I
quality.
think an album like that would it, bro. What's the? I forget what's. Let me look up
Like, it was
the.
a perfect mix of like R&B and hip
When
hop.
you talk about if he wasn't going through this shit when that album dropped, brother, that album would have did numbers.
Like,
Or
if he
not
would have
even
dropped
numbers.
that
Like it would have
instead of
had some
Chicks
hits
Tape,
off that hoe.
I ain't
He
gonna
got a
lie.
he got
That shit,
sex tape. I mean, sex song. That's a crazy song.
Sex Song is
Understand.
fire.
Like he
Understand
got
is
some
fire.
shit that's like would be crazy hits. Casa
It
Migos.
just
Like bro,
sounds good.
he
Like,
got some
DeFran, it
shit
just
that
sounds
would
good,
have been
DeFran.
like
Does it sound
huge
good or
hits.
not sound good? It sounds good, DeFran. So I don't know, man.
Casa Migos.
DeFran,
No,
have you
I
listened
just
to that album?
The
The
what?
Sorry
Sorry
for
for
Wait
what?
shit, the Tory Lane's last out
I
project,
listened when it came out. I don't like remember it.
bro. Listen to that shit, bro. You trust me, bro. From the first track, the first song is fire.
yeah, it's not too many skips at all.
It's not too many, and I rarely say that with albums. That album was one of them. That Brent Faiyaz album was one of them. You feel me? That Giveon shit was one of them. That might be my bag, but I don't know. That Tory project is the one. I ain't gonna lie. Chicks Tape, I wasn't too. Chicks Tape 5. It's a great album, but it's not.
Like I got a new question for D friend. So like I know there's like bubbles we could put artists in. Oh, was you about to play something else?
That was an accident.
Okay, okay. But I know it's like certain bubbles we can put artists in, right? So would you put Meg in a microwave bubble, like a here today, gone tomorrow artist, like, or did? Because it's like I obviously we got the Kanyes, we got the 50 Cents, the Waynes, like that's like they gonna stand the test of time. But then you even got the levels of like the Big Sean's and I'm trying to think of some other artists that's like not so much like y'all want to say like superstars, but still had like a good career, good longevity. Like I know we're not putting her in that category, even though she got 29. Because like Big Sean might got 29 top 50 hits, maybe it's more, but like let's say that like I know we're not putting it in that category. So do you put Meg Thee Stallion in a like microwave at least?
Who'd you put in the microwave? The baby and like Roddy Rich?
Who else would I? 6ix9ine.
Because would you argue that her career kind of mirrors the baby's career?
I can't sit here and call the baby microwave. I'm sorry.
I'm just like, could you mirror their careers? High peaks, same time, fall offs. I'm just asking.
I think the baby's peak was way bigger than Meg's, and his longevity clearly is
If Meg was a
better.
man,
Why you say her longevity came around the same time?
From
If Meg was a man,
2019
if Meg was a man, she would have been like that. She'd be the baby, right?
to 20,
They
six
came
nine
out the
got
same. They
arrested.
both on
This
double XL
nigga.
freshman class together. Like they came out at the same time. They got big at the same time. They had big records together.
Yeah, but I think the baby's peak is bigger than Meg's peak.
Me personally.
Which and the baby probably has multiple peaks because I think Rockstar was number one too. So I mean,
Yeah, I think the
that's not.
baby's a bigger was a bigger
I can
artist. I
I
think
can't
the
sit here and
fall
call
off
him a
was
microwave
Stark,
artist.
but I think the
But
baby
I
was
can't do it.
clearly a better artist and bigger
And
than Meg Thee
he's
Stallion.
consistent as shit, and way more consistent too. At that.
Like the only reason I wouldn't call the like so the baby like album wise, you could call him like I mean, I don't even know album wise. Like to a degree, you could say parts of his like music, like and his style, seem like repetitive and stuff like that. And I can get where the microwave argument come into, but he had so many different type of hits. Like every hit wasn't bop. Like Rockstar and Suge is like two stark differences. And I love Lonely Lonely Baby. Like I think that's a good song. There's some other good songs that I like that he got for that hit. So I don't think it's just like when you hear the baby, it's like he really only had one button. Like I know a lot of people you like to say that about him because he do that with his beats a little bit. He do that with his his cadence. But look at his hits. I mean, it's he got some good ones, bro.
Yeah, we're not comparing Meg to fucking the baby. We're not doing that.
But the fall offs.
Is he not microwave? He came 2019 and got a good peak, and
Oh,
he's
see,
done for
see,
it.
I say microwave more like quality, like
You think the
I
baby
think
had
he
like
had a
high
longer.
quality?
hits. Yeah, he had
When
some
when
high
was
quality
Meg's
hits.
peak though? His Meg's peak. Meg's run is from what 2019 to 2021.
Let me look up
It's the
Megan
same.
hits.
And in that same
I know
time
the baby has
frame, the
bigger
baby.
records. I'm just asking. Like, 2019 is when they both came out. Like, the baby has to 2017, but he didn't really blow up till 2019. They blew up at the same time. And then you could also, how y'all arguing for Tory in this whole situation, you could argue if Meg didn't go to this situation, she'd be continue to rise. Because if you look at all the female rappers, only three of female rappers have ever sold over 100K. Cardi, Meg, and Nicki. That's it. Lotto, she's barely scratching 50. All the other Coil Ray, she can't get past 20. Like, she was a big artist. You're doing 100. We talking about 100K. Big, who's a big dog?
But do you
100K,
think Meg
100K.
will ever do that again compared to the other two,
Compared to who?
Cardi and Nicki?
No, because the situation happened. I just said that. My
Okay.
point was, we're saying the baby had a bigger peak or whatever he had, but
I might take a little bit of what I said back about it. I'm looking at the hits.
You got the baby's hits compared to Meg's.
Nah, call her microwave. Cause she do
Oh,
got some like it the style, and I do feel like she was a product of an era that they were pushing. Don't get it twisted, but it is some decent sounding songs on there that I can't just be mad at. Like if I was to look at a Lil Kim or Meg Thee Stallion, I pick Meg Thee
this is Mortar's
Stallion any
favorite
day.
song right here.
With no
that money.
navigation. Mandatory that I get the head, but no guarantees on a penetration. I be texting with a bi chick, we both freaky, just
We're
trying
still
shit.
not top
Main
50
nigga
for
getting super
sure.
jealous, he don't even know about the other fellas. I need a Mr. Clean, make that.
Like I
Yeah,
said,
it's
compare
still a
their
little
careers
cringe.
similarly to, like I said, the rise and fall.
Might be a sick take, but
But
she
I
rapped
see
her ass off.
the difference of fall off though is like I think Meg was already falling off before the Tory shit, so but it's hard to argue,
It's hard to say that because Savage came out like right before that happened. So how's she
That was
falling off?
2020. The remix.
2020. They have it
But
right
yeah,
before
it's
she.
been 3 years though.
That's the
That's what I'm saying.
remix,
Like
No,
nigga.
but
That
you
was the
said she was
remix.
falling off before she got shot. She was at her
Nigga,
ascension.
that was the remix,
Why does
bro.
that matter? What do you keep saying that? Why does that matter?
Nigga, the original came out
Savage was already a big record.
2019. The incident happened in 2020. The
Regardless, even when it
remix came
happened, she
out
was already
after, bro.
she was still a. That doesn't
That would
matter.
even be the song I would mention WAP before I mentioned Savage remix.
She was
Because
still
WAP came out
ascending.
after.
It
Didn't
doesn't
WAP come out?
regardless. Okay, so she wasn't declining then. If
what
WAP came
about
out
her?
after.
What about her albums though? I remember her albums. That's I think I was referring kind of to when
But that was her
I
last
know the
hit.
albums came out and they didn't really do too much. Like she did have some hits. I'm not gonna act like
Traumazine
she
was
didn't have some
ass.
hits.
2022.
But I just
Traumazine was
no,
shit.
I'm talking about even before that. She had an album that was before that too.
Oh, the news shit. The news.
Yeah,
The
and that
news.
hoe was a dud.
That was ass too. I ain't gonna
So
lie.
like that was right around 2020. That's the only reason I kind of felt that way. Like after listening to the album. But
Got a point.
what was I gonna bring up with the mic. I don't know. I forget what I was even bringing up with
When you
that.
say it was a dud, what is that? What is that? When y'all say it's a dud, what does that mean?
It wasn't a good album. Wasn't talked about here today, gone tomorrow.
So that album had "Girls in the Hood," "Don't Stop," "Body," which Warder just talked about, which is a big record, top 12. "Cry Baby with the Baby," which he's the reason that record got big. I'm not even like, but still her record that went big. So it's like I'm
The
in
biggest song
K.
was the Savage remix shit.
Why does that matter?
The Savage
Tory Lane's biggest song was Tory
remix,
Lane's biggest song.
the Don't Stop.
Tory Lane's
Cool.
biggest song was "Love." Tory Lane's biggest song was 2014 or 2015. What does that matter?
That I never mentioned that, but we
I'm
was
saying
talking about the
why you bringing up
news.
that? Why are you saying it's her biggest? What does that matter?
No, I'm talking about the Good News project. I've never mentioned Tory at all.
Well,
So
I'm saying why are you saying that? Are you saying because it's on Good News?
yeah.
Well, it was on Sugar, and I guess she threw the remix on Good News.
Oh, so you're
You just started
using
attacking that boy. He was just trying to say a
I'm
fact.
sorry. I'm ready, nigga. I'm ready to go. Shit, we can teed up. Let's go.
bro, Meg not gonna fuck you, gang. I ain't gonna lie. But the body shit was ass. It
Boring
was
take.
mid. If you talking about Bryce's argument with the
When you say it's
quality,
ass and mid,
body was
are you
shit.
referring to you liking it, or what are you referring it to?
The majority Meg fans didn't even really like that shit.
Was that? How many
Meg
Meg
fans
fans
didn't
fans
even
you
like
talk
that shit.
to? How many Meg fans you talk to?
You've seen me on Twitter. I know a lot. Trust me. They didn't like that shit. Crybaby shit. They understand. It was the baby, basically. The Savage remix shit. I get it. You throw that shit on there to add more streams. What did that even do first week?
100K.
Okay, that's cool. I get it. Savage remix probably helped it. And then the Don't Stop record
Body
had a
was on the
video,
Body was
had
on
a
the
little
charts
blow up.
Body was on the charts for 20 weeks.
Yeah, but it's obviously like a trendy fucking
Oh
song. Like
yeah,
no
so it's
one's
like all these
no
fucking
no one's
excuses. It's
playing
this, it's
that
that.
song now.
Nobody is on the charts for 20 weeks, but nobody's playing it. But Tory
If
Lane's
you
stupid to get his
think
hit.
your
He was
friend,
on chart for 1 week.
if
Like, come
you
on, bro.
think
Sit the fuck
body yada 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 yada, if you think that is the quality of hit
I ain't
that
gonna lie,
down.
Woody. You
hit,
not the one that had his take, because
You're
you were
talking
just
about
talking about
quality.
the
Y'all
that's
niggas keep trying to
Uzi
throw in
shit.
this
crazy, bro.
quality
That's
shit.
I'm on
crazy.
your side though, Woody. But I'm
Y'all
just
act like I
saying.
keep saying,
That's
y'all act
crazy,
like I'm
bro.
saying body is thrillers. Y'all keep throwing that quality word in the
Wow,
fucking
wow,
mix.
what an extreme example. Nigga said Thriller.
But it
Okay,
is a reason why I charted that long. It wasn't because it was great. It's just because it's
It
a
doesn't
good
matter
club
why. It
song.
just is there for 20 fucking weeks.
Yeah, I mean, I get it.
20
I was just
weeks is damn near the whole year.
hey, you said Roddy Rich, the box. How long was that number
That was
one?
number one for like shit 10 weeks.
I think it was more than 10 weeks, guy.
11, like okay,
I'm pretty sure
12
it's more than 11 and 12.
at number one.
Yes. Fact
yeah.
check,
I don't
nigga.
know, man. I think
That's the
those
box, nigga.
they cool. Some of them are good, but most of her hits are very mediocre. And
It
I'm
was
the
11 weeks.
Okay, 11 weeks.
she queen of mediocre hits.
How long was the song with the baby the Rockstar shit? How long was that number one?
7 weeks.
Okay, got 11 weeks and 7 weeks. Okay, calling the baby
All
microwave.
these are dancing songs, so it's gonna do it for a long time. Dancing songs do numbers for a while.
That's true.
It's gonna be played in the club. People gonna. And I'm not knocking. There's nothing wrong with that. She twerks, so
Yeah, the
it's
friends definitely playing body yada yada. You know, while he's
Meg
cleaning the
clearly
crib. You know,
Meg clearly had a run, so I can't knock it. But I will knock that it was a pretty ass run. Pretty ass run.
very very underwhelming run. I'll say. Even the Hot Girl Summer shit, I knew a lot of Meg fans that didn't even really like that record. Like they were all about like the term when she brought up the term. They were like, okay, we like the Hot Girl
That's really
terminology.
what it is more
And then
than
when they heard the song, it was like,
you said that about somebody recent. You
like
was like they bigger
Ty
than they
Dolla Sign
music.
kind of carried. Like it's
You,
cool, but it's like, are they playing it? Not really.
recently you said somebody was bigger than their music, and I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who it was. I feel like that whole movement was bigger than her music. Like, and she ate off of it to a degree, but for the most part, Meg The Stallion got huge based on that motto, and women took it and ran with it because it was right along with the slut walk shit. But she she rebranded that shit to seem a lot cooler. So I feel like that was the real reason she got so big, not so much her music. Like
Different. I don't know if you're making this face because you feel like Meg did this shit organically, but it was clearly propaganda music that she was pushing. She blew up off of propaganda music. Can't say that about Tory.
He hasn't blown up, so we're waiting on the blow up.
It's crazy dick suck.
When did you look flying low? If her run was mediocre, what is Tory's run? Like I said, because
that's kind of crazy.
Like I said, I never denied that
aside from y'all niggas
I
being
never
fans of
denied
Tory
she was a
Lanez,
big
look at it
artist.
from a bird's eye view. If we look at these niggas' careers,
I never denied she wasn't
y'all
a
are
big
gonna put
artist.
Tory Lanez with certain niggas. Y'all's not gonna do it. Like I said, if
I'm not gonna put Meg with certain niggas
if I
either.
passed you a sheet with these numbers, and y'all gonna tell me whose career he feels like more
I wouldn't
successful,
give a damn about that sheet. Show me the songs.
It's convenient. That's what I'm saying. That's
Play the songs
convenient.
though.
That's
Play the
convenient.
play how good the music is.
I'm not gonna
You think
lie.
I can-
If you
You
do
think more
actually play
people?
the songs,
You think more people know Meg Thee Stallion songs or Tory Lanez songs?
Are you asking who's more mainstream?
Do you? This is it's a simple. It's an either or. That's all.
Because I've never debated that she wasn't a bigger artist.
I
She's
didn't
I mean,
clearly
she
a big artist.
streamed more. I mean,
I don't
like
know
they
if this is
might
like
know
some trick
her,
question.
but
I
like,
just asked the question.
what does that
I just asked the
translate to the
question.
sale? Like, what does that translate to people actually listening to her? Like, they may know it, but that don't mean they listening. Like, Tory got just as many streams, and how does Tory? So explain this, because I know you've been on this ledge so long, like, or today. How in the hell is she such a huge run and all this different shit, but they streaming numbers are so close? She's so.
You said it. He has more. He has more music.
But if it wasn't a good quality, wouldn't the streams not?
I didn't say it wasn't good quality.
If or even to be similar, like
they're not hits.
Enough people know his shit to be competing. Because it ain't like 2 or 3. It ain't 20,000 niggas listening to 15 albums and making it go 30 million streams. It still got to have some close numbers, bro.
And we can look at. Let me see.
It got to be close numbers. I ain't gonna lie. I gotta grab my plate, bro. I'm hungry as fuck. 12 o'clock is our deadline shit.
Would you say so? You say Meg blew up in 2019, right? Not 2018.
I don't know when her shit dropped.
Because I would count Tina Snow, and that came out December 21, 2018. I think Big Ol' Freak was on there, and Freak Nasty.
Big Ol' Freak was like her.
Yeah. So okay. So we go from 2018 to 2022. In that run, we're comparing.
Like, come on, bro, stop it.
Okay.
Like,
well, I was really comparing.
If Meg was a nigga with the same numbers, you would
I'm
say
not
that's
comparing that shit. I'm not comparing that shit to Tory. I'm saying the only time I'm mentioning Tory different me. This is Wardu speaking. It's not Bryce speaking. If I'm comparing Meg to anyone, or if I'm comparing Meg to anyone, it's to her peers. Her peers are the baby. You know what I'm saying? People that actually came up at around the same time as her. And if I'm comparing her to the baby, I'm taking the baby over Meg.
Okay.
Whether I listen to her music or not, it's just he's had more hits up until that point. Now, if you're talking about Meg and Tory, the only time I'm mentioning Tory is the longevity argument. It's like it's when Tory gets out. I don't think by the time Tory gets out, Meg will give a fuck about music like that. So I don't think she'll be musically as relevant by the time Tory gets out.
She's not gonna be dropping good music.
Well, that's another conversation. But I think when Tory gets out, he's going to have a lot more to talk about. He's still going to be as creative, and people are going to want to listen to that. People are going to care. I don't think it's going to be 10 years he's serving. He doesn't have unless 85%, which is like 7.5 years. He could probably get out in 5, and then get the rest in probation. So it could be 5 years. He could be out in 2028. Who knows? So yeah, it's just if we're talking about popularity, if we're talking about bigger hits, if we're talking about a higher peaks,
and bigger is subjective. Bigger than numbers, bro. You talking about numbers when you say bigger.
If we're talking about longevity,
how could bigger be
quality of music, most people would actually care about, not all the superficial numbers and all this shit. I think Tory, you know what I mean? It just depends on what side of the argument you're arguing for. Clearly, you're arguing for the numbers. You're arguing for the actual hit songs, the songs that you don't even play yourself, which is ironic, but I'm not debating
Porter says
Meg
dumb
being a
shit
I
like
bigger
guess I
that.
should
Like
have
artist.
said best,
that's
not
Meg is a
ironic.
bigger
How is
artist.
that ironic? That's like a fucking dumb point.
maybe I shouldn't say biggest. Maybe I should say best.
Well, subjective. I don't.
It's not
I
subjective when
think.
somebody's so fucking mid. Meg Thee Stallion is a mid artist, bro, and it's not even a conversation.
Oh, I even have some songs that I liked from Meg. It's not really my demographic. I don't really bump her every day, but like I said, Captain Hook's my favorite song from her. Um, I like when she's actually
Porter's favorite
rapping.
song is a song about a woman talking about a nigga with a curved dick. Like, just think about that.
Yeah, facts. Pause. But I like when Meg actually raps and doesn't say body yada yada a million times and niggas, oh my god, it's a fucking hit. It's 20 weeks on the chart. Oh my god, it's such a great song. Hot Girl Summer. Oh my god, it's just a great fucking song. Oh my god, she, her. Oh my god, it's such a great. Come on, bro. It's a difference between good quality
Who said any
music
of that? Who said
and
any of that
music
you
that
just
is
said?
just
You know what I think too?
pandering
All that
to
you just
feminist
hold on,
agenda
because
shit.
Wardy likes to do all this extra shit. What you just said? Who said any of that?
You said what?
Who said she's the greatest lyricist of the year? This is the greatest
I
song I
did.
ever heard. Who
I'm
said
saying
that?
it. You're not God.
I agree with him. This shit was mid.
But Meg is. I will. The only thing I will agree with you is Meg is a bigger artist. No one's disputing that. But I'm not disputing that.
She's a
But
bigger
the
celebrity.
yeah, just a bigger celebrity. Yeah, obviously, yeah, she is a bigger celebrity. But just she has a stronger fan base, mostly women. So
I think people can manufacture fame and celebrity shit. And I think she's a part of that.
Honestly, I would say Sexy Red's bigger than Meg right now.
I think she's a part of that manufactured shit too.
Go ahead, DeFran. Go ahead and say it. Go ahead. What's such a hot take about what I just said? Come on, use your big boy words. How is Sexy Red not more musically relevant than Meg right now?
Ski.
Ski yeet. Travis fucking with her. Drake taking a picture with her. Come on, man. You just
That's why
mad Meg ain't take a picture with Drake. Drake ain't take no picture with Meg. Fuck it up.
I'm gonna stand on my ledge, bro. I ain't gonna never move from it. Certain people ain't worth the conversation just because they made it relevant in the mainstream conversation. Good for them. There's a lot of reasons for that shit. Don't mean nothing to me.
A lot of feminist propaganda. It's
Don't mean
helping
nothing to me.
artists.
Like Nicki Minaj, salute, respect. If somebody want to say she was a top 10 rapper, top 5 rapper in her era, salute. I heard her go bar for bar with niggas. I heard her meet all the requirements that real rappers have to go through. Not getting watched on the song, not getting carried. Actually having shit to like Wardu said, I like listening to her rap. Even when she rap, it be mid. She don't have bars like that. It's nothing about her that's impressive outside of she can make a cheesy hit. Salute to her, but I mean,
Hey, DeFran, play that her song. I want to see her song. I think it's called Her. It's called Her, She, or whatever. I'm like, bro, this is like body yaddy yaddy times 2, nigga. The fuck is this shit? Shit is ass. And
she's trash in general.
And I don't want to make it seem like I'm hating on Meg. I'm just objective.
Cause like me. Tell your friends this her. Tell your friends this her.
The beat is cool, but the lyrics are awful.
It's all propaganda music, man. I'm telling you. And no, I'm not debating the quality. I'm not Bryce with the quality argument. I'm saying longevity compared to Tory. I don't even think she's gonna give a fuck about music, bro. I'm honestly, I've been looking at a lot of her posts she's been posting on IG. It's not really much music shit. It's a lot of fitness, fitness shit. a lot of random. Maybe she's a rebrand. I would do a rebrand because music would turn out to be at this point. Because I mean, man, like Ice Spice is out here, Sexy Red is out here, Lotto's out here, Glorilla's somewhere in the cut, Nicki Minaj still here. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't know, Flo Milli out there somewhere. Like there's a lot of other female artists that are more musically relevant now. So how would Meg, even if Meg wanted to come back, let's just say Meg had some kind of rollout to where I'm back, bitches. Like, oh, okay, now I'm back. How talk about? She can't talk about that on Trauma Z. So what exactly, and not to even say that, people that Meg Thee Stallion's an album artist, I can't wait for that Meg Thee Stallion album, but even for her next single, like what would she really talk about? Like what's the anticipation for Meg's next project or next music? It's like, Nick, I don't even think women really give a fuck really anymore. Like they're just tired of the shit with her. Like they're just done. She could still have a fan base outside of music, but musically, she's trending down. Like I don't think the interest is as high as it once was.
Let me tell it, the interest was never high. She created hits. Let me tell it, the interest was never high. She created hits, but the radio is gonna keep playing and keep playing and keep playing. Because this is the era that we in. Toxic feminist dumb shit. Being able to be free with your body. And I think that's what contributed to her seeming so huge. Like, but musically, bro, women never cared. Women never cared about her. We really being honest, bro.
I mean, she had a moment with the Hot Girl Summer shit and the Savage shit. I'll give her the Hot Girl Summer shit when she started mentioning
act like women just cared about Meg Thee Stallion by that time already. It's just irrelevant, bro. Like, she's a cool conversation. And then once again, now, only reason people defending her, it don't got shit to do with Tory Lanez and Meg Thee Stallion. They just get to put their views on the situation, and that's how they defend this shit for the most part. With a lot of these people, bro. They're not really looking at nothing logically. They're not looking at both sides of things. Like, if I'm being 100%. So,
what year was that she won a Grammy for Savage Remix? Was that 2021?
Yeah.
So you think they gave her that because of how great the song was? Or do y'all think it was because, situation?
Manufacturer.
So I don't think she's gonna have that same. I don't think Rock Nation is that powerful. You know what I mean? Or maybe they are. Who knows? Maybe she got a hidden Cardi B project in the future. In her future, because she's gonna need some help, a lot of help from her peers. Oh yeah, 6ix9ine just got arrested, by the way, in Florida. If you guys are wondering,
it wasn't.
It definitely weren't.
I don't know what the charges are, but he just got arrested. So yeah, but Meg, I'm. There's plenty of other female artists I'd rather listen to. Like obviously, like Lotto. Is the golden child right now, man. You know what I'm saying? Making brand new. That's the thing. Meg don't really have quotables that even.
You running around saying rip me out the plastic, I make the brand new.
Be the most manly shit in the
world.
world.
Pause.
Rip me out.
What niggas do you see
Plastic,
running around saying that?
Oh, like a woman thing though, like.
Yeah.
I don't know what niggas you hanging around. I ain't seen no niggas saying that.
I definitely would. Well, it's obviously trolling the friend, but I know a lot more niggas that would say that than the shit that Meg Thee Stallion would say. I think that's a lot more on the woman's side there, but
I just don't.
A lot more gender fluid
grade
stuff.
On the curve. I don't grade on the curve, man. And I think with women, a lot of people like to do that, and I'm straight straight down the line, straight down the book. And if I was to look at some of the greats of all time, bro, I would never compare her catalog. Like it just, I put it in a certain level. Like if I'm looking at Gorilla, respectfully, even if I'm looking at a Lotto, it's like I'm only gonna put that shit so far because like I get the style. It's like porn. Like there's gonna always be a lane for women to sell sex and hip hop, but that don't make it like generally just a huge thing or like mind blowing or like respectable because I think any sexy woman that can curate a brand, not any, but uh, I think it's easier to do than just being an organic great rapper. And I think most of her brand is built around that cliche of selling sex, and she got the body to do it, and she had a couple microwave hits to push her forward. So like I said, I think it's always a lane for that raunchy shit though. So I only respect it so much because I'm not about to respect her run like I respect a Luda or even like a Meek Mill or a Rick Ross or Big Sean or shit even like a Big Crit or somebody like that. Like I would think when you talk about hip hop, like I know mainstream, a lot of people probably wouldn't understand who Big Crit is, but when you talk about the majority of real rap fans, they know who Big Crit is, and they would listen to a Big Crit album before ever even thinking about downloading Meg Thee Stallion. And that's how I look at and judge shit personally, because like I said, it's lanes for shit. It's a whole lot harder to become a respectable rapper like a Big Crit than it is to become a raunchy rapper like Meg Thee Stallion. So even if she do get big, I base it on a certain curve, like that. How I feel like people are grading her. Like, yeah, she big, but it ain't based on music. It ain't based on her musical run. Like, that's come on, bro.
Do you think Meg Thee Stallion's a top 10 female rapper of all
Yeah,
time?
but that's kind of based on just being a lack of that. Like the fact that even like I think somebody like Trail put Lil Kim in his catalog. Like, go listen to her like her top songs, bro. Them hoes ass. Like, not even like no replay value. So I would have to put her up there because I think she better than Lil Kim. But I don't think that's saying much because it's not. It's only so many like rappers, women rapper out there that's at least mainstream. I ain't gonna sit up here and say I know all the fucking women rappers. But
Is Queen
yeah,
Latifah
like,
better?
I listen to Queen Latifah. Unless I listen to her, I would probably Lauren
Is
Hill
Lauren
better.
Hill better?
I'll probably say
Missy Elliott?
if I was to give like a grade, nah, she's not better than Missy Elliott. I'll give her better than Queen Latifah. I don't think Queen Latifah had hits like that in her era, even for it to be, a woman or whatever. Like she had some good songs, but I went back and listened to her shit a while ago. Like I wasn't like overly impressed.
That's probably NJ's sixth favorite rapper.
Mm-mm.
You think she better than Eve? You think Eve better than her?
Um, I think Eve probably is organically a better rapper, but I don't think Eve got like shit. She ain't even got like two hits like that.
So you gotta have a certain amount of hits. It's not necessarily about the quality and the skill. Then
I mean, they all kind of sell the same shit though. Like it's an argument.
mm.
Like I ain't about to argue till I'm blue in the face that Eve's a better rapper than Meg Thee Stallion. Like I'm just like if we gonna like Eve, like I probably believe in her bars a little better, but not that much. And when we talking about selling sex, I don't know if that's all Eve did, but I'm pretty sure that's I think her biggest hits are wrapped around. But I could be wrong. Um, yeah, she Meg Thee Stallion got her at that, but like I said, even with Nicki, like Nicki only got two albums for real, or is it three? Well, I might be. Well, even then, that's crazy.
Oh yeah, it might be
And I
three
know
because
some
the
people
Queen
count
shit.
like
Yeah, it
her
might be
last
three.
one as like some type of like Scotty beat me up or something, but nobody talk about that shit.
That's a mixtape they put her on.
Shout out DK
Hmm?
man.
That's a
Yeah,
mixtape
man.
they put her on.
Scotty beat me up. Oh, she just re-released it.
Yeah.
Ah, got you. So no, I mean, then that was a good project, but I thought that was something that she dropped recently. 'Cause I was like, I don't remember
She
nobody talking about.
re-dropped it, but she dropped it like on whatever it's called. What's the shit called?
I got you. Yeah, so even with Nicki, it's not like she has this deep catalog. Like Lauren Hill, one album, two albums if you want to count like a mixtape, or if you want to count her project or her work with other people. So it's not like the women hip hop got like a bunch of shit to go on, but that's how I kind of judge them still. Though. I judge them like a dude. Like if a dude only had like two albums that was good and that was literally all they work, like I'm gonna respect it, but you only gonna be like how I put Nicki, like top 50. Like you gonna be like right at 50. Like if she maybe had two great albums and five other albums, yeah, maybe she creep up like, like anybody can have only two classics, but if you got some other shit, they got some, some shit on there.
Would you say Cardi
I
B
mean,
is Meg Thee Stallion's peer?
I don't think Meg Thee Stallion can really touch Cardi. Like as
I
far
mean,
as
she
what they
got one
selling,
album.
nah, yeah, no, I to get that. But as far as what they selling, they sell the same thing. Let's get that. Obviously, that ain't even a conversation. So they both got hits in that lane. It just, I feel like Meg Thee Stallion, her hits don't stand up to how hard Cardi shit is. Like when you talk about quotables, I don't know if Cardi B necessarily got quotable shit, but I know niggas fuck with Cardi B music. Like niggas are like
Say what?
Cardi B got some good hits, bro.
Yeah,
But
so if she not even touching her peers and Cardi B,
that's not her. Yeah, like
like,
Lotto is a peer to Meg. Like there's Nicki, there's Cardi, then there's like way below the
so you think
Gorillas and
Meg and
all of them.
Lotto are like in the same type of boat, basically?
Yeah, right now for sure. Because I think even with Gorilla, like, or no, it's not. It's kind of because that Gorilla out of it, because I don't think she dropped. No, did she drop an album recently?
Last year, but I think
Yeah,
that shit
last year,
EP or
yeah.
some shit.
Oh yeah, it wasn't even so Ice Spice maybe you could maybe put in that conversation. But if Meg would have consistently been making some hits like in the last 2 or 3 years, maybe she'd be above them. Like she wouldn't be in the Cardi B lane to me, but I don't think Lotto would have been able to call her a peer. But after a year like this, Lotto had just as good as a year as I feel like Meg had when she was running. Like maybe the brand was a little bigger as far as the hot girl summer shit, but the hits, they are body equivalent.
Bro, niggas just be saying shit.
The bust me out of the bag shit,
Rip me out the plastic guy bag,
that's
brand
not as
cool.
similar to like a body yaddy yaddy or something else. She like what
It's more catchy, higher charting
besides
song.
WAP, like Meg Thee
Besides
Stallion
WAP,
hits ain't
and WAP
that
was in
fucking
2020.
untouchable.
Like WAP came out the same year that whole shit happened in the first place, so I don't even really count WAP for real. But
What are other hits from Lotto? You would know better than me. Big Energy.
Big Energy, we got the Seven. You know what I'm saying?
Nobody listens to that shit. Stop
You
it.
know what I'm saying?
Stop it.
BTS record #1
Nobody listens to that shit.
record, nigga.
Nobody
We
listens
got
to
the
that.
Let me look at her chart history
Nah,
actually.
she might be I don't know. It's hard to say if she above. Just because you took so much time off, and I don't see her getting too much better.
I definitely think skill wise she's better than Meg by far.
Meg has put in more
That
work
that's
though.
like
Nigga said by far.
that's cool. You put in more work. That don't mean that you the best. I mean, it's a bunch of NBA players that they work hard, but they not LeBron though. Some niggas have it, some niggas don't. I mean, you can work as hard as you want. I mean, some niggas got it. Lotto got #1 hit, 2 top 10 hits, 7 songs. We got Bitch from the South, Put It on the Floor, Big Energy, Don't Play With It, 7, Lottery, and Budget with Meg Thee Stallion. So we got 7.
You
Feel
don't put
me?
them in the same category, D firm?
No.
You know damn well he ain't. He hates Lotto.
It's
He hates
Nicki,
Lotto.
Cardi, Meg, everybody else.
Whenever DeFran sees Lotto, he sees himself. So he grades on a curve. That's why. Nigga said Lotto and Ice Spice in the
I don't
same
know. I just
tier.
feel
Nah,
like
I definitely put Ice Spice in above Lotto. I ain't gonna lie.
I feel like her not really having like a consistent run the last few years is a problem. I think, like I said, I feel like a big part of her being so big was a part of that cachet or character she built. I don't know how much that's gonna be able to carry the weight in the future. I just don't. And I feel like when you look at a lot of or Gorilla, like they was able to touch the limelight that was just as big as Meg. I don't look like maybe Meg's
They were
spotlight
not
was a
just as
little.
big as Meg and stuff.
Maybe that shit. Maybe Meg shit was a little brighter, but
Not even a little. Like if she's doing 100K on albums, these bitches doing like 15K. They're not even in the same fucking
We're
stratosphere.
not counting that shit. We know why I did
How-
100 to
So now, okay,
Fran.
so
You
that
know
now
why I
doesn't
did
count.
100. You know why I
Oh
did.
my god.
You know
Okay,
why
so
I
tell
did,
me what
nigga.
counts.
Like, let's
What
not do
count?
that.
Okay, if album sales don't
Nigga has
count.
Savage on the shit. Like, come on, bro.
Lotto
Like
had
the
big energy
remix.
on her shit. Like, what are we like? Come on, what are we talking about?
Okay.
That one number
What the
three
fuck?
for 50. It was on 51
Sav
weeks.
and what did Savage go number one?
One
They did
week
not
because
go
they had
number
Beyonce.
one.
1 week and that was it. One of
It
rare dropped
still
number
went
one.
number one. Why does it matter how long? Number one is number
Would
one.
you
That was the
rather?
point that you brought up to
Would
me,
you
right?
rather have a number one record that goes number one and then it leaves, or a record that's number three for like 10 weeks in a row?
I
What do you
would
think is a
rather
bigger? What do you
have
think
a
is a bigger
number one
record? What do
that
you think is
is
a bigger record?
number one
What
for
do you
a
think is a
week.
bigger
I
record?
would. What do you think is big, right? I don't know. I just told you. I would much rather have a number one that was number one for a week than a number three that was on the charts for like
Okay.
3-4 weeks. That's cool.
Okay.
But if I went number one, I went number one, nigga. Like
Okay.
you the same nigga that said, hey, it don't matter how long it went. Most of these songs don't go longer than a week anyways. So why the fuck does it matter now in this
No,
context?
because y'all said Nicki never had a number one. That's why.
Nikki?
Y'all, that was the argument. You and Igbo said she never had number one. I
I
said, here's
never
a number
said
one.
what?
Y'all said,
When did I say that? What?
I don't know, nigga. It was a couple streams. It was a couple streams ago. You Igbo was on a
You
Cardi
the
B
only
versus
nigga that
Nicki
remember
Minaj.
that. I ain't never said that shit in my life.
nah, your 100K comment got me thinking.
Oh my
That does
god.
make me feel like it's a tier that or a gap that you could start to put between them.
No, I
I
say it's
just
Nick. You can even say as far as sales wise right now. Like I have to see though because they both have to drop. But like I can see a world where Cardi might sell more than Nicki is just sales wise. Like just 2023. And then it'd be like I think Meg, if she drops an album, she'll probably do over 50. Lotto gonna drop, she gonna do like 30. Ice Spice dropped, she
so
did 20. Coil Ray did 11. Like I'm not saying in 2023 Meg is way bigger, but I think her peak was way bigger than their peaks.
and I think I would argue that you're right. I mean, I wouldn't argue that you're wrong with that. I think, but I would like to add context on why I think it was, and I don't think it's because of the music. I already add the brand and stuff like that, but I feel like when you talk about the pop of the thought shit and rap like being reinvigorated, Cardi B did it. But I think Meg Thee Stallion hopped in that wave at the perfect time as well. For some reason, I do feel like the Gorillas and even the Ice Spices and a lot of those came a little bit after where the steam not as hot as it was in the beginning. Call me crazy with that. So when she did drop in the beginning in that time period, that's why her numbers reflect that. But I feel like if you look at it now, building all that cachet up, it ain't good enough to keep her selling 100K an album. Cause like, let's say even like if Travis Scott shit was not as good as it should have been, it's still gonna do 200K minimum. Like Lil Uzi, like his shit still gonna do 200K minimum. Like if you really built your name to brand off and separate yourself from others, you're still gonna be able to do a certain amount after. And
And
sixty
we
three
just
thousand.
had this whole thing about the Tory Lanez detriment of her career.
She ain't dropped what? Sorry, she ain't dropped nothing before that. Like right before that.
She dropped the Good News, which did 100K, and
But that was
Travis.
during the time.
That when the Good News dropped.
Good News came out like
2020.
yeah, Good News came out after. All right, my boy, thank you for pulling up, man.
Yo, salute NJ. All right, yeah, it came out November 20th, 2020. So it was a couple months after.
So she ain't have nothing for us to judge that based on.
and that was at 100K.
I'm looking at Ice Spice's Billboard history. I don't. Are we kind of overrating Ice Spice a little
Yeah, for
bit?
sure.
Definitely.
But I want to.
Because all of her like top like 10 songs all have features, and the ones that are top 7, like 2 of them have. The one that peaked at 2 has Taylor Swift. The one with Pink Panthers is 3, and her only solo records that are charted are Deli at 41 and In Her Mood at 58. Everything else has a feature on it. I'm just looking. I don't know. I just noticed that shit.
Two of them got
Nah,
Nicki
she
Minaj.
Seems like
definitely
she
a little
needs
overrated.
another artist to, make it on that chart there. You know what I'm saying? But
There's nothing wrong with that when you're young, though. I'm not mad at that because a lot of artists, when they were younger, use that. You get on people features, you get on people remixes, and or people be on your remixes. There's nothing wrong with utilizing other people in the industry. You just your job to make everything sound good. So there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not mad at that.
Did Munch didn't chart?
yeah, that's one thing too. Munch didn't even chart.
That's crazy.
That's a solo record, so it's like,
Probably because when it was like super big, it wasn't an official record.
Mm.
maybe I don't
Cause
know.
wasn't it like a TikTok thing at first, or am I tripping?
It
Or like
might have
wasn't it
been.
like a SoundCloud? Like it wasn't like an official like she wasn't pop. She ain't pop yet when that song. Like the song was like I think she made it already, but
I think she signed like maybe a 1 song deal with somebody, and then World Star
yeah,
Hip Hop did the
it wasn't like
video.
she was already on Apple
Yeah,
when that song first dropped and all that. Like it didn't get all the metrics that it was supposed to
It
get.
peaked at it got on the US like hot R&B and hip hop charts at 34, but not the
yeah,
main.
that don't count.
Yeah,
But
and
that's
they probably missed a lot of views that it really had. If we're being honest, based on just like that, it was literally one of her first songs. Like it was a huge song. But I don't know. I just I give you the argument different because I can't really with the Tory Lane shit. But I feel like if she really had graced the new lane, she still had at least 50% of the nation on her side at worst. I really think she had probably even more than that. Still, right now, it's probably 50-50 at worst. Um,
But I think even with Tory and Meg, I feel like a lot of niggas just care about this what's going on. They don't care
and
about
I
either
think
one of
she
their
should have
music.
still been dropping over 100K plus if she really had boosted herself past these other girls like that. Now, like 63, that's still a lot more than 15. Don't get it twisted. So I guess there is still a gap, but I don't know how much that's really gonna last. Like I don't know, man. Maybe if she drop another
like, it's
album and they
not
go
good if you
100,
start to need controversy to sell.
yeah, you should be selling more during this type of
Like
controversy.
if you start to need like if you start to need like depend on controversy to sell, like that's not good. Like you end up like 6ix9ine having to do shit for clout just to sell shit. Like it's like I don't know. That's why I'm like, by the time Tori gets out, I don't think her heart's gonna be in music like that. Because honestly, like, what is she really like? She has all the backing in the world right now. It's like Rock Nation behind her. Like they're all playlisting
She
her
ain't got
shit.
that
They're all
Nicki energy.
fucking with her and shit.
Nicki wanted to be better than niggas. We're not getting that energy from Meg Thee Stallion.
We haven't even heard her talk about dropping any music since the trial shit. Like, I mean, I understand it. Like that is a trial. Like your whole focus is on that right now. So I get it. But like even before then, you were releasing music.
Even Cardi B, do y'all
So
think she like really was like she really trying to be like put up there as far as like the best of the best, or she just rap to have fun, or just rap because
I
like
think she rap to get money.
like Nicki actually was like competitive when she rapped. Like her albums drop, she trying to be
I
impressive
think
and shit
just
like
off the
that.
whole like Meg Thee Stallion, like the way she came up, like when she was just that chick in them Houston cipher videos. Like I feel like she wanted to like
yeah, that was
she
the Meg
wanted
that
to
I
be a
like.
rapper. Like I don't think
Yeah.
she's like Cardi. I think Cardi was like, I'm an Instagram comedian, loving hip hop. Fuck it, I'll do music. I feel like Meg was like, I want to be a rapper. Like her mama was a rapper. Like she wanted to do music. Cardi was kind of just like a internet celebrity who's like, fuck it, I'll do music, and it just so happened to be massive.
That's kind of That's kind of crazy how that shit all plays out because it be the niggas that they don't really like. They be just be doing music. Like even
we
Drake.
got
Drake was a
Mr.
fucking actor.
Francisco mad.
Like,
I did.
She said, "I'm hearing Nicki name too much."
like Drake. Like Drake started off as a fucking actor, and then he's like, you know what? I'm gonna just do music. Now look where he's at. You know what I'm saying?
Nah,
It's same type of shit. It seems like
I w-
artists like that. If you got it, you got it. Some niggas just don't got it. You could be the hardest worker in the
I
world.
don't
Like,
think I don't think Meg
gotta
got it. I
have it.
think she an industry plant.
I could say Drake is industry plant, like a successful one, but industry plant. You think about it, room for improvement. I think Boy Wonder was working on that project. Swiss Beats was working on that project. That was a mixtape. He knew a bunch of niggas already as it
Yeah,
is. He was an
man, he
actor.
greatest industry plant of all
Dad
time.
was a musician.
Cause I just even when
It's
I
not,
listened to Meg, like you said, Houston freestyles, I never was impressed. Like she's just a girl that can rap, and it seemed like a cool thing, and she just so happened to have a body that's like what she really talked about. But like when I heard her rap, like it never was impressive. Like versus like if you hear some old Nicki, I always tell the story. I was asleep one day, my TV was on, and all I heard was some rapping, and it woke me up. And there's Nicki Minaj sitting on the staircase, and it's like BET After Dark or some shit, and she just giving a freestyle or some shit. I
yeah, I
don't even know if it
remember
was
that
on
shit.
BET. It might have been like on one of the fucking old 13 channel when they had a late night hip hop shit on, like, and she rapping on it. I'm like, bro, she's going in, and she went on for like I want to say like 5 to 8 minutes or some shit like that. Like, thoroughly impressed. Like, she can compete with men in a freestyle, and I wouldn't even snuff at it. Like, Meg Thee Stallion. Like, we talk about Cardi B as much as we want with the writers and shit. Pretty sure Megan got writers, and it ain't coming out nowhere near as clean and as hard as Cardi B. So yeah, I don't know. Like, I know she's a rapper. I just don't like just because she is a rapper. I don't know how much a passion she really got behind it because it ain't translating to the quality, at least in my mind. Like,
It seems like she putting herself in a box. Honestly, I feel like Cardi B is a little bit more, which is funny to say. I think she's more versatile than Meg in a sense. Or like I feel like Cardi could like even if you listen to Invasion of Privacy, yeah, she has songs like
I
that
ain't gonna
song
lie,
with
Invasion of
Chance the
Privacy. We actually
Rapper. I
listened to it.
mean,
Like that shit sounds like crazy, like trash. No, I'm talking about
it's
like she
very
doesn't sound like that.
versatile. Like
Like the
it's
way she
not
raps
like
now compared to when you listen to that,
you
it's like
know.
leaps and bounds better, way better
be
now.
careful with me.
That shit
I
sounds
like I
trash
like
off the
Yeah,
Cardi
split.
B. I like Cardi B more
No,
than
I listened
Megan.
to that shit the other day. I was like, this shit doesn't really
yeah.
sound
It's
good.
not just
But she's way better now at rapping, just delivery and all that type of shit. Back then, it wasn't like she had hits, obviously.
yeah. I think
Everything
her
was hits,
delivery is a little
obviously,
bit
but
better.
it
Yeah,
wasn't like you know,
it
yeah, it
sounded
just
like she
sounded
was
weird.
reading
It
a
felt like
paper.
what the fuck she saying? But it was hits. So I was like, you really can't say nothing. But it just you
Yeah,
hear her
that's
rap
it.
now, it's like, oh, yeah, she has confidence. She actually been fucking practicing on how to rap and shit like that. Compared to
That's what you do when you
some
hang
people
out with
say,
Offset so much, you
is
know.
that really niggas hate me?
I don't hate her. She just always been mean to me.
We can't give criticism about Meg. Get that, bro. Like,
I call Gorilla
oh
Mid.
my God, you're a hater
I'm
for
gonna call her how I see it.
make something that she, if it's mid,
Nikki
it's
and
mid.
Missy
If you think
Elliott
it's
and
good,
Lauren
you think it's
Hill are the
good.
only rappers that I actually put to a pedestal that I feel that they could compete with men as far as making quality of music and even some bars. Like, them the only three women, bro. Like, Cardi B, a 6 man in a 3 man circle. Outside of that, them other women, bro, they just, what do you call it? Like, they got
That's
their
why I
own
asked, is
lane, and
Sexy
that's
Red
cool.
bigger than Meg, bro? I'm not gonna lie. Sexy Red got it, bro.
Yeet.
Ski. Come on,
All
the
right, man.
friends.
We been here 4
Ski.
hours.
We've been going past 12, man.
Yeah, we've been going crazy. Last week was 4 hours. Pause.
It's like 6 hours for the friend right now.
Oh, yeah, I forgot I was
My
fucking
nigga
with you.
living
Six
dog
six
hours.
hours of podcast.
Nigga on the
That's
op
dope.
shit.
Yeah, that nigga's trying to
Facts.
eat.
He on this
Wardrobe.
Lionel Messi shit, you know what I'm saying? He got to come to America. He know where home is, you know?
Nah, he just know it's so easy to score over there.
He got to go to America.
Over here, it's respectable dribbles. You ain't just about to get anything off over here. Over there, he's Jordan. Miami, he's
Oh,
Jordan.
my
You
shit
know?
is a free for all. This
Nah,
nigga want to talk about
let me
everything. He's like, oh, we
respect
talk
y'all,
about
bro. I'm
Sneeko. Talk
joking.
about it's crazy, man. You get this shit off.
We talk about Sneeko over here all the time.
Y'all niggas don't talk about Sneeko at all, man.
D-Friend, I ain't gonna lie. A new side of D-Friend came out. Like, it's not a new side. D-Friend always been with the jokes, but I ain't gonna lie. Y'all let him get comfortable getting shit off for y'all. He not gonna stop, bro. Like, I'm being funny, but I'm dead ass
Him
too.
and Trill, man, dynamic duo.
Cause me
Carla,
personally,
I'm gonna call him DeFran. I'm not calling him D-Fran. I
yeah,
don't
that
call
nigga
LeBron
weird. I told him
LeBron.
that he weird. That's not how you, that's not how you say his
I'm
name. No
not
one,
gonna call LeBron LeBron. That don't
nobody
sound right.
calls him
That's what I'm
LeBron.
saying. Nobody calls him LeBron.
Exactly. I'm gonna
You
call.
know how you know how dumb that sounds because like when you introduce him as LeBron, so we call him that. Like my thing is D friend. That's how it is. Like LeBron's name isn't like niggas ain't running around saying LeBron, and it's like no, I'm gonna say LeBron. It just comes. We say LeBron. That's how you say his fucking name.
Yeah,
So it's
DeFran.
like
Exactly. Yeah.
that doesn't make any sense. Like
D-Friend.
that's like dumb fucking logic.
Doesn't it just sound correct when you say it? It just sounds
No, it
correct.
sounds
No, you
stupid.
sound stupid.
It sounds
It sounds
stupid.
easier to say. Like, you know what I'm saying?
No, D friend is way
The
easier to say.
friend, the friend.
You're not gonna call me word you. Like, fuck is a word
I'm
you,
gonna call you
nigga?
Wardrew.
You see, now you
We let
forcing
you.
it.
We
Like, it sound right.
actually. Well, if I was the, I wouldn't know what the fuck to call it. But we let you give us the enunciation, and we ain't
I can
stuck
call you just
with it.
I call you Wordu. Wordu.
I just been saying
Word.
DeFran so long.
Wordu.
It's gonna be hard for me to just say DeFran. It's like, it don't sound
Wordu.
right. It don't
Where's
sound
Wordu
right.
at? Where's Wordu?
Yeah, that's
Ward.
you could say. Yeah,
Wardu.
that's how you say it. Exactly. That's how you say
No, so it's Wardu or
No,
Wordu?
weird dude.
it.
Let me
You can say it
stop.
either
I'm
way,
being
nigga.
childish.
Just word up
Wardrew.
without the P, nigga. You can say however the fuck you want to say
Wardrew.
it, nigga.
Word you. Where's Word you? Stupid shit.
Shout out to
Anyways,
Meg, man.
after today, we still got the same tier list, you know. Actually, NJ, salute to you, but I ain't gonna lie, you gotta be that Busta Rhymes shit got you. I put you right
I'm not
with
gonna lie, his
Fly.
list better than you know who.
I put you right with Fly. Bro, you gotta get over that trust shit. Y'all gotta be back friends, man. Ain't
I
that
don't
nigga
give a
serious?
fuck, nigga.
That nigga really let that nigga
You
get
the only nigga that like Trail.
y'all really let
He's
that nigga
literally
get
the
to
only
y'all.
nigga, bro. That's just crazy,
It's not a
man.
get to. It's just that nigga's a dweeb.
This nigga too nice,
Y'all let
man.
that nigga, he be get out here cooking y'all niggas. Y'all let that nigga ray y'all off
That
the
nigga ain't
I
platform,
don't know.
man.
cooking
I don't know.
nothing but him. He cooking in silence. The fuck?
That
I
nigga
don't
cook
know.
water so bad that nigga went and made a whole new, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, I mean.
I just want to get to my topics quick, man. That's all. I don't want to hear your no ignorant, low vibrational ass shit. And I ain't gonna. I'm good, bro. Shout out
Yeah,
to
man.
Meg, man.
Trail to ran y'all niggas off, man. Salute to Trail. Running niggas off the podcast.
That nigga
Body
never
yada
did.
yada yada
That nigga
yada.
never deserved to talk to me in the first place.
That
Man,
nigga Trell
I had to get on a nigga.
will.
I'm about to get out of here, but I had to get on a nigga ass today. That shit pissed me off.
Now I seen the live stream earlier. I'm like, bro, what is this nigga talking
That shit
about,
pissed me
bro?
off.
I
I
just
don't
couldn't
like.
be in
I
that
tell
shit.
you, I don't like that stupid shit. Like, if I'm on a topic and I'm
Bring the
saying something,
documents.
if I'm saying something, don't derail this conversation with like you're getting out false information. I'm like, okay, what's the correct information? The information you said was false. I said, nigga, send me the documents. If what you saying is right, send me the documents. I'm gonna send them. Nigga, it's a whole new day. That nigga ain't sending not one document. He just saying he just want to be contrarian. I told him, I said, listen, this is why niggas don't want to fuck with you. Niggas don't want to listen to a fucking contrarian ass nigga. Don't got no point.
All day long.
Because I said,
This
BK, that's not what he does.
I showed a video of a girl who's in the Tory Lanez courtroom. She said the judge said that Tory Lanez gave academic shit, and Tory Lanez own lawyers said that, right? I'm like, that's what she's saying. That's not true. The court documents don't say that. Okay, show me the fucking court documents, nigga. And he don't never fucking have the court doc. He ain't got no documents. He ain't got nothing to back away. He just, like I said, I told him, you can't just want to be opposite just for the sake of being opposite. He brought you up. He was like, you never go at Bryce. I was like, even if I think Bryce saying something that's wrong, at least Bryce can show me something to why he believes what he's saying. You're not showing me shit. You're just saying shit. Like Bryce can say the world's flat. I can say the world's not fucking flat. Bryce gonna send me 300 fucking articles about the world being flat. Regardless if I believe
that's
them
a
arguments or
fact.
not,
That's a
he's
fact.
gonna send me. He's gonna send me something. This nigga don't be sending shit. He
300
just
is
say shit.
accurate. Nigga know not to, bro. I get to nigga will start talking about some shit. I start responding. I get to like 8 messages deep. Nobody say nothing. All right, I guess this conversation. I'll be thinking
Right,
like,
but
oh, I
can't
want it. I
argue
just
with
think
niggas
niggas be
like
like,
that.
all right, nigga, I will start doing something
You
else. I
got
ain't
it,
about
bro.
to keep up.
Can't argue with niggas like that. Niggas just want to be. Niggas want to be quiet when they in the stream, but when I say some shit and it look like I'm getting cooked, oh no, you got
That
every word in the
that
world to
really
say.
got that whole little gangster
You're
gangster
like,
versus cocaine artist shit. That really got that's what made War do mad because him and
I didn't
Trails
really
on the
care like
side,
that. I still
and
stand on my
then
point.
we
That's the
started
thing. Y'all making it
jumping.
seem like I didn't stand on my point. I'm standing on that point still to this day. I'm just not gonna argue
Just
though.
like you stood on your
If you feel
segregation
another
point.
way, cool. Like it's fine. You're not God. Like it's fine. Nigga.
Nigga, you not guy shit.
We got over here,
Anyways,
nigga.
that nigga was getting cooked, and Trail was sitting there quiet, and then he tried to hop on our side, like, nah, bitch, stay on your side. Don't come over here now.
That's the thing. I could, if something I agree with on the opposite side, I could agree with it. I don't got to stand 100% in my ignorance. If you say a point that I agree with, I could be like, okay, I agree with that.
Yeah, that's like that. I agree with Warden
Like,
to a degree. Like he sometimes he be, not wanting to back down a little bit, but like Trail is like it's just completely delusional.
that
Like,
nigga's a bot,
even
bro.
with me talking to Flying Low earlier, like he started bringing up like the not wanting to testify. I'm like, you're right, bro. I would have testified. Me personally, I would have gave counseling. Like I don't like they thought they was up. But I still think the lawyers could have did better. So I agree.
That
Like
nigga said,
I talk to like
Ward Drew, you
understand,
a
bro.
bitch ass nigga who sucks dick, and he left.
That shit crazy.
Niggas be so pressed when they hear where do speak. It's crazy.
That
I
nigga,
speak in third person.
bitch ass nigga, you sucking dick. Talking about I'm with Bryce. And that nigga
Nah,
left.
that shit was a crazy
They
like
know
out of
nigga
I
about to
said,
say facts. They're
whoa,
like,
whoa,
oh,
whoa,
where do you
whoa,
hear?
whoa.
Man, this bitch ass, lame ass. Yeah, I'm about to say the truth, huh? That's why, nigga. I know.
Hey, fuck that shit. We gotta start keeping notes. Just like we did versus nigga. I won today. Bitch, he put you and Lydia above me?
I'm not gonna lie, that was kind
Thank
of crazy.
God.
You said you and Lydia. What the fuck?
Oh, thank God.
Me and Lydia be
She said
agreeing.
Burna Boy in her top 5 rappers,
NJ
nigga. Like I
agree with
was finna
me.
forget that. Hell
War do
no.
agree with me.
So you just got a bunch of niggas that's wrong. What you mean?
Nah, I
Nah,
got
we
if this was
definitely
versus
right,
bitch,
bro.
I
If that's the
won.
case, I got Flying Low agree with me. Trail agree with me. I think DK. I don't know what DK.
Trell agrees with everything you say, nigga.
Igbo,
I had old
Igbo
girl
agrees
from
with me.
earlier. Rhonda upstate, New York. New York agree with me.
I had Negus,
That
whatever his
bitch is
name.
That
weird.
nigga a troll. He don't count. He troll.
Negus. Paul agree with me. We talking about like 5 niggas. What's up? We lit.
Yeah, Victor was on dick. He told me to shut up, but I don't know if that was. I guess that was during the.
DK say you be
I guess
derailing shit too. Be
it was
derailing to
from far as
oblivious.
I can see. I
I
got
don't be derailing. I just be like it. Even when I be talking about y'all's political shit on your podcast, it be relevant to the conversation. Like today, when y'all was talking about the Kai and that shit, and I was just like, y'all was talking about the different audiences between Aiden Ross and Kai. And I was like, they similar. The only difference is Aiden Ross has more white fans, and Kai has more black fans. And I was like, a nigga like Sneeko would just say that's in black people nature to be destructive. That's what he would say. That's what he says. That. I'm just telling you what he says. That's your guy. I'm just telling you what your guy says.
It's not necessarily political. I see what you mean. It's not really like political shit. I personally don't give a fuck. You know, DK, you know what I'm saying? He kind of safe compared to me. I'm kind of like the wild card. I'm
You're
like
not
that.
no damn wild card. You get
I'm
on
the
this shit
X
too and start
factor.
clamming up and shit. You be
Nigga,
having,
I'm the nigga
you
talking.
do the same shit as Trail. Y'all niggas be talking
I
spicy
do
in the
the
chat,
same
and then
shit.
y'all
Why
get
you
on
keep
here. Y'all be
doing
all
this,
nice
nigga?
and
You
tame
keep
and like
grouping me with special ed niggas. What are we doing, bro? I am not Trail, my nigga. I am not Trail, bro.
I can't
Hey,
call no
yo,
Trail.
DeFran. Hey, I'm about to go see Drake, DeFran. I'm about to go see Drake, bro.
Hey, salute to my nigga
Hey,
NJ.
I
Salute to
got
my
3 Drake shorts that hit
salute.
30 views, DeFran.
So that nigga was wilding.
Give a fuck, nigga.
Salute to my never mind, I ain't gonna say that. Salute to NJ. That's all I'm gonna say. Salute to my nigga NJ. Salute.
All right, Trail, you need a day job, bro. I'm not gonna
I
lie.
would be flying low in the debate. That
You
nigga
said
was
you
like,
beat him in the debate?
that nigga was like, oh,
Now I ain't gonna lie, flying low shit didn't make no sense. Cause he was like, I don't believe Meg. I don't believe Kelsey. I don't believe the witness. It's like, so how do you believe Tory's guilty? I just don't get how you believe that.
Cook that nigga.
If you don't believe the 3 witnesses, and then there's no real DNA evidence except for GSR, it's like, how do you believe he shot her?
I ain't gonna
That's
lie,
some, that,
he made a few valid points. He
that's
made
the
a few
only point that
valid
didn't make sense to me. Like, I'm with you with the whole why you didn't testify, you should have pointed fingers. I'm with all that. But when he said, I don't believe none of the witnesses, and the DNA is in there, so it's like, how do you believe he? I mean, I guess you maybe say, I believe the call. I believe.
My nigga Tory is such a heavily sent person.
Oh golly. Oh, I ain't gonna lie, bro. I was gonna say something about
Nigga
Bryson.
said
Like
heavenly
Bryson, act
sent.
like this nigga is homie. Somebody posted like a song lyric. It was like forever. If
It
you go
was
to trial, nigga said, if you go to trial, I'ma be there with you. If you kill somebody, I'ma hide the
that
body.
ain't have nothing to
And
do
Bryce,
with Tory.
Bryce put the twisted fingers like that's his nigga. Yeah, niggas.
I wasn't
I
talking
said, look at
about
these
Massive.
Tory,
Tory.
It's
look at these
massive.
Tory Lanez ass niggas. Like, look what
That's
y'all
not
niggas
even. That
doing.
was not why I did that. That's so crazy.
That
That's
nigga said twisted in my fingers for my dog, Tory, your treacherous little twin. That's
that's
crazy.
actually funny as fuck.
Bro, I love Meg,
Great,
bro.
great joke. Great
I said
joke.
these Tory Lanez niggas. That's why I put LMAO. I was just like, these niggas crazy.
I wasn't even doing it to that nigga. That's what's funny about it. That whole just a good ass song.
I thought you do it like, cause they do it like I'm riding with Tory till the end. I thought you was like, shit, I'm riding with my nigga till the end too.
Nah, I wouldn't even think about that when I
T
posted that.
Lizzo. Oh,
Yeah.
Yo Gotti dropped a good song. We said that already.
Is
Travis
Drake
Scott
is
did
Drake
four.
dropping this week
I don't
or
know.
is he dropping next week?
Oh damn! I ain't gonna talk about this, but I wanted to talk about it. I tweeted about like because the label guy TD, the president, I guess is like Top Dog, the real guy. His son was talking shit about Reason, who's a rapper. I was like, will you is TDE like really like without Kendrick Lamar? Do you think TDE would be this like big deal?
No,
But
I
I
don't
guess
think.
then I thought about
Well,
it. I was like,
you
I guess
got to.
you can say that about any label,
Yeah, I'm
really.
about to say. Well, oh no, I thought you were
I
gonna
couldn't
say
really
something
say that.
else. I'm about to say, but you could have said that with without them. Like if Kendrick didn't have that group with him, they wouldn't have been as big either. He wouldn't have been as big either.
Kendrick already had the Dr. Dre co-sign before he started claiming TE,
I'm
so
not
he
sure.
could have definitely just signed to
I'm
Dre.
not sure about that one because he was signed with TD before he was on Good Kid. Or he
Yeah,
was
but
fucking with TD before he was on Good Kid.
Like I was thinking that, but I thought about it, like you said about any label, but it's like if they didn't like if Cash Money, I mean they still have
I
Juvenile
don't
and
think Kendrick needed TDE though at
I don't
that
think
point.
he needed, but to act like that group didn't like breed and help him. Like he was a big part of keeping the group with a name and
well, I would say this:
whatever.
if Kid like now that Kendrick Lamar's gone, I guess you could say like if TDE didn't have SZA, pretty much she's pretty much was keeping the lights on in the building, they'd be like dead in the water.
Yeah, now because none of the other niggas really was dropping. Everybody
Schoolboy
kept
Q had ass.
keep. I mean, yeah, and school. Let's say if all of them kept dropping consistently and they stay relevant, say that group like TD was still talked about as legendary as it was back then, and then Kendrick decided to leave, that'd have been good because I mean they still had dudes that's just like respectable rappers. But yeah, now TDE don't have nothing but I mean Kendrick and SZA if you count her. But on the rap element side of it, yeah, that shit dead.
Kendrick gone, shit, so they ain't got shit.
I mean, they got J Rock, man.
Yeah, I feel like
Absol.
But like I said, you could do that by anybody. I could say like if QC didn't have the Migos or Lil Baby, would they?
QC had Skipper the Flipper, man.
and even then, like back in the day, it was cool to have labels more than it is now. Like obviously, Lil Baby just like I know she's somebody he just signed or whatever. Like, but back in the day,
That's crazy. Why would Rilo Rodrigo sign a Lil Baby?
probably some type of deal with looks, but optics.
Because I thought he could just sign to like a major label on his own. Like I think he dropped the album. He did like what 38,000. He's not even like to me that's good for a guy like that. Because I'm thinking of some of these other guys who are more well known and they're only doing like 20,000. So I don't know
Did they have bundles back there?
when.
Like the bundles when he dropped, when Kendrick dropped, what was it, Section 80?
I don't know. I don't think they're doing that.
That was a
Back then.
mixtape.
I think that started around like the
That's a
Travis Scott,
mixtape.
Nicki 2018 type shit. But anyways, I'm about to go. So
And so bundles is like a relatively new.
Yeah, salute to Post Malone.
I'm not gonna lie, W Post Malone did 100K, no features, nothing, no
110,
label support.
and he did a Joe Rogan interview, so salute to him.
Not gonna lie, that's a W. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out to Posty, man.
Bye, man. I'll be back. See y'all tomorrow. Absent Your Podcast.